Good morning, good morning, good morning, and welcome to day 2 of Strengthening Our Roots One Lock at a Time. My name is Nia Weeks. I am the founder and executive director of Citizen She and Citizen She United. I'm also the co-founder of Detangled. And this program is brought to you by Citizen She, Citizen She United, Detangled, and 4910 Rosalie Productions. So excited to have you all join us this morning. We had a good time last night. It was kind of incredible. And of course, I am joined by my incredible co-host, Keerson, from Highly Entertaining with Keerson and Megan. Keerson, where you at this morning?
Hello, hello, hello. Happy Saturday. Good morning.
It is Saturday.
I hope everybody is well rested because today we have so much in store for you. And I can't wait for everybody to see it.
I love it. I love it. We do have a jam-packed day. So, you gotta, get your food together. I don't know. I got my breakfast coming. I'm going to order some lunch because I'm going to be right here bringing y'all some incredible work and thought and conversation from Black women here in Louisiana, but across the world. And,
Yes.
including Birmingham, because Keerson. So, Keerson, you and I are both yogis.
Yes.
We talked about that yesterday. And there's something really special about a yoga practice and what it does for us, especially as Black women.
Yes, it definitely opens you up. It connects you to your roots and it connects you to yourself, and it's something that I use as self-care. I yoga and I meditate almost every day. I try to do it every day, and it's just something for me to reconnect with myself after a stressful day of work. If I'm just having a really bad day, it's just something that brings you back to you, to this moment. And I love yoga. My mat is right there. I need a new one, but I keep it on deck for when I need it.
The mat is on deck. And speaking of mat being on deck, what we have on deck are two of my favorite people. Kimberly and Candace, we're both, attorneys, and we've worked together and on quite a few different spaces. I love their father. Their father actually does criminal law as well. And every time I see him in court, there's just such a breath of joy and goodness with them. And they are yoga practitioners here in the city. And so we are going to be starting our time off today with what we call collective breath.
Yes. Collective breath. Let's hop into it, I guess, right?
Yes, no, yeah, and I will say, practicing with them was just such an incredible experience, and I just can't wait for everyone to see and join and understand the power of breath work and the power of centering self as we're building a new agenda and a new paradigm for Black women. Welcome, everybody, to day 2 of Strengthening Our Roots Conference. We had an incredible evening last night. And today, as we're building a new paradigm of involvement and what it means for Black women to take care of ourselves while we're taking care of the world, it is with joy and honor that I get to introduce today's top speakers, Candace and Kim from Kindred. These sisters are rooted right here in New Orleans. Their life is rooted right here in New Orleans. And today they're going to take us on a journey on how to take care of ourselves as we take care of the world. So introducing Candace and Kim from Kindred.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much, Nia, for that wonderful introduction. Thank you for inviting us to participate with you all. We're honored to do this work and share what we know and love. So we are going to jump right in. We are going to start with breath. That's why we're here today. So if find a comfortable seat and just find some ease If you feel safe and comfortable, you can go ahead and close your eyes, and we'll take 5 deep breaths together. So let's start right now. Take them at your own pace. Long, full inhales and exhales. 2 more, just like that. Last one. And to welcome you back into this space, you can go ahead and open your eyes if you closed them. Thank you for joining us with breath. And we are asking you to just notice what came up for you with those breaths. Notice what sensations you might have felt. Notice what's going on in your body and in your mind when you take some time just to breathe and presence yourself to this very moment.
And feel free to share that in the chat with us. It really helps to hear about the experiences of others, because a lot of times we learn from recognizing what someone else experienced in our own experience. And so thank you so much for joining us today. My name is Kimberly, and as you heard, this is my sister Candace, and we are both yoga practitioners and instructors, and we found the practice of yoga at a time in our lives when we were facing the stresses and overwhelm and challenges of the legal profession. And we experienced such profound benefits from the practice of mindful movement and conscious breathing that we realized that we couldn't keep this to ourselves. And so we started Kindred to be able to share this positive, powerful impact and benefits of these practices with our community. We couldn't just sit by and watch people suffer with the effects of stress. And so we started Kindred, and we've been practicing together for about 9 years. And love to do this work and love to be able to share in places like this. And so today, the session is called Collective Breath. Today, we are going to look at some benefits and the power of breath. We're going to do some actual breathing work and get a sense of what that feels like for you. And then we'll add some movement to breath, and we'll link breath and movement. So that you can have an experience of what that feels like. And then we'll give you some time to reflect, and Nia will share some of her experiences with yoga and breathing. So why do we talk about breath? Breath is, at a fundamental level, it's an automatic process in the body. It is involuntary to most people most of the time. And so, like, just a check, we're all breathing, right? So we're done. No. We want to know what can happen when you start to breathe consciously, when breath becomes voluntary. And conscious breathing just means that we breathe on purpose. We breathe with intention. It's a way to manipulate the breath, to shape it, to change it, and use it for our benefit. And so breath has so many benefits, as I mentioned. One of the benefits is that it brings us to the present moment. It gets our attention to right here, right now. Another benefit is that it helps us pay attention to our bodies and connect to our bodies. And when we start to observe using our breath, we start to learn about our bodies. And when we learn about our bodies, we know how to better take care of ourselves. And that's what today is all about. Breath also promotes health. The breath, the respiratory system, and the heart, the circulatory system, they work together to bring health to our bodies. The breath oxygenates our blood. The heart pumps the blood through the body and rejuvenates the organs. So the heart pumps the blood through the body, bringing freshly oxygenated blood to all of our organs. And we learned during COVID that that is really important to our health. Breath can regulate our energy. When we take longer, deeper breaths, that can help to calm our bodies. When we take shorter, more rapid breaths, like if you ever run and gotten out of breath, that energizes us. That gets our heart pumping. It increases our heart rate. It increases blood flow. It improves circulation. And that all lifts our mood. Think about when your body is under stress. When my body is under stress, I get really constricted. So let's everyone like overly mimic what stress feels like. So your body's constricted, you're tense, and then try to take a deep breath. It's really challenging. And if we're not aware of the effects of stress on the body, then we may be breathing shallowly and missing out on all these benefits. And that just compounds the stress and the effects on the body. And so Candace is going to share with us some practical benefits of breathing and how it shows up in our daily lives.
Yeah, so I just want to share with you some examples of how important intentional breathing can really be and the effects of those things on our lives. For instance, some of us, me in particular, I suffer with anxiety. And if you're not familiar with how anxiety may show up, I can provide a little insight for you. Anxiety can vary from person to person. It can be a general feeling of unease or discomfort, such as a restless mind or a restless body part. Anxiety can also show up as a full-blown panic attack. And this can be an instance where your chest tightens and your throat closes. And for me in particular, my breathing is constricted physically, and it's difficult for me to actually breathe. So the first thing I do in these instances is to immediately focus on my breath. And thankfully, this doesn't happen often, but when it does, some really great practices to incorporate into that space are things such as meditation. I personally like guided meditations. The calming voice in those particular guided meditations helps to focus my mind on something other than the negative thoughts that may be racing through my head. Yoga postures as well can help to link your breath with your body and bring you back into a synergistic space. Something like child's pose, or something like even just standing still in a mountain pose can really be beneficial and promotes intentional breath and intentional focus to bring our bodies into a more regulated state. Besides anxiety, fatigue is also something that may show up in our lives. You might feel sluggish, you may wake up tired, or just maybe an overall lack of motivation for everyday tasks, maybe even some of them which you might typically enjoy. They become a lot more difficult if you're fatigued. And I know for myself, I tend to be chronically busy, where I'm always doing something because there's always something to be done, right? And while that may seem true, sometimes the best thing that you can do for yourself and the best use of your time is to take a break. I'm going to say that again, because some of you may need to hear it again. Take a break. It sounds simple, but it can really make a big difference. Take a few deep breaths. Maybe go outside for a few minutes, get some fresh air. Maybe just close your eyes and count to a number, 30, 60, any number, doesn't matter. It helps to reset your energy flow. So there are actually breathing exercises that are specifically designed to energize you, to awaken you if you become fatigued. They can get your blood circulating, your heart pumping, even activate your digestive system. And we'll actually practice an example of these in a few minutes. One final area where breath can be so important is with emotions. Using breath as a tool can actually help you move emotions through your body. Think about it. Emotions prompt physical responses. Sadness prompts tears. Fear prompts a fight or flight response. And you might tense up and take shallow breaths. Excitement can prompt jitteriness or unease. Using your breath, you actually physically move these emotions through your body rather than allowing them to linger there and affect you for an extended period of time. What can really also help in this space and what we're talking about today is breathing with others, in support of others, with others, for others. The power of collective breath is immeasurable, honestly. So just keep that in mind the next time we might find yourself in one of these situations. So I'm going to pass it to my sister, and we're going to get warmed up and do a little bit of movement.
Great. We're just going to move back onto our yoga mats, but feel free to sit on the floor or stay in a chair. Wherever you are is perfect. Just find a comfortable seat, and we will start with some what we call belly breaths. So to help this, take your hands to your belly, and as you breathe in, expand your belly, and as you breathe out, contract your belly. And we'll do that a few more times. Inhale, expand. Exhale, contract. And just notice what you feel in your body. Last one like this. Inhale, expand. Exhale, contract. And bring your hands back to your knees. You can continue breathing that way or resume your normal breath. And just notice what sensations you feel. Next, we're going to do something called right nostril breathing. So take your left hand, cover your left nostril with your left thumb, and we'll breathe in and out of the right nostril. And this is an energizing breath. The right side of the body in yogic philosophy represents sun energy. And it has this quality of warming the body up, getting the fire going. Let's take two more. Last one. And release your hand down. Take a regular breath out of both nostrils.
And now we're going to move into Soupy Circles. So from your seat where you are, you can also do this in a chair. With your hips planted in the ground, just start to circle around your body. You can move slowly and intentionally, and move with your breath. This can help to activate your digestive system, helps to warm up your spine. Let's stop in the middle right here and change directions. Just focus on your breath and what sensations come up in your body with these movements. And we'll take one more. And stop in the middle, find a neutral spine. Next, we're going to do spinal flexes. And this is just a simple inhale, lift your heart, shine your heart forward. On your exhale, round your spine and your shoulders, push back. And take that with your own breath as well. Inhaling up and exhaling back. This also helps to warm your spine and energize your body. We'll take one more round. And round your spine. And come back to center.
From here, come onto your shins. If you're on the floor, you can also stay seated in a chair if you like. And this is called breath of joy. From here, on your inhale, stand up on your knees, open your arms. On your exhale, cross your arms in front of you, breathe out. Inhale, come back up. Exhale, switch the cross of your arms. And then we'll do this several more times. This is kind of amplifying that expansion and contraction we talked about with that first breath we did. Getting a more full expression of moving the breath in the body. Last one. And then come back up and sit back on your heels. And take a breath. From here, we'll stand up into mountain pose. So stand up on your knees, come onto your feet, bring your palms face forward, your feet slightly apart or together, and take a breath here. And feel your feet on the floor, feel your breath moving through your body. From here, we're going to start a little bit more movement, and we're going to go into warrior one. With your left foot facing, your right foot facing forward, step your left foot back behind you. Keep your right foot facing directly forward, and turn your left foot on a diagonal about 45 degrees. Bend into your right knee at a 90-degree angle. Make sure your hips are facing forward. Inhale to lift your arms up over your head and let your breath sink you a little bit deeper into the posture. And here you can do a quick body scan from the ground up. Your feet press down into the earth. Pay attention to your core next. Feel your breath in and out of your lungs. Bring your awareness up through your fingertips. And just notice how your breath flows through your body in this posture. Take one more inhale. Then on your exhale, take your left hand behind you and open to a warrior two. Gaze right over your fingertips and focus on your breath here. And notice the posture, how your hips are open, your heart is open. This helps to promote energy flow throughout your body. And warrior poses in particular, extra powerful, strengthening, while also creating flexibility, creating a great balance here. Take one more breath. Let it out. Bring your hands to your hips and straighten your front leg and turn both feet to face the side. We're going to go into a goddess pose from here. Now turn your toes out towards the side. Bend your knees and drop your hips down a few inches. You can bring your arms to a goalpost position, or you can go ahead and keep your hands on your hips to create a little more stability, whatever you're more comfortable with. I really enjoy this pose for all of the benefits it can bring, including promoting breath flow throughout your body, strengthening your muscles in your legs and in your shoulders. Stay right in this position and just focus on your breath. Keep your spine long. Notice where the blood is flowing. We'll take one more breath here. Let it out. Bring your hands back to your hips if you had them up. Straighten your legs.
And step your feet together. You can go ahead and turn to face forward. And come back to mountain pose.
And take a breath in, breathe out, bring your hands to your hips, bend one knee and then the other, and then rotate your hips around just to bring us back to a neutral position, and then other direction. All right, back to mountain pose. And now we'll move into that series on the left side. So step your left foot forward, facing 12 o'clock. Right foot back at a 45-degree angle. Square your hips forward. Press your tailbone down towards your back heel, and then breathe in, reach your arms up. And we'll breathe here for 4 more breaths. And just notice the sensations that come with you breathing and putting your body into this shape. Notice where your attention goes as you follow your breath. It may go to one part of your body or another. Warrior 2, turn to the side. Step your right foot back slightly so that your left heel intersects the arch of your right foot. And take a big breath in. Breathe out. Focus on your front middle finger, your left middle finger. And notice if you're focused on your breath and your body, you can't focus on the 10 other things that your mind might have been thinking about. Take one more breath here. Bring your hands to your hips. Straighten your front leg, turn your foot to the side, left foot to the side, and then turn both feet out, again, goddess pose. And then bend your arms into goal pose if you feel stable enough. And focus on your breath. And we talked earlier about syncing our breath to our movement, being able to get in tune with our bodies. And when we breathe together, we actually get in tune with other people as well. And so imagine we're breathing together, we're moving together. And then what's possible beyond that? If we can move and breathe together, we can be in collective action together, and we can accomplish anything. And it's these powerful poses like this that act as an activator and a reminder of just how powerful we are. Take one more breath. Bring your hands to your hips, straighten your legs, turn your toes back to facing forward, and then bend your knees, step back together into a mountain pose. Take a big breath in, breathe out. Breathe in, reach your arms over your head. Breathe out, bring your palms together, fold forward. Flatten your back, breathe in. Breathe out, fold over. Breathe in, stand up, mountain pose. And then arms out in front of you, shoulder height, palms face down. Take a big breath in, breathe out. One more inhale here. And then lower all the way down, come down to your mat into a cross-legged position. And take a breath here.
Okay, we are going to take a seated spinal twist. One final twist. Take your right hand to your left knee. Take your left hand right behind you. Inhale to lengthen your spine and take your gaze over your left shoulder. If that's a little too intense, you can just simply look over to the side and still get all the benefits of this pose. Breathe deeply. One more inhale. Exhale takes you back to center. This time take your left hand to your right knee. Right hand behind you. Inhale to lengthen your spine and take your gaze over to the right. One more inhale. Exhale takes you back to center. And now we're going to end with left nostril breathing, which will help to actually calm our nervous system. Take your right thumb to your right nostril and breathe deeply in and out of your left nostril. And notice if this feels any different from the other side. Two more breaths, just like this. Last one. Release your thumb from your right nostril. Take a deep inhale breath. Exhale, sigh it out your mouth. Thank you so much for that practice. I hope you got some benefits from moving and breathing.
Thank you so much for joining us today. I would love to have you share in the chat just what you experienced, what you're feeling now. Really helpful, like I said, for us to share about what we experience so we can learn from each other about our own bodies. And you may have noticed that if you're not used to breathing so deeply, that you might have gotten lightheaded, and that's okay. This is a practice. It's a practice of getting to a place where we can receive more oxygen than we do when we're not breathing consciously. And the point is for you to discover what is there for you, what you experience in your body when you breathe, especially when you do it in challenging situations. And it's best to practice every day when you're not in the challenging situations so that you can remember that you have these tools. And Nia was sharing something with us about the power of the poses, and I'd love for you, Nia, to share about your experience with yoga and movement and breathing.
First of all, I was doing that practice with you all, and every posture is art. Like, you have my favorite postures. I was like, I love warrior postures, all of them. I feel powerful and the ability to hold them. But the breath, it wasn't until I started yoga that I recognized how healing breath is by itself.
Absolutely.
And so many times, like, I get in spaces where I'm like, even when I'm in physical pain and I'm like, okay, I don't have any aspirin. I don't know what to do. And I'm like, wait, I can send breath to that part of my body that is hurting, and I can ease that pain, and it works every time. It's like, oh, but it also, when I'm emotionally fatigued, and doing justice work, this session, these 60 days, I know that honoring my breath and taking the time to heal my spirit and my soul with breath is so important. And, we're going to have later on today, we're going to have Dr. Lauren Taberbaum talk about mental health and the myth of the strong Black woman, and the reality that, right? And the reality that so many of us navigate the cray and navigate all the spaces and the intersection of race and gender, and not always have access to healing spaces. But we have access to air and breath and water. And just doing the breathing, just doing a child's pose or a mountain pose or a warrior posture can start healing on the inside. And if every Black woman in this state, for one time during the day, spent 5 minutes concentrating on breath as healing, concentrating on one posture as healing, we start healing our community and our society in a very intentional way. And so I'm really grateful to the two of you for starting off today with breath work with posture, with rooting ourselves in the history and the spirituality of the land and the ground that we have. And, I adore you both. I always have, but I think I actually completely fell in love with you all this week.
Thank you,
Nia.
We feel the same way. We're really inspired by the work you're doing. And
thank you so
just
much.
want to remind everyone too of the power of breathing together. I think this is a perfect name for the session, collective breath. It's like in that power that we are able to strengthen each other.
That's right. That's right. Thank you all so much. And we are
Thank you for inviting us.
Thank you.
It's our pleasure.
Thank you. And we're going to get into this conference today. So, thank you all for tuning in. Get ready because we got some work to do. So hope you all are breathing. Hope you all are breathing together because we're going to be doing this work together. Namaste. I absolutely adore Candace and Kim, and I am so grateful to have spent time with them doing this breath work, doing the healing, because there's so much healing that we have to do as a community, especially as Black women. And we're going to get into what is coming up. Keerson, the session, how does a legislative session work in Alabama? How do laws get made and passed in Alabama? Is it the same kind of craze here?
That's a great question. It's crazy. Right now, we actually have an election coming up on May 24th. And I was just talking to somebody about the candidates, and it's crazy. I don't see many candidates that look like me, that kind of have the same beliefs as me. And it's a little disheartening because it's like, where are the people? I know they're there. But at the same time, it's like, we just have to get boots on the ground. We have to really build a solid foundation and back really good candidates. And so that's something that I'm very passionate about, and I'm involved in my community. So, it's a work in progress. It's Alabama. We're always the last to get on the train. So we're just taking it one step at a time. That's all we can do.
Well, I will tell you, Louisiana is in step with you because we feel like we have to cruise too. And, we are really lucky because you're right. There's not very many policymakers in Louisiana either that look like me. Even though Black women were the highest voting population in our state, we are, some of the, we're the highest working population in our state. But when you look at our legislative body and the makeup of our legislative body, there's a handful that look like me. Yeah. There's even a smaller handful that believe like me. And so it's like, you look around and you're like, okay. So when it comes to supporting policymakers and that are out there, putting themselves out there to bring a belief system, to introduce new thought, new paradigm, we got to get behind them. Yes. so that everybody knows they have an army. And we are so lucky this morning to be joined by one of those women. Representative Candace Newell, she represents District 99 here in New Orleans. And when I tell you, this Black woman has rocked with me since day one. I sent her a text one day and I was like, yo, you dope. I would love to talk to you about some stuff. And Candace, everyone knows about the Crown Act that's been going around. That got passed in the federal legislature. So woo!
Yes.
We'll celebrate that. And we all celebrate because, Representative Newell pushed that bill last session, and she pushed it from the perspective of the community. And she involved all of us in that process. And so it was an honor to testify when she introduced that bill and to our house and have other Black women and a lot of girls testify. And she did such a beautiful job presenting us to a legislative body that doesn't look like us. And I don't know if people really recognize how brave that work is. We don't see it because it's up in Baton Rouge, but it is brave work. And also doing brave work, I got 2 students from Loyola that are just dope. right? And I did a presentation at Loyola, and they like, we want to come work with you. And so they have been, so they were the two students that were at the legislature following the bills and doing this work. So we're going to have a really dope conversation with all three of them about what is going to happen. We're going to unlock this session. It happens over there. We got 60 days. 60 days in. You watch that show, Keerson?
Yes, I do. I'm a huge fan.
We are 60 days in and in Louisiana. And so we got to all be right in there with them. And so we are going to spend this next few minutes unlocking the Louisiana legislature.
Yes.
It's a party! Yes, the gang is all here.
Hey everyone.
Hey y'all.
Good morning, good morning, good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, I'm gonna introduce, but we're gonna get into it because Representative Newell, you are in it. You were in it on Monday. And so
Yes.
we go, like I said, we got 60 days in. And so we got 60 days to gird our loins.
I'm so glad you started with that yoga and breathing, because I'm gonna have to breathe a lot these next couple of months.
That's right. Because I think this is my favorite term right now. We got to get froggy right now. This is not the time to sit and chill, relax. Mardi Gras over.
Those days are over.
Those days are over. We got to get froggy. So, Representative Newell, can you represent District 99 here in New Orleans? But your space in the legislature, it's unique because they only a handful of y'all.
Yeah, when you and Keerson was talking, I started thinking it's 9 Black women total in the state legislature. It is 6 of us in the House of Representatives and 3 in the Senate. So we do operate in a very unique space. It's like, it's just us. And at times I feel like we have to speak for every Black woman in the state, because that's what happens to us. It's like we know all of us. We know all the Black people. We know everything about all the Black people, and we have to answer it. And I kind of do, because there's no, it's just so few of us. You have to be able to put out that representation for just about everyone.
That's right.
And it is, my colleagues understand one another because they're from the same areas. They have the same limited backgrounds, whereas we have to know ours and theirs. So it's unique, but I cherish every second of the work. Meeting them, knowing different parts of the state, and then Nia, meeting and working with you. We had met in passing some years before, getting the opportunity to work with you and to see our rising stars, Tyler and Jay, when they came up to the legislature. That was awesome to have them up there and meet them. But if I wasn't in this space, I would have never met these 2 awesome young people at Loyola representing us there.
That's right. That's right. And speaking of Jay and Tyler, I just want to say, these 2 students, when I tell you that we had you all invited me to speak at Loyola at a thing, and I was, speaking, y'all came out and you're like, we want to show up. And the projects that we do with them, honestly, we just kind of make them up on the fly. We still making them up on the fly. And it's because they're so eager to show up. They're so eager to bring people and other young people, other students across the state to support all the work that you all are doing, Candace. And so I also want to say and let the world know, we got dope policymakers that are doing the best they can to show up for you. And we got dope young people, Representative Newell, that are trying to make sure that y'all got what y'all need as support from across the state. So this is a balance. We're working together.
What y'all are doing in a community, that is the start to all of this. You may be sitting in my seats one day just with the work that you all have started now, being able to mobilize people, getting folks with, this together on an issue. That's the start. That's where it all starts. And just don't lose that spirit, because it's oftentimes where you like, it's not making a difference, to hell with it, I'm not putting any more of my energy, nobody appreciates it, don't. Breathe, sit back, take a mental health day and start all over again.
Yeah. That is such brilliant advice, especially now. Okay, we're going to get into it. Because most people, as you all three of you all know, especially Representative Newell, know that most people don't even know the session's happening. Most of, we don't show up to vote,
That part.
That part. So we're not showing up in Baton Rouge, and all of a sudden we wake up in August and we got a whole bunch of new laws that are happening. What is the most important thing that people need to understand about Louisiana legislative session?
First of all, it's open to the public. Anyone could come out. Our first week, we normally don't hear bills. That's when bills are read into the record, and then they're put in. They're assigned to certain committees. But this year, since we have so many bills, we did start hearing some of the most less controversial bills this week, outside of criminal justice on Thursday. That was something different. But anybody can come up. You can make a statement at any of the committees, as long as the statement pertains to the bill that is currently on the table. You can't go into the House and Governmental Affairs meeting and talk about the critical race theory issue. So you may have to make sure that what you're speaking of is being heard that day in committee. If you can't make it out, you can always email. You can email in your testimony, and you can ask someone on the committee to read your testimony on the record if you actually want your words to be heard and not just part of the record. Our sessions, they are very stressful. Although they might seem short, it's a lot, and they move really fast. It moves really fast. And I can tell you myself personally, if you contact me about a bill, tell me what it does. Don't tell me a number, because I don't know. It's I think we have about 800, and last time I looked at the board, it was 843 bills, which had been filed just on the House side. I want to say maybe 300 or 400 on the Senate side. So I'm not going to know a number. Just come and tell me what it does, and we can work on how we could try to stop it or make some changes to it. But the legislative session moves super fast, but it's open to everyone.
That is so real. And Jay and Tyler, as students, so Representative, she's in there every day. Like, when I tell you every day, like, I don't think y'all realize, like, she lives here, but then she be living in Baton Rouge too. And I'm trying to have dinner with my friend, and my friend's like, yeah, you want to get some lamb chops in Baton Rouge? We can, but that ain't, I'm working. But Tyler and Jay, as students and members of the community, as part of the people who are showing up, what do people need to know about? Okay, now we know we got to do that, but what does it practically look like for you all to show up for the session?
Yeah, I would say definitely know what committees you're going to. Just like Representative Newell said, you can't just show up to a random committee and try to voice your concern about a bill that isn't even on the table. That committee has nothing to pertain to it. So I know for me and Jay, it's like, okay, when we're tracking these pieces of legislation, we need to know where the bills are going to and who's hearing them. So that's how we're going to build around, our advocacy strategy. So it's like, definitely know where the bill's going, know who's hearing the bill at that time. And from there, look for those communal connections. Look for the people who look like you or who may be sympathetic to the people that look like you. And that's who you go for. That's who you reach out to. And that's where you start from.
I love that, Tyler.
Great.
Brilliant. Jay, what do young Black women need to know? You know what I'm saying? I want to be a part of this, but I've never done it. I don't know what it looks like. That's most of us. What do they need to know?
I think like the first step is just not being afraid that, don't be discouraged that nobody looks like you. We still have the right to be there, and we need to show up and be there. We don't need to be discouraged by those white faces that may be, the most people there. that's a white space, but we own a right to be there. And just, being prepared, staying research, and being able to be there, know who to contact, especially with what Representative Newell said, tell them what the bill is about, because I know we're just inundated with all these numbers and what everything is doing. So just kind of be pinpoint focused on what you're trying to do and just show up. That's just the biggest factor of it all.
That's so real. That is on the nose. Representative Newell, one of the things that people, when we talk about voter suppression, we're also talking about a suppression of civic engagement. The same ideas, the same reasons why people don't show up to vote, it's exacerbated when it comes to trying to get things passed, because people believe it's already done. They already know, like those ideas are in most people's head, especially Black folks, because we's tired and we've been oppressed a little bit. So we're just like, say white folks gonna do what they want to do and that's it. But how important is it? Like you said, come talk to me about the bill, and let me know. But how important is that? Because we hear that and but we don't believe it. How important is it for people to talk to the policymakers and let them know, nah, that ain't gonna fly for us, or yes, I really need that to happen?
It's very important, and when it's done, it's very impactful. I'm gonna give you 2 examples from this past session. There was a legislator that did not vote the way a significant amount of people in his in that district would have wanted them to vote. So what happened was there was some information that was sent out to that community, maybe 4 o'clock on a Tuesday evening. By noon Wednesday, his office had already received like 250 phone calls. And you know what? That vote Wednesday looked a little different than that vote on Tuesday. During this redistricting session, we had some young people that came up and they just took over the committee room, much like what Tyler and Jay did. But this was a larger committee room, and it was a dynamic group of young people. I mean, 14 to 17 high school, 17-year-old high schoolers. And they were in there, and they came out with some real powerful testimony. It was impactful. However, it didn't change the vote that was coming out. But the fact that they came in and put that information on the record was great, because we now have a record. Well, another thing people don't know about the legislative session is that it is basically a court record. It's not a document because it's not written, it's verbal testimony, but it is a court document. And anyone can challenge anything that is passed in the state legislature.
Say that one more time, Candace. Say that one more again.
That anyone can challenge it, meaning anybody can sue us. Any citizen can sue the legislature for a bill that was passed. And if the proper information is on the record, that's what you use as your support, as your court, your court documents when you go to challenge that. Because we are required to do our legislative duties, and if we are not, we can be sued for not doing it. So coming up, speaking, not just showing up, but saying why you support or why you don't support is very important.
I love that. Thank you so much for that. And that part, I don't think people know that's not that when we talk about the branches of government and the checks and balances that occur, right? There's, it's not just a legislative body. The governor can say, nah, that ain't, and
the governor can veto, and we can override his veto.
That's right.
But we try not to let that happen with our governor. And then Lord, that was another thing we had to teach my colleagues, is that you sustaining the governor's veto is not you making another decision on the bill. You've already voted your conscience or your community on the bill. Now is whether or not we're going to stand by our governor or we're going to leave him out there, flying in the wind. That's right. So it's a learning process for everyone, and our citizens are that fourth branch of government.
That's right.
The citizens are that fourth level of checks and balances, and y'all letting us know what it is you want and what you don't want. So citizens, the people are a lot more powerful than what they think. They just have to show up. They have to vote. And like I said Thursday, if the right to vote wasn't so important, there would not have been 325 bills filed across this country last session to suppress voting rights.
That's right.
It wouldn't have happened. And we wouldn't have bills this session in Louisiana attempting to suppress and limit the access to voting if it weren't important.
That's right.
All during redistricting, we're looking at how many Black people were in an area to create a minority majority district. However, the constant question was, what is the voting age population? Because it's looked at. So you might have 35,000 Black folks in this area, but they're looking at the fact that it's only 20,000 of them that's registered to vote. And that less than that actually votes. When I ran, my demographer was looking at different areas, showing me how to use the website. He looked on my block, and we was like, let's find the super voters on the block. I was the only super voter on the block, and I'm the youngest homeowner on the block.
Wow.
That's not good.
Candace.
That is not good.
Oh wow. I don't think people realize in Louisiana that races are won not by thousands of votes, but like you're getting your auntie, your cousin, and stuff in the car, saying, "Oh, what, 10 votes? Oh, I won!" Like so many of that happens.
It's that critical. You can either win by that much or you can lose by that much. I went into the runoff during my race. I could have won in the primary. Had 15 people come out and voted the first time, I would have won. It was a 1,400 gap between my opponent and I, but I missed 50% plus one by 15.
Wow. Wow.
So that
is not a rare thing.
And how important, very rare, but that is just how important each individual person is.
That's right.
Go and cast your vote. It makes that big of a difference.
That's real. Jay and Tyler, you all made the decision that you all want to show up. Like whatever you all were taught. And it balanced against everything that we're taught as Black community, as Black women about not showing up. And you all kind of broke through that and said, nah, we're going to show up and we're going to organize others to show up. How did you break past that wall? What was it that made you go from, everyone is telling Black folks, Black women that, this isn't all these things. What was the thing that you heard, felt, saw, or understood that made you be like, nah, I need to not just vote, but I need to show up? What was that?
Yeah, that one it's kind of hard, right? But I think, just taking everything I've learned and the love for my community and the love for my state that I have, it came to a point that it was like, okay, if not me, then who, right? Since we know that so many of us are taught to, kind of hold our heads down and move through the system as best as we can, support our community as best as we can from home, but don't put ourselves into a more risky situation where we're interacting with these powerful people in these different communities that don't know us, that don't know who we are as a people. And like I said, it just came to a point of, if it's not me, then who? If I'm not going to step up and be, that person that says we can do this, we can be safe, and we can make change, no one else is going to do it.
That's real. That's real. Jay, as a Black woman, because we got all the angles, we're at the names of the race and gender, so they're coming at us from all the angles.
All of it.
What was the thing that made you say, what, actually, nah, B, I'm gonna be here?
I mean, I just love Black people. I love Black women. So it was like, if I leave this these policy decisions to white men, I don't want to see what that's going to end up like. So if I want to be the change, if I want to see this type of change, I need to be that change. I need to show up and advocate. I need to put a face to the issue, because it's so easy just to think of, oh, well, Black people. No, you're going to see this Black face, this natural hair, and that I want a chronic, and that I want this, and that I want to see this. I'm not going to be forgotten. I'm not going to just stand on the side, because it's our time now, and it's our time to, to show up, come together, and let them know that we're here to stay.
Mm-hmm.
We are here to stay. Yes,
we are.
We are here to stay. Representative Newell, one thing that I think is also a mystified space for people is how a bill even becomes a law. I teach at Xavier, I teach women law and policy, and I tell my students, policy comes from ideas that people have about how people should interact and react with each other. Like, even when we were in committees, I was like, oh, you just sat at home. It was like, I just want to, people think that this is like, you have to be a brainiac and a genius to, come up with a bill. Nah, this is just
now, Black, you just got to come up with an idea or hear something or just be moved by some inspiration or some foolishness, because there's a lot of that going on. But what I've come up with is what I see in the community. And I was inspired by Congressman Richmond and Senator Booker. And it was shocking that it was two men that carried the Crown Act the first time on a federal level. But when I read it and listened to their testimonies, I was like, we need this here, because it's just another way to discriminate against our children. I had seen the news coverage, and I'm mad because I just lost that young man's name. The young man who had made it all the way to the finals in wrestling and had his locks cut off by the referee. We had the comments that Sheba Turks gets on her hair because of at work, and just seeing the women that I knew in the constant struggle, and just my own personal journey of wearing my hair. Now it's straightened, but I haven't had a relaxer. I think it's been 17 years since I had a relaxer. But you go outside and your hair is how you want it. And then here comes humidity. And just walking from the parking lot to the Capitol, it's like my hair looks a mess. But then it's like, but I can't sit in this space like this. But I have to pay homage to Judge White in 19 JDC in Baton Rouge. That was the first time I had ever seen a woman wear her hair in a natural state in that setting. She has the most beautiful silver locks I've ever seen before in my life. And she ruled that courtroom like no other. And I was like, if she can do it, I can do it. But at the time I was a student. But then I got to the legislature and I was like, you know what? No one could take this from me. You can't take away my law degree. You can't take away the fact that I am the state representative for District 99. You have to listen to me in this space. And I'm going to be as comfortable as I need to be, because the rest of this environment is not comfortable. So I need to find every level of comfort, because sometimes breathing helps, but sometimes it's not enough. And you need to be comfortable in every inch of your body. So it's just looking at what's going on nationally, what's going on in your community, which gives you the ideas of what type of legislation you're going to bring. Sometimes I carry bills for other people, but I'd have to do a lot of research on that person and that group before I agree to it. Because like they say, skin folk ain't kin folk. Right. So you got to kind of look at what it is that you're bringing. And then you introduce that bill, you get someone to draft the bill, you help work on drafting and research, you submit the bill, and it is just that, a bill. And if it comes from me, it's going to start on the House side, it's going to go through House committee. If it makes it off the floor, then it's introduced in Senate committee. and I would do the testifying in the Senate committee. And then a senator would carry that bill for me on the Senate side. If it by chance makes it off the Senate floor, then it goes up to the governor, and he's either going to sign it or he's going to veto it. And if he signs it, that's when it becomes act, whatever, and it's going to have a day when it's implemented as the new law in Louisiana. So that's just a long roundabout way as to what
perfect.
How it actually becomes a law.
That's perfect. No, that's absolutely perfect. I kind of want to break down those processes just a little bit, just to demystify those steps and how it happens. And so you bring the bill, it goes to the committee, and we have the committee hearing, right? Is that the first part?
Yes, that's hearing. Perfect. Mm-hmm.
Is that the first time that people can show up? And if so, how do they show up to say, like, I like this, or nah, actually, that's more oppressive? We were talking about some of those voter suppression bills that are there. How do we say, nah, I don't want that?
So yes and no, that's the first time you can show up. Yes, in committee, that's the first time you can come up and tell the committee, hey, we like this, or no, we don't. If you don't even want to make it that far, once the bills are public on the legislative website, that's legis.la.gov, legis.la.gov. When it's posted there, you can reach out to the author right then. Call the office, email the office, and say, hey, we like this. How can we support? Here's my testimony. Here's what happened to me. Or no, this is stupid. Don't bring it. So that's your first opportunity to weigh in and give your opinion on it once it's made public. But that is just a conversation between you and that legislator. If you want to create a record, you go to committee. When you go to committee, there's a witness table. There's the dais, and then there's a table. On the table, there are 3 cards. You have a green card, which you sign out for support. And you can fill it out to support the bill, and you can also fill out and speak in support on the bill. Then there's a red card that's in opposition to the bill that you could just fill out in opposition or opposition and speak. Then there's a white card if you just want to give factual information. You don't have an opinion as to whether you like it or not. I'm just offering information. That card is normally reserved for our staff, like our the staff attorneys, because even though they are employees of the house, they still have to put in the record that they're speaking. Gotcha. And they're only giving information. So that's how the proper way for you to present in committee as to whether or not you support or oppose the bill. That's the first step.
I appreciate it. Now, Jay and Tyler, y'all been up there testifying in committee, right? And, a lot of us, public speaking, I found out, I used to work at the zoo. I was a volunteer at the zoo, and I used to hold snakes. And I used to say, snakes is the second biggest fear of the world, right? The first biggest fear in the world is public speaking, right? And people are terrified of the idea of speaking in class. You know what I'm saying? Even attorneys, I don't think people know attorneys get scared to speak in front of court, in front of the judges. That's the thing. And so people are intimidated who do this for a living. So for a community, right, that doesn't do this, right? And people feel like they're not smart enough to go to committee. They don't have enough training to go to our legislature and talk to this legislative body. Can y'all let them know, like, what it's really like to testify in committee? Because it's not as people think. Can y'all let them know what it actually feels like to be there?
Yeah. Jay, you want to take this one first?
Sure. Thinking back to the last time that I testified, it was a very interesting committee meeting. So that gave me a little chuckle here and there before it was my time to testify. And it's just a great time to see what else is going on outside what was on your mind today to speak about. And then when I testified, for me, it was just, I had a mission today. I had a purpose, and I needed to meet that goal, and that was to testify about the Crown Act. And regardless of who was looking back at me or looked interested or not, I had my thoughts prepared. I was going to say it strongly, say it confidently, and pass it on to the next person. So yeah, what do you think, Tyler?
Yeah, like you said, that committee meeting was very interesting, but I think us showing up and being there and so many people being ready to testify is, in my opinion, what pushed it over, right? Because if we all remember, it made it out of that committee by one vote. One vote, and when we walked out, for a certain moment, I was like, damn, why didn't more people do this instead of, okay, I'm happy that we showed up and we're able to push it across that finish line in this way. And I think, all the people who testified, them showing up in their rawest form and putting their emotions and lived experiences out there is what carried it over. So, to everybody listening, to the people who are nervous about going to committee meetings because, they may not feel that they're the best educated or the best communicative on that, bring your lived experiences. You have value in that. And for my Black people, regardless of where we step into that legislature, we can have, the most degrees, the most accolades, we can be the most informed on that topic. We're still going to be looked at differently regardless, right? There's going to find some reason to belittle us. Push that to the side, know your mission, know why you're there, and advocate for you and your community.
That's right. That's right.
And it's perfect.
It is perfect. It's so perfect. It is so perfect.
And I must say, I still get jitters when I go up because it's no longer my colleagues. I know that I have Tyler and Jay looking at me. So that gives me jitters because I want to make sure that I'm getting over their ideas. I'm, informing the people of how the rest of the community. I'm speaking for 44,000 people. That gives me pause. My first session, I didn't say much in committee. That's hard to probably believe now, but I didn't say anything at all. And then I read something online and it said, the fools are quick to speak, but the wise man hesitates. Right there is when I stopped being silent in committee because I saw that is what was actually happening. People speaking out on stuff that is not the truth. It's just a strong belief and feeling. But we cannot create laws which are going to affect every citizen in this state based upon, oh, I didn't like it, or this how that's not how this goes. We have a United States Constitution and we have a Louisiana Constitution. So that's what I base my comments on. I listen to what you say and then I research. I have, people, hey, did you find a court case on this? Find me a court case on this because I speak from truth. So you can't question what I've said. And that gives me more confidence to not be as nervous. So if you're coming up there and even though your lived experience is an opinion, it's not a fact, it's your experience. And if you're coming with that and it's not just an opinion of how you think somebody should have felt in that experience, you should have all the comfort in the world to just sit there and not be rattled or not be bothered by anything anybody says. That people laugh when they don't understand. People laugh when they are uncomfortable. They shift when they aren't feeling that they're the most confident. But you hold on to yours because what you're speaking is your truth. It's not just an opinion, it's yours. And so I just want to share that because when Tyler and Jay, I expect to see y'all again this session.
Oh, they're going to be there.
Oh, I know.
We've already had them talk. So yes, they are. And they're bringing people with them. Representative Noble, what are the things that we have to pay attention to this session, right? And why is this session? Because this is a general session, It's not a fiscal session. That's why we got so many go-going bills. And so what do people need to pay attention to? We talk about, the bills that we like, we all want the Crown Act to pass, I know it's going to get passed this session. I got, the ancestors done told me we ain't going to be discriminated against our hair after August.
After this.
But it's easy to fall in love with the ones that feel good. But there's ones out there that don't feel good. There's ones out there that we're not recognizing how that's going to impact our lives in a good way. So what do we need to pay attention to this session when it comes to some of the bills that have been introduced?
Pay close attention to the Education Committee and Health and Welfare. There's several bills that have been brought back again with this critical race theory. Mm-hmm. We have some bills, the Don't Say Gay law. I haven't even tried to wrap my mind around that just yet. I need to be in my own space because first of all, I don't believe in limiting people's right to speech, freedom of speech. That's a constitutional right. And my colleagues, they only feel that right is one-sided. Mm-hmm. Like you could say what you want, but then you're offended when somebody else comes and tell you about what you said and how untruthful or how hurtful it is. So we have those types of bills. We have the transgender bill that's coming back. We do have some positive criminal justice reform that's coming out to help people, to help folks not have their license suspended for misdemeanors, because you have to pay the court fees, but if you can't go to work because you don't have a driver's license, how are you going to earn the money to pay the court fee? So we have those kinds of bills that's been introduced. We have this transportation money that's coming in from the federal government. We want to pay attention to how that is divided. There's another law about the centralized tax collection. We don't concern ourselves with centralized tax collection because that's not something that we do every day. However, that money affects us every day because Orleans Parish collects a significant amount of the state's collected sales tax revenue. Mm-hmm. And however, every parish or region has their own way for a business to send in their tax money. So you got Walmart in every different region, but you have 5 different ways as to how they can submit their taxes. So that discourages some businesses for coming into Louisiana. However, we want to have a bill that states how this money is, where this money is going, how it's going to be divvied up, and who's going to sit on the committee that oversees that process. That's the issue with that bill, and that's why I didn't. The constitutional amendment didn't pass last year because they gave us a bill that say, hey, this is what we're going to do. And then you say, how you going to do it? Oh, we don't know. We're going to figure that out later. No, my brother, that's not how that's going to work this time. So that's the kind of things we have to pay attention to. And that's the little bitty backroom kind of, I say backroom things because that's stuff that the public isn't paying attention to, but it does affect the state because we like, why we don't have this? Why don't we, what's that little gas station place everybody goes to and get they just opened up in Mississippi. People say they go and spend hundreds of dollars because they got all kind of food.
Buc-ee's maybe?
Buc-ee's. That's why we don't have a Buc-ee's in Louisiana because of these little small things that go on that regular citizens don't pay attention to, but they ask why we don't have a Buc-ee's. Why did it take so long for us to get a Dave and Buster? Because of these types of things that's going on in the state. So you have to pay attention to the not so sexy topics as well, so that you can have a better understanding as why other things aren't happening. The the child tax credits. I mean, early childhood education funding. Those are the types of things that we need to pay attention to, and that we need to reach out to our legislators to encourage them to support, because all of these things either encourage people to come to our state or to leave our state. And I'm tired of seeing young people like Tyler and Jay and their friends get educated here, and then they move to Texas, Florida, New York, because there are better opportunities. We need to keep that talent here. as I just lost her name, the young lady at the beginning segment, when she was saying about keeping people here, or what's going on in Alabama.
That's right, Keerson. That's right.
I'm sorry. That's the same thing that's happening here, is discouraging folks because we are last, because we have this backwards way of thinking here. So we have to pay attention to this legislation and reach out. It doesn't have to be your legislator. Whoever the author is, whoever sits on that committee, contact them. If you know somebody that lives in their district, contact them and say, hey, let this person know what's going on. So you have to pay attention to the not so things too, and weigh in on that, because it's the not so sexy that's holding the entire state back.
Ooh, that not so sexy, right? Like redistricting was not sexy, right? It's
not sexy at all, but redistricting, that process was where we could have gotten another minority majority Supreme Court seat. That is when we could have received another minority as a congressman to help sit on Congressman Carter in Washington. That is the process when we could have had 30 minority House seats. It's not sexy, but it's important. And whatever map is submitted in December, that is what we're going to operate with for the next 10 years. So that is why that is what's going to impact whether or not you give me some more help with some more Black women in the House. That is where you get more people that look like you in those committee rooms when you come to visit the Capitol. It's not the best, it's not the most comfortable topic to talk about, but it impacts every aspect of your life.
That's right.
New Orleans people, we worship our city council, but you need to pay attention to what we are doing in Baton Rouge, because that affects everything. The lights that you have in your house, the water that runs through your pipes, the roads you drive your car on, whether you could drive your car, how much the insurance is costing for you to drive that car, the gas that goes in that car. We legislate on every aspect of your life, even down to your hair.
You know what, Reginald, no, that is exactly right. Even down to our hair. Okay, I got one last question for each of you. There's so many people out there that I think have gotten informed and inspired in ways that, you know, I'm just really grateful to have this conversation, because it's like, it's this, the legislative session is this thing out there that we don't really pay attention, that we're scared to pay attention to. And I'm hoping that people have been inspired. But I just want to give one little I want to give that one little piece of testimony, like, you know, that made that, who was it, the committee chair that voted for the bill, that broke the tie?
Greg Miller.
You know, I want to, yes.
Representative Miller.
That's right. That's right. I want to give everyone that testimony that's going to break the tie. When they're in their heads, like, I don't know if I want to show up. Give them the thing that's going to be like, oh, you know what? Never mind. Here I am. I'm going to show up. Well, I'm going to start with you, Jay. You know, what is the thing that you're going to tell other Black women just like you that are sitting there right now like, nah, I can't go 60 days in? What are you going to tell them about joining us this session?
It's really a question of, do you want to spend 60 days showing up or a lifetime of not being shown? That's really the question. It's like, that's what you have to weigh your options. And is it worth not showing up and then having to deal with a lifetime of discrimination and not seeing that progress, not being represented? No. So make that little sacrifice, come down for a session or two and share your story. And it's just that. It's just that.
Love it. Thank you, Jay.
I love that.
I love it, right? I'm giving all the snaps on that, but like it's that choice. It's like, you know, am I going to sit here or are we going to sit over there? And I'd rather sit in committee with Representative Newell figuring some of this stuff out. Tyler, what are you telling students similarly situated? They's tired. They got exams, you know, because it's coming on y'all exam time. We about to graduate, you know, trying to find a job. I ain't got time for this. What do they need to know so they can make some time for this?
I feel like how I always approach it with other college students and just people in the community is that when we go to Baton Rouge, we are our little community. We're there supporting each other, working with each other, working with amazing people like Representative Candace. And there's some time for some fun and some kiki, but it's that communal support that pushes us to keep fighting for that work that we're doing. It's the people that come out and show up that help us to get things across the finish line. So it's like, just like Jay said, you're going to sacrifice 1 or 2 days out of these 60 days to show up and be with us and fight with us, or, we're going to experience a lifetime of discrimination.
That's
Yes.
right. That's right.
Right.
Representative Newell, like, what do people need? Because I want to just really stress, there are a handful of y'all up there, and y'all are literally like it is, you're fighting the life. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And we've got to equip, our Davids. We got to equip our Ruths. We got to equip you guys. What do you all need? For us, give us the push. You know what I'm saying? We there, but give us the push because your neighborhood didn't show up. You're the super vote. And so, what do they need to know to show up for you all this session?
If you can get there physically, that is great. If you can just flood the phones or the emails, that's great. And like I said, don't email me. You know where I stand on certain issues. Some issues you don't even have to question where I stand. It's the people that don't look like us, that don't come from the areas that we come from. We have one guy in the Senate, a white Democrat, who is representing a predominantly Black community. You don't have to email him. Email the people from Central Louisiana. Email some of the women that look exactly like you, but don't vote for your best interests. Email them, call their offices and let them know. That's what we need from you, because we have one vote. I can't vote their machine, but you can help change their minds about how they're going to vote their machine, either in committee or on the floor, because you can't speak on the floor, but your voices can be heard and change how they press that button. So we just need y'all to be engaged. It's one thing to vote. We need you to vote. We need you to constantly vote so you can put some better people in there that I work with. But at the same time, after the vote is over, come out to the community meetings. Just come out, because it's tiresome. It's hard. It's hard to be up there. But what gives me that extra push to motivate me to stay is when I'm in those 60 days, is when I have folks emailing me, thank you. This changed my life. Thank you. Or when they ask me, how can I help? I've had people, who on your committee do I need to contact? And I quickly tell them who to call. That's all we need. That, like I told you, that guy voted one way on a Tuesday. After them 250 calls by noon, his evening vote was a lot different. And that is what we need. Your voice is very impactful, whether they see your face or not. Your voices will be heard. And you cannot continuously agitate in the community, continue to fight and belittle people and talk down about them on Facebook and Twitter about what didn't happen when you never helped change the scenario. And that's what needs to happen. People need to stop sideline quarterbacking and get in the game.
Put me in, coach. Put me in. That's right.
You don't even need to ask to be put out. I'm telling you, get on the field. Come on.
I love it.
Because that's the only way that the outcome is going to change.
Right.
Is when more than the 9 women I serve with, more than the 20, what is 35 Black people? 29. More than the 29 Black people we have in the House are fighting. We need that collective voice from the community to reach out to our colleagues. Because if they're just listening to me on the floor, when I go and tell them, hey, I need you to vote for my Crown Act, and they start asking me different questions, when they start hearing from Tyler, from Jade, Unia, from other women of citizens, when they start hearing, oh, this is impactful. Oh, this is negatively impacting a larger group of people than I believe when they hear from more than just me.
That's right.
So that's what we need. We need more voices, and stop complaining if you're not gonna do anything.
That's right.
Don't come with a complaint if you didn't try to come with a solution.
And and that's a word. That's a word. You guys, thank you so much for this conversation. I'm so grateful that you all showed up for this conversation. You all gave us such wisdom and knowledge. Jay and Tyler, I'm so excited that we're going to be doing this thing again this session.
Yes.
You all know, if y'all really want to know what's going on and stuff, it's Jay and Tyler that are going to be my boots on the ground, along with the 13 women that are part of the fellowship. And so we've got a team. We got a team this session. So, we're happen, we're showing up, we're all in. We are all in. Thank you so, and also Representative Newell, thank you for showing up. Thank you for running. We ask Black women to run. We don't thank them when they win. Thank you for running. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for showing up unapologetically representing our issues, our thoughts, our feelings, and making sure that your colleagues understand our thoughts and our feelings and the reality of who we are. And just, thank you for the good fight.
I have one more quick thing. I got one more quick thing. When you ask folks to run, support them. We are not, we don't get the funding that some of our Republican and our white counterparts get. So we might have fundraisers and my colleague will get $1,000 check. I'll get a $250 check, but they do not price my campaign signs. They don't price my mail according to what I've collected. So the same 52 cents per piece of mail I have to pay is the same he have to pay. I just have a smaller budget. So when you get out there, help them. Volunteer to work. Help push out a work. $5, $10 donations, they go a long, long way. But you have to be able to help those people when you ask them to run, because campaigning is expensive. It is expensive. It's easily $100,000, depending on what media market you're in. So be ready to help them fundraise or volunteer. Give of yourself, because this is a long time. So like Jay, like you said, the 60 days, we'll take 2-3 days during campaign season. That goes a long, long way then, because you want to make sure you put somebody in place that is going to fight for you when them hard 60 days come.
That's right.
And how much are you willing to sacrifice of yourself to get somebody that's going to represent you?
That's right. That's right. Oh man. Okay. I got my yoga. I'm understanding the session. I'm really, this is a good morning. This is a good Saturday. Good way to start off right before Super Sunday. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah.
This is so good. Guys, thank you all so much for giving your time and yourselves once again on a Saturday. But you all, especially you, I hope you eat something good today. I hope you get some good rest so that you can be ready for Monday. But thank you guys so much for being here. And, we will see you in Baton Rouge.
Yes.
Yes. Go get our lamb chops.
Yes.
My treat. Keerson.
We're back.
Yeah, man. Like, that was such a good conversation. And I will say, be honest, Keerson, that is a conversation that I've been wanting to have for a long time. We have to, we have this, Louisiana session, like most sessions across the country are much longer. They actually run a couple of months. California, I believe it's 18 months. So 60 days for over 1,000 bills is a little bit insane.
They put in work. And I will say that session lit a fire under me. I was literally Googling like phone numbers and emails addresses to like my state representatives. I'm like, ooh, y'all done lit a fire under me. I'm ready to go. I'm ready.
I love it. And you know what? We are ready to go too. We had this the policy group that I was talking about, this new program, this fellowship class that we've been doing. It's 13 Black women-led and focused organizations from across the state that have been learning how to do digital organizing and programming and practicing, which has been kind of incredible. And so they are showing up this session too. So each one of them is going to do a day at the Capitol. Now, some of them are going to show up actually in the Capitol, and some of them are going to do a virtual day at the Capitol. But they're going to do it and organize their own people their own way. And so really, really excited to see a whole new breath of life of organizers and people in community that really weren't actively involved in the session before. This year are going to be much more actively involved. Jay and Tyler are going to be right there leading students as well. So, we should be a little bit of a force to reckon with this session.
Yeah.
Just saying. And, I want to say, we have, so Citizen She is one thing. We also have an organization called Citizen She United. And that's a 501c4 arm of the work that we do. And so when we talk about, policy, actually getting policy pushed, actually doing that piece, it's actually the Citizen She United team that does that work. And so it's really nice to see in this a little bit of the conversation around the organizing that what Citizen She does. But when it actually comes time to pushing the policies forward and supporting the policymakers, that's Citizen She United. And so, we got the whole crew. When you're Black women navigating, you can't just have one, because intersectionality is a thing. And so we have to have the 501c3, got to have a 501c4, and they have to work as sister organizations, pushing things from their branch.
Yes.
So excited. All right. So speaking of our fellowship class, we were able to record what we call TED Talks, Black Women TED Talks with each one of them. And so we're going to now hear one of our fellowship classmates, what her TED Talk is. So we're going to kick it over to Chantelle.
My name is Chantelle Reed. I am the captain of the crew of Harmonia, and I love Black women because Black women have just an amazingness that resonates wherever and whenever we walk in a room. I've had the privilege of working with many Black women, and whether they know you, whether they're not, meeting them on the streets, however, they're all aunties, sisters, and friends. And it gives you a kindred family spirit that it's unmatched when you're in the room with other Black women, especially those women in power. So that is absolutely why I love Black women. Today is a pretty interesting day for me because I'm coming off a very, very amazing high. That's like none other. I had the privilege of riding with 110 of my sisters. We got into a very different start, but we had the notion that we had to continue our sisterhood and we had to continue what were intending to do. We finished the parade in February of 2020, and we're hoping to satiate that in 2021. And of course, that didn't happen. Out of everything that did occur with some Black Lives Matter comments and a whole bunch of other different things, through that dust was like the true resiliency of women in general, Black women, Hispanic, LGBTQ, you name it. We got together and we decided that we wanted to continue things. And the culmination of that was last night. And it was true, fix your crown, let me adjust your wig, let me find your clothes, let me get you something to eat. It was truly all of us taking care of each other and just being one. One thing that resonated for me was I don't have to, be like anyone else. I don't have to aspire to be someone else. We can just be. And that was the beauty of it last night. We didn't care. We didn't care what anybody else was doing. We didn't care how anyone else was doing it. We just wanted to do our thing and do it the best way we could. And that speaks to who our crew is. That speaks to who I strive to be as a captain. And it really speaks to who I strive to be as a woman.
I went to that parade too. I was there. I was at the parade. I showed up. It was great. My daughters, they showed up, and it was actually really dope because when we did that filming, she brought us some of the beads from her parade, which were handmade and eco-friendly. So like, it's not just Black women doing the thing, but doing the thing the best, showing up the best way possible, which is the way we always do it. So that's dope. All right. So speaking of our fellowship class, not everybody got to be there on our media day for lots of reasons. Everyone, Black women move around and we do our thing. And so one of our fellowship members did not get to be there. And so Toure, and Toure is like really kind of phenomenal. I've been organizing and knowing her for quite some time. And she's she's been right there. And so I know she's like trying to do these tech stuff. Tech stuff has just been a thing for all of us, especially during COVID. COVID gave us, a little bit of, whew. So, as soon as she gets in here, we're going to hear from Toure. And then after that, we're going to have a little bit of a discussion with the ACLU on redistricting, because we hinted on it with Candace. But are you all doing redistricting too, Keerson?
Yes, it was actually a big deal locally. Basically, Hoover, Birmingham, they were trying to redistrict all the apartments to not go to Hoover High, but to go to a different high school. So that way Hoover High is only for the elites. And that's something that, the people actually were able to stop. Like, they were like, this is unacceptable. And I got to witness that firsthand because I used to work in property management. And I was just like, oh my gosh, like, it was a thing. Like, people were moving out. They were like, we don't know where we're going to put our children. So it's a crazy thing here too.
That's right.
Wild.
It's what, and one of the things that you said, that Candace said in this session, and you said in our detangling the vote that we premiered the Ones episode last night. One of the things you said is, if our vote didn't matter, they wouldn't work so hard to suppress it, right?
Yeah.
And redistricting is one of those ways that they're attempting to suppress the vote. We feel the impact here. Do you all feel that in Alabama as well?
Yes. So a couple of years ago in 2020, we had a special election, and Doug Jones won the Senate seat. And it was very much pushed by Black women. Black women were the main demographic that got him in that seat. And then when the 2021 election happened, there was so much redistricting and suppressing of votes that Doug Jones didn't win his reelection. Like, we saw somebody, our new senator, I won't say his name, but, he doesn't even know the 3 branches of the government. So it's wild. And it was disheartening. It was scary, but, it lit that fire back in me to get my friends out, to get my family out, to get people I don't know out to go vote, because we can't have this happen again. It's like, we took 1 step forward and then we got knocked back 3 steps. It's okay. We get back up. We get
back up. And speaking of get back up, Toure is here. I'm so excited to have this conversation with this woman. So we're going to bring her up, and we're going to have this little bit of a Black woman talk and a little bit of a TED talk too. Toure, you are muted, but you know what? I do the exact same thing. I come on things all the time, and I'm like, I'm silent, but I'm not.
Yes, good morning, good morning. I was listening to y'all. Yes, good morning. I've been on since listening to the YouTube and everything. It was amazing. I was on last night too, so
I saw that. So Ray does bar none by design. You know what I'm saying? Don't work. And I'm gonna let you tell them all what that is. But you've been commenting and right here this whole time. And so just want to tell you, thank you so much for showing up. And I think we're gonna get right into this conversation.
Yes, so, thank you.
Ray, tell us what Bar None by Design is.
So in short, we are a nonprofit organization, grassroots minded, that serves Black people who are incarcerated, formerly incarcerated. And so we work with 8 different elements of service, and a lot of the work that we do, we're here with Citizen She, with the exception that we work with youth as well as men. And so, but the key part is that it's only Black people.
That's
and you know, we use the term unapologetically, so I don't even use it anymore. That's just what it is. You know, our people are the highest targeted. They are the most incarcerated. You know, when we talk about literally, I'm always looking at statistics, and you know, this year, well, late last year, the stats came out to produce for this year around incarceration, and Black men are the highest incarcerated in this country, followed by Black women, and then Black children, and then white men. So we literally have an entire family incarcerated, and that's by design. And so that's even how we came up with our name, by design. We are in these situations, but by design, we will get ourselves out of it.
That's so real. And you know, when we talk about you know, a whole family incarcerated, I want to sit with that just for a half a second, because you know, I had never really thought about it that way. And you know, I'm a criminal defense attorney, and you know, I've gotten whole families out of jail. I've navigated whole families through the court system. And so when we talk about whole families in jail and you doing that work, what does that look like, Teray?
First, for me personally, it looks like a story that needs to be told. It looks like some of the work that we're doing right now, putting racism on trial. And, you know, one things I definitely, you know, I commend what the DA, our DA, Jason Williams, is doing with the Jim Crow laws. However, you know, for me, and for Bar None, the Jim Crow laws don't reach back to the people who actually served time during Jim Crow, right? So, which is kind of like an oxymoron. So, you have people who have literally been incarcerated 60 years, you know, and so we have one of our ambassadors who did 50 years flat, and so that I'll talk about later. And so, you know, it looks like that. It looks like racism. It looks like putting racism on trial, because there is absolutely no way for you to continue to target our people, to continue to have us going through this trauma, you know, to continue for us to have to say that we are targeted, you know, that we are directly impacted. I don't know, no Black person is not impacted by incarceration, right? And that is sad. You know, that is sad. You know, this should not be a coffee table conversation, but it is for us in our community every single day. Like, we cannot escape it. And so because it is, we have to make sure everybody is talking about it. So for me, it's not talking about it in a vacuum. It's not talking about it in silos. It is not trying to be resilient around it. It is not trying to say, oh, well, you know, we have to start compartmentalizing this. No, we have to deal with it head on. That's what it looks like.
That's right. I'm going to sit with that for a second. Teray, you know, you and I have talked quite a bit. I mean, one thing that I appreciated about you a lot was, I'm mispronouncing your name, Teray.
Teray.
Yes. I check myself, because, you know, I don't want to, I was called Niall for a while by a couple, and like, no, that's not my name. Yes. That's not the one my mama thought about.
Yes, it's so funny because I let certain people do that because I already know that you know me. So I'm like, because look, my first instinct is always because I had my dad in my head saying, "Don't mispronounce your name." And I remember when I was like 6, he wrote the pronunciation for my name and said, "You start telling them this how you
pronounce your name like this and sound it out wrong. So yes, I understand. Yes, but it's okay.
I love it. Thank you for the grace, but yes. I'm gonna accept the responsibility at the same time. Yes. One thing I really appreciate about you is that you really wanted this talk to happen, and you were willing to put in your own money. You're like, no, I want to make this happen, and so I'm really excited to give you the stage and give you the moment to tell the world what you need them to understand when we talk about an incarcerated family, incarcerated children, incarcerated community. And so I'm handing you the mic and giving you the space.
Thank you. All right, so in 1968, Jim and Jane Crow South, a 15-year-old Black boy was arrested in New Orleans for a crime he didn't commit. At age 16, he was tried by an all-white jury, not of his peers, and sentenced to death row in Angola Penitentiary by a white judge. In 1972, the Supreme Court ruled death penalty unconstitutional, and in 1973, he went from death row to life without the possibility of parole. Learning more about the law, he appealed to both the New York and New Orleans officers of the Innocence Project and was denied. He had all but given up. In 2011, Equal Justice Initiative, founded by Brian Stevenson Esquire, started taking on cases of juveniles that had been tried, convicted, and imprisoned as adults for life. And on October 2nd, 2017, August Gertown Williams left the newly named Louisiana State Prison for his Gertown community of New Orleans after having served 50 years of his life, losing his mama and 4 siblings. He was 65 years old. Ongoing trauma. Black people have been at war with and for this country since its conception. During the Vietnam War, many Black men were drafted into a fight that wasn't theirs, only to return hooked on heroin as a result of what they witnessed, were forced to do, and what was inflicted on them. Ongoing trauma. What was not expected was that Black mama would rise to the occasion, because the way that the Black family was set up, the Black man always conferred with his Black queen. So Black mama understood the assignment and held down her family, including her man, because she believed in the power of prayer, love, and family. So she held on to that for a while, holding on to them. But she didn't believe that anyone was holding on to her. Ongoing trauma. So the opportunity was seized by the powers that be to usher in crack and guns like a 2-for-2 McDonald's special. They played on her depression, desperation, and despair. Convinced her that crack would ease her stress and pain, yet only lead to her destruction, her family's demise, and the blatant disrespect of her community. And we, the village, began to shut our windows and our blinds, turn our heads and close our eyes as crack babies, the ones born addicted and the ones ran the streets with no love, guidance, or restrictions. Crack is a hell of addiction. While Black mama struggled to shake back, we the village, decided to keep minding our own business, and the system continues to commit genocide on Black people again. Ongoing trauma. So-called crack baby now has her own family, and out of her fear, pain, hurt, betrayal, sadness, abandonment, and yes, anger, she has coached her children that nobody better not tell y'all nothing, because if they do, she's going to release the crack in. No cap. And we react because we have forgotten the role we played, acknowledging only her rightful displayed anger, negating how we, the village, abandoned them when they needed us the most. And for that, I am sorry. We are sorry because they deserve an apology. Ongoing trauma. And so here we are in 2022, some together, too many divided. While amok continues to be run our people, they even got some of our skin folk on the hook. You know the saying. like the predominantly Black New Orleans charter schools that are still underfunded and under-resourced, where teachers are paid less than $50,000 a year versus the CEO's salary being upwards of $250,000 a year. No paid maternity leave for staff, and those who are truly invested in our children can't truly invest because they don't know if they'll be there the next minute, let alone the next school year. Leaving our children undereducated because of inconsistencies, preconceived notions, and dismissiveness. This is what push-out looks like. Not just suspensions and expulsions, but by teachers who don't look like them, refuse to embrace their differences, disregard their culture, and simply could care less. And since Louisiana incarcerates as young as 10 years old, Black children never stood a chance. Remember that 15-year-old boy who didn't do anything? To add insult to injury, Louisiana State Superintendent, pun intended, of Education not only said critical race theory won't be included in social studies standards, but that nothing in the standards could open the door for any form of indoctrination. They don't want white teachers having to explain to white children what their ancestors did to our ancestors and how they continue to reap the benefits. Yet State Representative Hodges can introduce House Bill 16 curriculum requiring instruction regarding World War II and the Holocaust for high school students and training for teachers relative to such instruction. Salt in the wound. But understand the truth lies in the fear that they have for our children learning who they are and whose they are and the why. And I'll bet my bottom dollar that there won't be a mention of our ancestors who were sacrificed in World War II and the Holocaust. Ongoing trauma. Schools used to be a place of refuge, of solace, the place where children met their first friend. Now for Black students, it prepares them for prison under the guise of college prep instead of embracing their culture, building character, and charging them with stepping into their greatness as it awaits them. Neil Weeks said, when We the People was written, we weren't the people. True indeed. And although we have come a long way, we still have a long way to go. Post Hurricanes Katrina and Rita, Louisiana has been the highest incarcerated state, and New Orleans the highest incarcerated city in the country per 100,000 per capita, with the exception of 2018, where we came in second to Oklahoma. And we also have the largest prison in the country, Louisiana State Penitentiary, aka Angola. I can't make this up. Now, it is our mission to move from intersectionality and cross over into connectedness, coming together and building cohesive community on an equitable foundation, equal footing, and just steps. Our language, our words will design a narrative that only speaks truth to life and light. We will not only stand on the shoulders of giants, we will lend our shoulders, raising them up while encouraging them to do the same. Once we realize that we've always and are the only ones with the cure for this epidemic, that they've continued to keep on us, traumatizing us, the sooner we will win. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm muted because I was sitting there listening, and sometimes, you close your mouth and open your ears. And I, my best friend is a juvenile defense attorney, and she's in Houston. And, the stories she tells about her babies, the reality is we don't treat Black kids like kids. They don't have the opportunity to, and not just like the practical stuff, but just dreaming and playing and just figuring life out. They don't get to do that because they're navigating the realities of life. And when you have a child navigating realities of life, they make choices because they don't have a whole lot of information to figure all these things out. And so, and then we incarcerate them for it.
Oh, yeah, I was just telling one of my colleagues yesterday, at about 6 years old, police sirens were going on behind us. They weren't stopping us, but they were just going off. And my son, who's now 14, said, the po-po behind us. And he was scared to death. Him and my daughter looking back at me. And right there, I was like, this is purity madness. Madness. And then last year, we had already teach my daughter how to drive. She's the oldest. She'll be 17 this year. And so she knows how to drive when she was 13. And I had to tell my son last year in tears, I said, the reason why we have not taught you how to drive, why I haven't taught you how to drive, is because I'm not afraid of what they're going to do. I can't control what they're going to do. I'm afraid of what I'm going to do if they touch you.
Ooh.
Because this is the reality, right? My baby is 5'10". He wears a size 38 pants and a 10.5 shoe. Yeah. He looks like a child. That's right. He behaves like a child. Like his comic book. He makes comic books. But they will pretend that he looks like an adult. That's right. And he's scary to them.
That's right. That's
just
right.
like they did to Mirrors. And this is disheartening. And as passionate as I am about my work, I'm angry. And I know the difference. I'm angry about it. I'm angry when I'm at the juvenile courthouse and I'm sitting with my good friend, Judge Candace, and having a talk about these steps or watching nothing but Black children coming for her. She's disgusted with it. Right. She's disgusted with the inadequate programming that's not in place for our children. She's disgusted with the fact that they're coming from school to prison because you are ill-equipped to deal with our children. You are refusing to deal with our children. That's right. You are making a conscious decision not to deal with our children. That's right. You know, and already in kindergarten, you prepping them for college. Let them be children. I don't understand it. You know, I have 25 years in the education system. And I can remember when I became an administrator. And they had been talking about indoctrination. So indoctrinated with them not talking at lunch. That was one of the first things that I stopped. Don't y'all talk when y'all eat dinner and lunch? That's right. We're not doing that. That's right. They can talk. You have to be losing your mind. You are literally so when people say the school of the school to prison pipeline, a lot of them are saying it. I need you to fully understand what is truly happening. Mm-hmm. Truly. And it's not even about uniforms. Some people say because they want you like the prison. This is beyond a uniform, right? Because I understand. When I was in high school, I didn't wear a uniform. But I understand why. Because when I was in high school, people were getting killed for their shoes. They're getting killed for their starter jackets. So I don't care about the uniform. That's right. That's right. I care about them having to not step on this tape or you're going to be suspended. That's right. I care about you telling them to be quiet while they're eating. I care about you already have a preconceived notion about who they are before they step in the classroom, as if it's impossible for you to teach them because they are Black. You signed up for this, not them. I have a problem with the fact that we are Eastern thinkers as people of African descent. So we ask why, and you ask what. It's not wrong, it's different. What get us batting them out? For us, why answers every question. It's the root. That's right. And you find disrespectful, and we say that's inquisitive. That's right. And so I have a problem with that because you refuse to embrace our differences. You automatically call them wrong. You're not calling them wrong out of fear. That's right. It's disrespect. Afraid of a child. A child. When did we start being afraid of our children? That's right. When historically It's always been for in a white community and other communities, when children act out, it's a sign of
something wrong. Yes.
But when our children act out, oh my God, they're animals. They have to be locked up.
That's right.
There are no Black children incarcerated in Orleans Parish Prison. I need everybody to understand that. Not a one. They're all Black children. There are no Asian children, Latino children, white children, and American. They're all 100% Black.
And there's nothing more wrong with our babies than anybody else's babies, except that our babies navigate through so much trauma. And they're doing the best that they can with what they got.
Period. From a baby. And we knew, Nia, growing up here, like you said, in New Orleans, where our culture runs deep, where it's a part of our DNA, right? Our children, you know, we used to be able to look around the neighborhood. I don't care how good or bad it was, and saw somebody that loved us. We could show up at our school in our neighborhood and knew that one of my teachers loved me.
That's right. That's right.
One of them.
That's right.
Our children have to look high and low for that.
For somebody to,
and not in the streets who owe nobody nothing, be wide open for that. And we keep forgetting that.
That's right.
You know, and they will grab a hold to our child and our children and use them on one side down, like my mama would say.
That's right.
And then spit them out. And not one time has anybody stopping and saying,
what the heck?
You know, no history, no backdrop, nothing about our children. They are our respect. If something is wrong with them, that means we dropped the ball.
That's something wrong. That's right. That's right. Toure, I could spend hours on this with you. No. I will spend hours on this with you. How about that? How about that? We go move on, because the next part of what we're doing today is building a new world, a new reality for them. So we're taking exactly what you said, and we're like, you're right. It's our job. It's our job to fix this. It's our job to build something new. And so, you know, that's what this is about. But I'm so glad that we have the opportunity to center the why, because even our ancestors built this for us.
That's right.
We are standing on a much stronger platform because of the work that they did.
That's right.
And so it's our job now to give our babies a much stronger platform.
That's right.
And it's a place where they can soar, and then they can create something and build something for the people that they love, that they're their descendants.
Yes. Yes.
Toure, thank you so much for this conversation.
Thank you.
I love you.
I'm
grateful to you too. And we got work to do, but we go.
Yes, that's right. That's right. I will see you on the panel in a little while.
Yes. Talk to you soon. Oh man. Sorry, Keerson. I you know, as a mama of four, it's just, you know, I've had conversations with my son, you know, fearful of community, both, you know, the reality of his peers and them living in trauma, and the reality of the people who are supposed to protect them, the police, not seeing him as a child or a human. And watching little Black kids cry and be in fear, and then have to put on armor to go face the world. It's a hard space.
Yeah. I always think about, you know, I have nieces and nephews, and, you know, the fear of them growing up and them just, you know, like I look at them as babies, my children, you know, like my world. And to think that someone out there looks at them as something intimidating and scary. They're babies, you know, you know, like I wish that our children were able to be seen as children.
Right. That's right.
And get to grow up in this world with the rose-colored glasses that other kids get to live until the harsh realities of being an adult. But, you know, it's sad.
It's sad. But this is why we're doing this work, and this is why this conference is happening. And and I'm excited about the next two panels because these are people that are, building a new paradigm when it comes to, we talked about school to prison pipeline. They have to have, attorneys. They have to have, people who are legally, inept to navigate, and also like culturally competent to navigate them through a space that is equitable, fair, and better. This next woman that we're going to bring up, Anaya Robinson. So Anaya is, when I met her, she was a student at Loyola Law, and for some reason she liked me as an organizer, and always was in my corner hyping up everything I did, and even nominated me for an award at Loyola. It was right there when I accepted that award, but also just she's an incredible organizer herself. And she's with the ACLU. You all saw the keynote that we did with Ayana Aber. I'm getting all my things mixed up. a lot of Odoms from the ACLU. You all saw that keynote that we did. Naya is right there with her, right by her side. And we talked to Candace about this redistricting work. So me and Anaya are going to give y'all a little 5-minute crash course in redistricting. And so, where you at, girl?
I'm right here.
There you are. Ooh. Oh, you can't win it today. I see you.
I had to do it. I had to do it on them.
You look incredible.
Thank you, my love. So do you.
Thank you. And I will say, what y'all are seeing on the outside, it's even much more beautiful on the inside. Because this woman, she knows what the people need, and she's got the brilliance and the promise to get us into a better space. So thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for being here. And let's get started. Okay. Yes. You all have been doing redistricting since redistricting was redistricting. Yes. Give us a crash course. What is redistricting, and why is that supposed to be sexy?
Yes. So before I get into it, so much love and gratitude to Nia, Michaela, Rebecca, all the folks at Citizen She, the other presenters. I'm just so happy to be here. So basically, we're just going to talk about redistricting. If you're an expert, that's great. If you've never heard the word before, that's great too. It's a really inaccessible process. So our goal is to try and break it down in about 5 minutes.
There we go.
Okay. One of the most common things I hear is, I feel like my lawmakers don't care about me, or they don't have my community's interests at heart, or I feel like I have to vote for the lesser of two evils. If I could count, and if I had $1 for all the times I heard that, I would be able to pay off my law school loan, y'all, I promise. So, basically, redistricting is the key to all of those feelings. So it's the process of redrawing legislative districts based on population changes, and it happens every 10 years. So it's really based on the idea that as your neighborhood and community change, your district needs to be updated to reflect those changes. And when I say districts, I mean it's the area within which residents vote to elect their representatives, all the way from Congress, the people who are in DC, all the way down to your city council. Now, the reason that this is so important is because the quality of your representation, the policies that your government enacts, and who you're ultimately able to vote for, it's affected by those district boundaries, along with which political party is likely to win your district and which party is likely to win control of your state legislature. All of that is affected by what district you live in.
I love it. One thing I like to explain is they be drawing a bunch of squiggly lines too. That's what they've been doing. That's what you've explained. It's the way it's supposed to happen and the way it's supposed to be. But what they be doing is they be like, oh, okay, let's find a loophole to make sure that votes are diluted, and you get representation that don't look like you, that don't believe like you, that don't understand who the heck you are because they live over there actually, and you live over here. Why do we need to pay attention to redistricting in Louisiana, and where are we in the process right now for redistricting?
So basically, the reason that we need to care about this, and before I even get into that, I'll say that what you just described, this redistricting process, we know that it's been misused at times to weaken communities' political power. That is called gerrymandering. So redistricting is okay. We have to do it because it's in the Constitution. Right. Gerrymandering is when politicians try and muck up the redistricting process to choose their voters, which is not the way it's supposed to be. So I just wanted to separate those two things.
Thank you.
Now, why does this matter? It affects our organizing potential. So let's just think of a community that is super tight-knit, super close. Your kids are being watched by your neighbors. They got your back. Like, everybody's super tight-knit. If we drew a map that had districts where that tight-knit community was spread across many different districts, you can see how hard it would be for those folks to have a big say in who was elected to represent them. And it would also be hard to raise concerns collectively and organize and make demands, because those folks all have different representatives because they're all in different districts.
That's right.
And so that's really why I go on and on about redistricting, because it literally affects our potential to organize as Black people, and particularly as Black women, because we know that we are the voting bloc for our community.
We show up. She be showing up. That's one of our things. She shows up. Okay, so we know that we are in redistricting. This is the 10th year. You know what I'm saying? We in it. We had the conversation that there was a whole session. We talked about that with Candace earlier. There's a whole session. There were some incredible people that organized. She even talked about a group of 14 to 17-year-olds that showed up. And we're like, nah, B, we ain't going to have gerrymandering happen. And so appreciated that. And then we talked about that they drew a map. They drew a map. And and the governor said, nah, B, that map ain't fair, and vetoed that map. Okay, so now where are we? So you vetoed the map, so we don't have a map? Is that what it is?
So we're trying to figure out which map it's going to be. So yes, last month we had what's called a special session. And I actually worked with those 14 to 17-year-olds to prep them to get ready to testify. And they truly are such a dynamic group of students. And I just have so much love and gratitude for how they really owned that stage and that table. And they were not deterred, even when they quite frankly got some pretty antagonistic responses from the people who are supposed to be our role models.
Yeah.
So anyway, at the end of that session, the congressional map that only included one majority minority district, that was the map that the governor vetoed. And so where we are right now with that congressional map is we're kind of in the process of seeing if the legislature, which is overwhelmingly Republican, if they are going to try and override his veto. Now, in order to do that, they need 2/3 vote in both the House and the Senate, which is a very, very, very high mark for them to reach. They tried to override his veto on some other stuff last year, and they fell short. So we'll see what happens with this congressional map. If they aren't able to override his veto, or if they don't try, then we will have a map that has 2 majority minority districts, which it's our coalition's view that that is what defines adequate representation for Black people in this state.
Thank you so much for that. I will say this, all this gets confusing for a lot of folks, especially those of us that like even do this work. We be sitting in the meetings like, you understand what that means? I don't understand what that means. And so I appreciate, just people just really getting an understanding of what redistricting is, why gerrymandering is a thing, understanding the difference between redistricting and gerrymandering, and what we're trying to do and where we are in this process in Louisiana. And I'm sure they can contact ACLU to get more information. There's a lot of coalitions and organizations across the state that are, trying to push for the most fair map for the entire state. I want to also reemphasize, we're not saying that it just has to be, one-sided. It's just trying to make sure that it's fair for everybody, so that everybody's voice can be heard, everybody can be represented in government, so that we can have the best laws, bills passed for our lives.
Yes.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And I will see you in a little bit because you are on our next panel. So we're gonna step away from this and then go into the next space. So thank you, Anaya, and I will see you on the other side.
Thank you, dear.
So now we understand a little bit more of what we're actually talking about when we talk about these crazy maps. Everyone's talking about it, but really understanding exactly what it is and how it impacts us can be a little bit of a challenge.
Yes, it was like connecting a map. When she was explaining things, I was like, this goes here, and it goes all here,
Yep, that's right. That's exactly right. So, Keerson, one of the things, we were talking about, we have a credible production team, 4910 Rosalie Productions is being, all this graphic stuff, all the videos, that's been great. And we also have, I have a couple of people on my team that have been rocking behind the scenes. If y'all see me looking down at my phone a little bit, it's because I'm texting them and they are on it, okay? And they've been on it and rocking with me for a while. So I graduated from Loyola Law School in 2010. And Loyola has been really nicely embedded in my corner throughout my postgraduate career. Well, they fed me when I was in law school and fed my children. So shout out to Dunbars for some dumb cuisine as I was studying constitutional law. And the Loyola's been in my corner, and every year they pay for me to have a law clerk. They give me, some coins, and they let me have, a student come work with me. I intentionally asked for Black women, and I interview and I find incredible Black women that I know. Touray, Dunbar's is closed. Unfortunately, that's an incredible restaurant. They've been great, but they pay for me to have a law student. And every year, I find a dope Black woman because of the work that we do. And the reality is that Black women as lawyers aren't really encouraged to do this kind of work. That we're taught that we're supposed to be corporate attorneys and we're supposed to move, within a certain box in order to be considered successful, and leave justice organizing and radical lawyering to people that don't look like us because they have the better resources and whatever, and that's not the box we're supposed to fit in. And I've tried to, bring in some dope Black women. So this year, not this year, for the past 3 years, I've had an incredible woman, Michaela Graves, who has literally rocked by my side. In every way, shape, or form. If you all have known Citizen Chief for the past 3 years, you've probably gotten an email from Michaela, seen her do some stuff. She also brought in two of her friends, Rebecca and Chanel. Rebecca and Chanel have been doing dope projects with me for quite some time, really special projects. And then we've got Joy. This is about to be just a really incredible panel of Black women who are lawyers, Black women who are law students, and what's it mean and what does it look like for us to, be trained to get into good trouble, and then continue to be in good trouble. But I also just want to say so much gratitude for them being in the background of so much work that we have been doing, especially this conference. Just really grateful to you all, and we get to talk to them in just a sec.
Yes.
whole team is here. Ah! Good morning, everybody. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna take. Let me find my phone because I gotta take a picture of this. Someone had called the work that they were doing melanated dopeness. This is some melanated dopeness right here. And y'all know I'm just gonna be right here. Bam, bam, bam. Y'all look incredible. So we are going to get into this dope conversation about radical lawyering, right? And getting into good trouble. But first, I want you guys to do we're doing a quick round table just so everyone can know who's sitting at this table. And I will say, this is a table that we built for ourselves. So, I mean, it ain't no, let me find a seat at the table. No, this our table. We done built this table, and we sitting right here. So who is here? I'm going to start, Michaela, I'm going to start with you. And actually, I'm going to have you introduce everybody else because Michaela has been my right hand for a long time. And she thinks she's cute with her little hairstyle, So, Michaela, tell them who you are and introduce everybody to everybody.
Okay, so my name is Michaela Graves. I'm originally from Omaha, Nebraska. Moved to New Orleans for law school. And shortly after I started law school, ended up working with Nia. And here we are 3 years later. Like she said, I'm her right hand. We do everything together. We've developed such a friendship outside of the work that we do. Nia gave me the opportunity to bring on some of my closest friends to do some of the work that we do. So Chanel Johnson, also a third-year law student at Loyola, will be graduating in 60-something days. And so Chanel does most of our writing, all of the law review articles, pretty much any information you see coming out from Citizen She is coming from Chanel. She's very talented and gifted in that way. I think Rebecca is having internet issues, but Rebecca is one of my best friends here. Rebecca is originally from St. Louis, also a third-year law student. She does everything. I mean, she is my right hand as I'm Nia's. And we do everything together. And then we have Anaya Robinson. We met, she was just on the last panel, but we met sometime last year while we were doing some work around the Crown Act. And she's been a great friend, mentor, and partner in a lot of work that we do. And she's with the ACLU. And Joy Lynn is one of our incredible fellows that we have with our Strengthening Our Roots Fellowship. She is a Black woman attorney. She is also co-founder of Dandelion and Moss. And then we have Tuare, who's incredible. She's also one of our fellows with the Strengthening Our Roots Fellowship. And she runs Bar None.
Thank you so much, Michaela. I appreciate that, y'all. So let's get into this conversation. And, Tuare, I'm really grateful to have you on this panel, too, because one of the things is, as attorneys, we're the ones in the background, actually. To be a civil rights attorney, you are not shining. It is not you. It is we. You always have a client, and our client is the community, right? And so, we look to you all to guide us and check us. So I'm so excited to have you on this panel as well.
Yes.
Okay, so let's define radical lawyer, right? Because everyone, we hear it, whatever. But to you, what is radical lawyer? Who wants to start? Joy Lynn, I'm gonna kick it to you. What is, because you're doing some radical lawyer stuff.
I was gonna fix my hair. So radical lawyering to me is exactly what you said. Radical lawyering is to decenter yourself as the attorney, which despite what they teach you in law school is exactly what you're supposed to do. Mm-hmm. It's more listening than it is speaking. And very important, I think radical lawyering is also knowing not to speak. We as lawyers, we have all the words, we have all the arguments, but some of the best advice I got is knowing when to shut up. Because sometimes it'll move just fine without you. And it'll move exactly where you need it to move. And it's also about the radical part about the lawyering as well is empowering the people that you're serving. And I think the big emphasis should be on serving. Radical lawyering is a serving position. I come from a family of nurses. My mom's a nurse practitioner. So when I went into lawyering, I'm like, I am here to serve you. There is bedside manner in a way that there's not when you're just lawyering. There is, they talk about rapport, but when I think of rapport, I think of getting to know not my case, but it's a client. There's a person. There's not just a number. There's not just a wrong. There is a person who is wronged. There is a person who was wronged, and there is a person who is seeking justice in the actual sense, not what you're going to find in those books that they make you carry around for 3 years. And then the radical part of that is knowing how your client and your community defines justice. That's where you have to start with radical lawyering.
That part, because community has to define it, not us. Community is the one that's got to define it. Chanelle and Michaela, as future radical lawyers, because y'all about to graduate and pass the bar, because I need y'all to pass the bar, so get ready for the worst summer of your life. But moving forward, what does it take to encourage Black women law students, right? Because we hear about people who have been radical lawyers that are white and working for traditional organizations. And we hear about even Black men, everyone knows, the lawyers that were there. We don't hear about the Black women lawyers that are radical. How do we radicalize Black women law students? What does that look like?
I feel like just the experience itself in law school will kind of radicalize you. Recognizing that it wasn't created for us, and not feeling seen or feeling like anybody hears us, or that we had a space to learn. And as we kind of sat through classes, you learn this perfect world law, how things should be. But we would quickly recognize and point out in a lot of our classes that that's not the way things actually work. So when things happen how they happen, how do we handle that? So going through 3 years of that will quickly, make you want to be radical. And there was something that Judge Harris said in the episode last night of Detangling the South, that it's not about being radical, it's about, being right.
Yes.
And doing what's right. And that really stuck with me. And, also being a part of the communities that are heavily impacted by the laws that are around us, knowing that we need to take a back seat and let the impacted communities guide us.
That's real. Chanelle, I don't know if anyone really knows. If you all have read any of our law review articles, and Chanelle can bang that mess out. Y'all all know how hard it is to write law review articles. Chanelle can bang that out in like 6 in a week. It's kind of, and brilliantly. Chanelle, and you are able to take an idea, an issue, do the research, and then put the words behind it that make sense and make the argument from community's perspective, right? What does it take for you to write like that? To take legalese, which we all know don't make sense to us. Mm-hmm. Just so y'all know, we struggle with them words too. And so, how do you take those words that everybody is confused by, Chanelle, and put it in the context that explains what community is going through in a way that they understand?
Kind of going back to what Michaela was saying, just being in these settings that's not really built for us. They teach you about the reasonable person standard, but it's the reasonable older white male. So when I kind of take control of that narrative myself and put myself in the mindset, okay, how would I approach this situation? It's easy for me to take a legal issue and kind of just, once I get an idea about it, go off and see how I would approach it. And a lot of the times, it's difficult for us as law students to be in these settings because we feel like everything is not really geared towards us, or for us to be able to have an experience to really express ourselves. But Ray was saying, for us, it's about the why. And so when I operate from that place, it just allows me to really inform my writing and inform my speech.
That's right. I appreciate that, Chanel. And I appreciate every word you write. Trust me, I appreciate all of it. And now you work in a more of a traditional space. The ACLU is a justice organization, but it's more of a traditional space. What is it like? How do Black women attorneys break in to spaces? Because most of the time when we see these justice organizations, they're white led and they're white focused. You're at an organization that is actually being led by a Black woman, which is rare. You have a lot of Black women attorneys that are there, which is rare. What is it like, to break into these spaces and be a part of spaces? And what's necessary to flood justice work with justice attorneys that look like people who are experiencing the injustice?
Yeah. First off, I'm so happy to be here. I went into law school. I too graduated from Loyola Law. I went into law school knowing that I wanted to practice movement lawyering. And so that really has informed the way that I practice as an attorney. And before that, I was an organizer working with farmers. And, one of my sheroes, Ella Baker, she would always ask people, who are your people? And in law school, you really have to find your people, whether that means joining a progressive student org or doing clinic. I worked on fair housing when I was in clinic, or joining community groups, speaking truth to power. You have to find the courage to do it, even if you're alone. And the other thing too, and this is one of the reasons why I really respect my ED, Alana Odoms, is that she brings people with her, and she's showed that in her leadership. And I have tried to do the same thing as well. When I was in law school, I was on the National Advisory Committee for Equal Justice Works, and I was the co-chair for 2 years. And the first time that we hosted a conference that I went to, it was me and some other Black law students, and they were talking with me about how expensive it was for them to get to the conference. We don't often talk about how one of the reasons a lot of Black women in particular aren't able to do this type of lawyering is because it's so damn expensive.
That's right.
I mean, you're going to be about 6 figures in debt for a job that's only going to pay you, what, $50K a year? I mean, not a lot of people who come from poor, underserved communities are able to afford that. And so that's why a lot of times people who do this work don't often look like the clients they represent. Let's just be honest about that.
It's true.
And so I brought that up to the organization's leadership, and they decided to launch diversity scholarships, particularly for students of color, to offset the cost of attendance. And so I guess what I would say is that, you have to take advantage of opportunities. And when you are blessed enough to get in the door, you cannot leave people behind.
I appreciate that so much. And I appreciate you talking about them coins, because my kids are still asking me when I'm going to be a real lawyer, because I think they thought that we were going through law school and we were going to be making bank. And they're like, oh, are we still broke? Yeah. And we're probably more broke, doing this work. But it's great. Ray. Sorry. That broke piece is real. I got my insulin pump going on.
I'm out the base.
I gotta do that too. Ray, how important is it, doing work within community, and all the places and all the things that we talked about, a little while ago? How important is it for the attorneys that are navigating in this space to understand, not just be like, I get it. I know what it's like.
Yeah.
No, to believe this and live this with you all.
Oh, Lord. So I proudly serve with Anaya, who's the president of the Black Law Student Association at Tulane University, and with Joy, who's the president of Loyola Black Student. Oh my God, I love them so much. And when we meet as much as possible because what they got going on. And they'll call, we check on each other. But what I love about them is that they're so open to this work, to understanding. And so, Anaya, we about to start using this word movement law. And so they, when we are talking about movement law or revolutionary lawyers, you know, when I finished talking, Anaya said, I should have recorded that. We need that, you know, and it's so funny because I never record, I never think, because we're just in the moment, because I'm always wanting to, and they came with the fire already. I just don't want their fire to go out. So always reminding them that, listen, we have to think grassroots always. You are in service to the people. You know, this is, going back to what Jordan said, this is a job of service. You are in service to them, you know, and remember, you are them. You are them. You are the people. You know what I mean? Right. So just because we have all these initials behind our name, in front of our name, you still the people. So how would you want somebody to show up for you? You know, and so that's how you show up for them every single time. You know, I remember years ago in the 90s, it was a very small group of us that were these young revolutionaries in New Orleans, and we were doing the Know Your Rights stuff back then, and we were passing out papers, and we blew up these big posters, and we're putting them around the city, and we could not get a lawyer to sign off on that to save our lives. And Chokwe Lumumba came to New Orleans. We were on a panel for the Angola 3, which all of us were a part of the Angola 3 coalition, and Bobby King was home at the time. Robert King was the first one to come home. And he told him about what we were doing. And he was just without a thought, oh, I'll sign it. And so I was like, well, you're not going to, he's, oh, I'm licensed to practice everywhere. And I was like, what? You can do that? Like, yeah. You know, and of course, you know the story, you know, of course, they took it all from him, you know, whatever, but that didn't stop his legal advice. But, you know, and it kind of goes back to what Anaya was saying too, about, you know, making it hard for Black people, especially Black women, to do this work. And in my eyes, like I typed in, you know, is by design. That's what, like, I've always went back and forth about Nia and I had this conversation about going back and forth about being a lawyer, not being a lawyer, not being a lawyer, going back and forth about it, because I'm always saying, I'm gonna be broke. I'm gonna be broke because I'm gonna represent everybody for free. I ain't gonna have to charge nobody. I'm just not gonna be able to do it. I'm gonna have to start doing some accident cases on the side as a hustle, and you know, to make some money, because I already know, you know, how I'm gonna be out here in these streets with my people, you know. Right. And that's how we really feel, especially being Black. When I say different from our brothers, especially being Black women, because we birthed this world, right? And so we feel it's our responsibility. We gotta, like, and you ain't taking no more of our babies, no more of our men, no more of our sisters, no more of our mamas, hands off, you know. And so again, we have to, when we show up in courtrooms, you know, like Angel, like Nandi, like Nia, we have to show up with our people in mind and putting ourselves in their positions first. So that's absolutely my advice.
That's so real. And I'm going to ask y'all, because y'all put some dope stuff in this little private chat. I need y'all to put that in the comments, because that stuff is real. Because when Naya said she got a client that pays her in fresh fruit, I can't tell y'all the creative ways that clients pay me to make sure, you know what I'm saying? And I take it. Because, you know, that's what they got. And the things that they're going through, they need to be heard. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, if you want to buy lunch, you know, great. If you want to bring me, you know, pork chop sandwich, I'll eat it. You know what I'm saying? I had a client, well, we're not going to talk about what that client paid. But, like, when I say that, because it's their own private stuff. But clients come up with, because they value something, they don't value what we do. They just don't have the tens of thousands of dollars to pay us, and we recognize that, you know what, that's enough. And so it was funny, you know, with Toure, when you said that you'll take a personal injury case or two, Anaya, Joylyn, Pepper about to come up here, you know, we will tell you, when they talk about strategizing on how to, you know, find, because economic inequity, you know, it's a real thing. And, you know, we got to find, you know, all kinds of ways to find, you know, make our ends meet, because, you know, we got to eat too. And so, but we can't eat. Y'all keep hearing my insulin pump go off. I apologize for that. But, you know, we've got to eat too. But like our clients, it should be off their backs. And we recognize that. You know, and that's the reality that our clients navigate the same stuff that everybody else does. You know, they're navigating employment discrimination and those, you know, land issues, tax issues. So they have the same issues as communities that are not, you know, disenfranchised. But they've got other issues too. And we got to think about how to navigate them through that craziness. Anaya, like what kind of issues, you know, do our clients navigate with? I'm asking this as a layperson. What kind of issues do your clients navigate that are outside the usual realm of what people navigate when they're looking for an attorney?
You can go first, Naya.
Oh God. I mean, like everything. I mean, it's, you know, like the story I posted in the chat. I was working with a farmer. I come from a family of farmers. It's what I'm passionate about. You know, there was just like a very plain and open view, you know, fight to basically steal this Black man's land from him, like the land that had been in his family for like generations. And so, you know, he at the time, he was like, look, I can't pay you in money. I'm just grateful that you're even like taking the time to listen to me, but I can give you satsumas and molasses every month. And so for every single month that I was working with this man, he would just leave bags of fruit by my door. And there were times, you know, he didn't have much resources. I was driving him back and forth between the negotiations with the institutions. I mean, it really was a relationship where I guess like typical lawyers would think like, oh, like maybe you're kind of doing too much as his attorney. But that's the reality, you know, like our clients, when they come to us, wanting us to work with them, because as a movement lawyer, it's not you speaking for your clients or advocating for your clients, it's you working with them. And as Joy Lynn said, you also empowering them. It's not just them coming to you with this discrete one legal issue that they need help with. It is also, look, I got kids. Who's going to take care of my kids and watch my kids while we go to court? I don't have a car to get to court. I got eviction notices at my door. Like it is so much. And one of the other things that I would say as a movement lawyer, in addition to empowering your clients and really seeing them as partners in this work, is recognizing that they are full people and seeing them as full people and not just as a client or an issue that you've taken on.
You know, I will say, you know, Anaya, like that, I appreciate all of that so much. And I often say what is right, what is just, what is fair, what is legally available, what the Constitution says, none of that plays in the same sandbox. And, you know, we recognize how unfair this is. And intrinsically, it is heartbreaking navigating our clients through a space that was never meant for them, that we know the outcome is going to be harmful and injurious. And most of the times, we are trying to make the least injurious outcome happen. And I think oftentimes clients, especially our clients, don't know that we feel hurt with them. That we are navigating through a system, and so we have to show up in this system a certain way to make sure that they're getting the least damage possible, so it looks a little bit like we're, navigating. But the heartbreak when injustice happens blatantly, the heartbreak that whenever what clients have defined as justice happens, but we know it's still not justice. I really want the world to understand that as movement lawyers, as Black women movement lawyers, we sit with our clients' pain. We sit with we navigate the same pain. We're just because we have a JD does not mean all the crap that's happening to our people is not happening to us too. And so I really want you guys to kind of highlight what it feels like navigating our people through a system that is not theirs. Anybody want to take that?
I want to jump in really quickly. You made me think about something you did, and well as Anaya. It literally, the visual popped in my head, and I started welling up. I think about that picture of Cardell Bear Hayes, who was arrested, incarcerated for killing the Saints player, and there's a picture that somebody took, and they sent it to John Fuller, who's a really good friend of mine, attorney here in New Orleans, after the trial, and Fuller is just laid back in a seat, like it took everything out of him. You know what I mean? And Cardell was just like in shock, but you could see Fuller was drained. And when I saw the picture, I texted him and I said, I'm sending you a hug, and he said, I needed that, sis, and I think about the way that Black lawyers like him, like you all, show up. I think about when Black lawyers say, you know what? I'm so sick and tired of how biased and unbalanced the system is. I'm going to run for judge, and I'm going to take my principal self and sit on that, what they think is a throne, but really is the seat that belongs to the people, and give them the best of me and a just outcome, like we see Angel Harris do, and like we see Judge Nandi Campbell do on a regular basis, to the point where they are like the black sheep, right, of the criminal justice hallway, and they don't even care. You know what I'm saying? They wear that badge of honor proudly and beautifully and badass, because they are just that. And when we see Nia running around this city, doing her best work, being her best self, humbly being all of these things, even when we're angry, we're still doing it, humbly, but I'm still angry. And you're going to feel all of this for my people, because these are mine, and I'm them. And, I commend that so much. When we get cases of people call us from prison all of the time and really want you to work a miracle, and we are literally like, I do my part. I pass the case on. They're diving in to the case. Greg Carter is my dear brother, who is flat out. You go to Greg's website. Greg, I represent people that look like me. Period. That's it. So we clear what that means. You know what I mean? Like, movement lawyer. And Greg is one of them, Jordan, who don't, very quiet, honey, until he got something to say. And when he say it, and so Greg is on our team, and when they're looking at it, these cases, and when they feel like Dad, when it came to a brick wall, it's okay, but we got to find another pathway through here. You know, I don't care. Brick walls come down, like it's all of these. So we put everything in it. We throw the same way they throw everything at us, we throwing it right back. And sometimes it's not just a pushback, it is a make them sit down and listen. It's a make them sit down and listen, you know, and for that, I'm always so very grateful, you know, especially when I can be in a courtroom and I can see my sisters and brothers going too bad for our people. I'll be like, oh, get up. I don't even care. I care if they lose, but I still be like, they know you go on the list now. We gotta watch Nia Weeks. We gotta watch a night, and that's what you want. I won't make that list. Because they know how I'm coming through here. So I gotta make this list, you know, and that's the thing. And make the list to serve the people, right? And so for me, those are the type of lawyers that we need in our space. You are the type of lawyers that we need in our space to, again, like I said earlier, putting racism on trial, because that's what this is about in a bigger scheme of things. Putting racism on trial. You know, this is not about whether they did it or not, because some of them do commit the crimes. Let's talk about why, you know, and nobody don't want to do that. And so when we begin to do that, we begin to do a deeper dive into trauma, and not informed trauma, ongoing trauma, because we are very clear our trauma is ongoing, right? And so those are the things that we have to do when we talk about going to court. We dealing with all this stuff, right? Anaya named 50 million things. We dealing with that plus 50,000 more things. Nia named 50,000. And we'll be here all day talking about things that we're dealing with before we even dealing with a case. That's right. That we have to dig through. And we have to make them understand that. That's our job. You know, we put when we represent our people, you're gonna understand why our people had to write Peter to pay Paul. Because you refuse to accept us and see us as a part of this. Is like Mia said, when We the People was written, we were not the people. Oh, but we the people now.
We are the people now. And you know, too, Ray, as you making that list, you know what I'm saying? Put Joy Lynn at the top of that list. You'll have Pepper on here in a second. Put her at the top of that list. Right under that, when they pass the bar, go ahead and put Chantelle, Michaela, Rebecca at the top of that list. And that list is growing. Like I said, we built this table. This our table. We eat. We cook well. Also, you know, a pop of the collar on that, and we get Satsumas from our clients. So this is a great table to be at. All right, guys, we're gonna wrap up, but I got one last thing that y'all know. I got my love for Black women question, but I'm asking you all love for our clients, right? Because they don't oftentimes get the moment to hear from us how much we love and care about them. We're navigating them through crazy. We trying to figure out how to keep them, you know, safe through crazy, and we have to move. But I want each of you to give just a 15-second love note to our clients, our community, and let them really understand who it is that's representing them. Who's gonna go first? Chanel, I'm calling on you. There we go. Chanel, she was like, I'm getting it. Nia does this to me all the time. Chanel, I'm going to have you go first.
Okay, I just want all the people, my future clients out there, to know that we understand where you're coming from. It's easier for us to empathize with you when we've been in the situation before. So we can't wait to represent you and just operate from a space of love.
That's real. That's real. Anaya, what you got for me?
Oh, Lord, I'm trying not to get full over here. But, you know, I think I would say first off to all my clients, past, present, future, you know, first of all, I love you and I'm thankful for you. Thank you for trusting me, welcoming me into your life. and really just trusting me to partner with you to navigate and deal with some of the most horrendous things that a person has ever had to go through. Nobody ever calls attorneys when their lives are going well. They usually call us when there's a lot going on. So thank you for trusting me. And I just hope that I've done you honor by trying to get the result that you want, that you need, that would help make your life better. And yeah, I'm just grateful for doing this work. I certainly don't do it for the money. So I have to do it because I love my people.
That's real. That's real. Michaela, my pump. Sorry, y'all keep hearing that. I'm type 1 diabetic. I have an insulin pump that has decided that it wants to have a field day while I'm on this. So that's what y'all keep hearing. But Michaela, what say you, Michaela?
You know, this year I've had the opportunity to actually have clients through the Loyola Law Clinic. And I didn't realize how deeply connected I would be. So what I would want to say to my clients is that we see you. We see you and we feel you, and we're passionate and we're fighting for you. So thank you for trusting in us to give us the ability to do so.
I love that. Thank you, Michaela. Joy Lynn. And just so y'all know, Joy Lynn and Pepper are going to be on our next panel talking about legalization. So, we about to get into that conversation in a second. But Joy Lynn, what love note do you have for our clients?
Oh, so the love letter I have for my clients, past, present, and future, is I love you. I will keep showing up for you. I'm going to make sure that I show up for myself so I can be as present for you. And to all those clients I know I have told in the past, like, I don't want to see you here, like when I was in criminal court, but if you see me on the street, or you see me in the grocery store, please say hello. To all those people who are still doing that, and I've been, out and about in different jobs since then, thank you for still saying hello. Thank you. Every time I've run into you, I've been in need of knowing that what I was doing was worthwhile. And I still have a few clients who just keep calling me just to check on me. Please keep doing that. I enjoy it. I love it. And I appreciate that my showing up for you helped you to show up for yourself and for others. Let's just keep rippling it out and just keep being great.
I love it. Thank you so much, Joy Lynn. To Array, you may not be a lawyer, but you do legal work. I'm just saying that's the work that you do. So you right here with us. What love note do you have for these children, these families, these communities that you work with, that you make sure have good representation and in a very contextual way? Like, what love note do you have for them?
That I guess I would say we, me, them. Like, I'm them, they are me, and it's we in this together all the way through. Like Anaya said that, they only call lawyers when something is bad is going on, and they need representation. But through the process of that, you end up really getting to know them, even as a simple gesture as bringing food and stuff like that. Knowing about their children and things like that, the personal things, that's sharing. And that's a we thing. That's what we do as Black people. And so for that, I'm always grateful for getting to know them and allowing us to serve them and love on them. And then they love back on us. They give us the strength to keep moving. Now, what about you, Nia?
Man, I appreciate you asking me that. I will say for my clients, I have loved you even before I met you. I have seen you. One of my favorite things that I would tell my clients is that I see you. I think about you, even in the moments that you're like, I don't know where she is, what's going. I'm thinking about you. I'm loving you. I'm trying to figure out how to make sure that what is happening to you is not the reality for your life, not the reality for your children. I'm just really grateful to you that you trust me enough to be your guide. I am grateful to you that you believe in whatever way I've been trained to help navigate you to the other side. I'm grateful for the trust, and that we are trying to build something so much better, something so much different. And that this is not just work, this is love work. And that, even when you think I'm up there, doing whatever, that I'm there for you. And so, yeah, thank you, Toure. I appreciate you giving me that opportunity. So, thank y'all so much for this conversation. This is not the last one we're going to have, just so y'all know. I really want y'all to send out goodness and prayers to Michaela, Chanel, and Rebecca as they navigate the end of their law school career, enter into the profession. May you all find all the good things. And, hoping y'all get way more coins than we do. Y'all become, as my kids say, real lawyers. And you, as radical lawyers, y'all are real lawyers, not just doing the work, but like getting resourced to be able to do the work so that you can live your full life, because you deserve that too. Okay, thank y'all so much. We're about to get ready for this conversation on legalization. Y'all, I'm so ready for this. So we are going to see y'all in just a little bit.
All right, let's give it up for those ladies. That was such an amazing panel of amazing women doing amazing things. I am very excited for the next conversation about legalization, because we all like to have a good time, but also, it's not legal, and it is criminalized for so many people in this country. And now it seems that people want to profit off of it. But I'm excited for that. I would like to give a special thank you to Nia for inviting highly entertaining half of us to this event to host. This is such an amazing event. I've learned so much. And I'm so full. Like, I feel so full of happiness. There she is. Thank you so much for having me on. I really do appreciate it.
It has been an absolute pleasure. I told you I fell in love with y'all when I first saw y'all in Birmingham. That was great. And I appreciate you, giving me a moment. The reality is that we navigate through things. I'm a type 1 diabetic. I actually got diagnosed with diabetes in law school. And wow. I was driving back and forth, and one day it was not a good moment. And so I actually don't remember the drive that got me to the hospital, because I was completely blacked out for 2 hours. And I wound up in the hospital for a week, but we could not miss a certain amount of classwork or class time when we were in law school. And the hospital I was in was 2 hours from my law school. And so I made an agreement with my doctor that I would unplug the IVs in the morning, drive to school, take my classes, and then I would plug myself in when I got back from the school. And so I did that for a week. And now I have this amazing instrument. It's this beautiful, we're talking about real stuff here. It's this beautiful insulin pump that mimics a pancreas for me and allows me to do work, but sometimes it decides to go crazy because it's a machine. So that's what it was doing on the last panel. And so thank you, Keerson, for giving me a moment to be able to take care of my health and wellness. And like we talked about the other day, sometimes we have to hold up one end of the pedestal so that someone else can go take care of what they need, and we switch off. So thank you for holding up the pedestal so that I could do some self-care. Appreciate it.
Got you. Black women supporting Black women.
That's what we do. And speaking of Black women supporting other Black women, I all the talking that I have to do all the time. It's so funny. One thing, like I said, before, we have an incredible team in the background, putting, all this together. Damien, who's the founder and creative director behind Corianton Rosalie Productions. One of the things that he has to do is edit. And part of the editing process is sitting with what has been recorded to make sure you have the best pieces. And most of the pieces are me talking. So he gets to spend hours upon hours listening to all the things that I say over and over and over again. So if we actually have a moment of silence and offer up a prayer to Damien, who has to sit there and listen to the ramble all the time. I really, really appreciate that. Okay, we're about to get into this conversation with legalization. So one thing that's really funny, we're talking about legalization and weed and marijuana, because we've been taught, first of all, because it's not legalized everywhere. And we've been taught, only the bad kids smoke weed. People have this like weird shame in talking about whether or not they partake. However, lots of people partake.
Yes, they do.
Lots of people partake. And like partake in a way, when we talk about living at the intersection of race and gender, we're living at the intersection of how do you say the French say fuckery? And so we do. It's just real. And sometimes you just gotta calm your nerves. And over medicating self is not healthy, right?
It's not, like as somebody like me, I suffer from depression and anxiety, and taking the meds, putting all of that in my body, it's made in a lab.
That's right.
And, for me, partaking a little bit at a time, it helps me get through whatever issue I'm having, and I wish that our people could see that and not be so clouded with their judgment,
That's so real.
Yeah.
I'm going to offer up, Keerson, I appreciate the vulnerability in you saying that. There's so many of us that navigate at the intersection of stress and anxiety, especially Black women, especially Black folks. It's not just a theory that racism and sexism has an emotional impact. It's a thing. And, it has an impact on our mental, emotional, and physical well-being. And so, sometimes finding, and the medicine, that lab shit is shit.
It does seem to be. Side effects are wild. If you read the back, it's like, your face can break out. You have diarrhea and nausea. It's like, oh my God.
That's right.
It's like better, not worse.
I don't want that. And so gratefully, to us get to the space where we're legalized in Louisiana, because I just let y'all know it's coming. And they have been really incredible people working on this issue unapologetically and openly. And two of those experts, I'm just going to call it, the Black women experts in Louisiana when it comes to legalization are two of my dear friends from Dandelion and Moss. They founded a company to get us through this stuff, right? Dandelion and Moss, my friend Joylyn and Pepper Bowen, Pepper Roussel. Look at she looking at me. She's looking at me. I know. I've been flubbing. Y'all gotta give me the grace and the break. But I'm gonna bring them up here so we can have this little fireside chat on legalization. Hey guys, look, Pepper give me a look like you know how to say my last name. We've been friends since.
Listen, the truth be told, you are in the memory, especially of friends, people who know you for a while. You just are who you are, and forever I will be apparently this other last name. But that's all right because I'm working through things.
I love it. Pepper. So we had Joylyn on the last panel, and we got to know her.
And I'm all excited because look, I wore my fancy shirt today.
Yes.
And I am a theme, all about the theme dressing.
I love it. It's interesting because you have been doing incredible, bold, radical work, but in spaces that most Black attorneys, or even radical attorneys and movement lawyers, you're moving in spaces that not all of us move in. We move in the criminal justice, we move in juvenile justice. You move around in like food, Like, you be talking about grocery stores and stuff. You know what I'm saying?
And I also hear, when are you going to be a real lawyer? So there we are.
There we go. There we go.
So
Pepper, I'm gonna give you a moment to like let everyone know, like, all of this. I'm gonna use the word that y'all gonna hear from the women of Wakanda later on. Melanated dopeness that exists behind those yellow glasses. Can you let them know who you are, Pepper?
I am Pepper Roussel. I graduated from law school as a second career, knowing that I wanted to do something that would be fundamental, that was worth the time and the effort and the energy, spending and devoting my life and my career to. The amount of time that you spend working is more than you spend doing most anything else. And so it had to be worthwhile. And for me, going into law school, I thought I wanted to do immigration. I got there and found out that it was a family law across international borders, and that simply was not a thing I could do. And so I looked around, and Nia's right. I deal with grocery stores. I actually have wanted a grocery store for a long time. I read books about food, and ultimately, even the songs I listen to, Jill Scott, are about food, right? So you better act like you know. And so, if you even looking at Maslow's hierarchy, it is foundational, right? And as a general rule, you need to eat to continue to live, and food is often overlooked, not just as a thing that you should have in order to maintain existence, but also a thing that binds you to culture and identity. It's overlooked as a thing that frames how you live and under what conditions your life is authorized to exist, right? So when you think of marginalized communities and what sorts of food that they have ready access to, when you think conversely of wealthy and in communities that have endowments and lots of trees and green spaces, and what sort of food that they are allowed to get to. Most of the things that I am interested in are not just food, but also things that grow. And the reason for it, in large part, especially as we look at the liberation, the justice movement, there is no liberation if you cannot feed yourself. So we will start there as foundational, and everything else builds upon that. Even if you are not incarcerated, if you still got to go back to the system in order to eat, that's not liberation. If you are standing up new communities, but you still have to go back to the system in order to get deliveries of food, that's not liberation.
Oh, Pepper. Tell them what not liberation. Oh, God. Okay. It's also I'm sitting there thinking, because we are going to take a lunch break, in a little bit. Because why? Because we got to eat. You know what I'm saying? So, I appreciate that. Okay, so there's a lot of people that have been eager. They saw legalization, like, oh, okay, your rest of your conference is dope. We want to do the legalization part, though. As a person that enjoys traveling to California and enjoy my time in dispensaries that like really understand what strands are, and I can make decisions about, what I partake in and the impact that I would like it to have on my body. I just really appreciate that. So I'm just gonna go say that I am a practitioner sometimes when I am in a state that allows it to be legal. I'm gonna say all that thing. But really excited to have this conversation. So I'm just gonna start off with, what is legalization? Like, when we say that, what are we talking about? Because everyone thinks that weed is legal in Louisiana right now because...
Who thinks that?
Yeah, because the city council passed the decriminalization ordinance, and everyone thinks that New Orleans is Louisiana. And so I hear it all the time, weed is legal. No, it's not.
No, it's not.
Let's start with definitions, Joylyn, please.
Yes.
Yes.
Legalization.
We'll get to it. So to start at the bare bones, what has happened in New Orleans, let's start there, has expanded sort of to the rest of Louisiana. Let's start there, which is it's been decriminalized for a personal amount. What does that mean? 15 grams. If you are caught with 15 grams on your person, you will not be prosecuted criminally. Now, what does that mean? It means that in the city of New Orleans now, they have also done the city council where you also will not get a summons. So because the issue was at first, they decriminalized and they're like, okay, you will not be prosecuted criminally for this blunt, which is about what, 14 grams comes out to a blunt and a half, I think. And
A blunt.
Depends on how you put it. So, but but yes, so but before they were like, okay, we're not going to prosecute you criminally, but you still have to come to municipal court because you have a summons and you pay the ticket and write it down. Now they have even gotten rid of that's not a thing. Has that made it through to every, cop on the street? Let's be real, no. So if you're still getting a ticket, please still answer it. Please still go to court. This is where it's important to know definition. So it's been decriminalized in that you will not have what we regard as a criminal rap sheet if you get stopped for 14 grams. Here's where the issue comes. We're starting at decriminalization is where it starts to shoot off and like, but what we do in law school, so for those of people who haven't been to law school, may not be used to this. There's the rule, but when there's a rule, there's always an exception, okay? So the exception is going to be, the rule is 14 grams, you're not getting criminally prosecuted. The exception is going to be, do you have a gun on you? Now it's a crime. Do you have a rap sheet already of doing other things, including before they got rid of the decriminalized marijuana? Do you have marijuana on your rap sheet? Still a crime.
There you go.
That's exception number. Now we're at 2. Exception number 3 could be, where you are, are you in your car? Do you have a license? Do you have a warrant out for your ticket? So now we're at exception 3, 4. And believe me, there will be 5, 6, 7, and 8, and 9, and 10. That's right. So when we're talking about that, that's why these conversations are important to know the definitions of what is decriminalization versus what is legalization. Let me say it here for everybody. Louisiana has not legalized marijuana. Louisiana has legalized medical marijuana for people who have a medical marijuana card. Now, it has been expanded. It was recently expanded that the things that you can qualify for medical marijuana, the pre-existing conditions rather, are not enumerated. It can be now anything that a doctor, I want to use the right words, I want to say is either recommends or, says could benefit. However, you still have to go through the process of getting a medical marijuana card, the steps in the process of calling, a doctor, being seen, verifying whatever you said your issues are, saying you have glaucoma, but you can see just fine. They're going to check that. You can say, be on the street corner and be like, I have glaucoma. Not gonna work.
My back hurt real bad.
Mine does too, all the time. My back be hurting.
Really
okay. You get my arm hurts. No, we can't do that. Not quite yet. That is where legalization would come in. It's just like we could be on the street corner without an excuse as to why we have a blunt in our hand. That would be legalization. And we are not there.
That's right.
Exactly. We are. The only thing that is absolutely legal is industrial hemp. Industrial hemp can be grown in every state of the union that is legal from a federal level. And so as a way of also decompartmentalizing, or rather unpacking, as my favorite criminal law instructor would say, unpacking some of this baggage around what does it look like, especially if you're coming from an area where it is legal. There are, even if you are in New Orleans, crossing over the parish line impacts certainly how we look at decriminalization and the growing of cannabis slash hemp, industrial hemp, two different uses, very similar seeds, right?
That's
And
right.
so just knowing and understanding that there are intense limitations around what you can and cannot do and how you can grow. I will say though, that I was really excited about that.
There's the machine again.
That's all right. I'm starting to like it. I was really excited to see the legislation that's been suggested or entered, right? So there's 7 different bills that actually do deal with cannabis. And one of them, I want to say Chris, not Travis Johnson, Chris something or other. I can't think of his last name. It'll come to me. Within his bill, it actually permits personal growing up to 6 plants and 12 in a multi-unit family, multi-family unit for folks who are over 21. This has passed nowhere. It has passed nowhere. It has passed nowhere. I thought I should mention.
That's not a thing.
So do not go out talking about I'm gonna grow 6 plants in my living room because
Pepper said.
Right? That's not what Pepper said. Pepper said, what is his name? I wrote it down. Jesus.
We just talked about showing up during the session. We just talked about showing up for the session. And so if that is something that you would like to see happen, if you would like to be able to grow your 6 plants, your 12 plants, that legislator and all the other legislators would love to hear from you. That you want that to be, a thing. I think I will write a letter saying that that I think that bill is dope. I will write that letter. When we talk about legalization, and you talked about, what is, that Delta 8, that Delta 9 stuff. And the only reason, not putting it down, but for me, it doesn't give the impact that I'm looking for, which is like, when I'm in California or in New York where it is legal, I like a sativa dominant hybrid, right? Where it's like, I like to be able to like have that navigate in that space. And that's another thing. It's like, being able to control what you're intaking and being able to like, balance out and know the effect that you want to have, because we're talking about medicine. I mean, we're not, we're talking about medicine for our bodies, navigating the recovery that's happening to, Black folks. And so for Black folks to be able to have a space, a healthy space, a natural space for us to navigate, our lives is really important. Like, can y'all talk about that just a little bit?
Yeah, hold on. Let me go get my soapbox.
Right? Real talk, because like we want to talk about this. Like, all right. I had to take my sigh of stepping on my soapbox, right? Which is
I'm here for a girl.
That part.
Yes.
That part, Nia, all of that part. That I think that so let me say this. Being anti-legalization, I'm going to make this broad statement. I'm going to offend a lot of people, but here it is. Being anti-legalization is to be anti-Black, period. So we're going to start there. So now that I have dropped the bomb and dropped my mic, let's get into it. For exactly the reasons that you just said, Nia, these places that are legalized have the ability to be like, okay, these are the things that are happening. These are the things that, when you put it in your body, if you have these issues or that issues, you're going to be able to, discern that it's doing what you want it to do. What do you want? I want to calm down because I have anxiety. So I need XYZ. I was just like, yes, I also have anxiety, but like for you, Nia, you're type 1 diabetic. There needs to be a clear discernment about what you're putting into your body. And for me as a Black woman, when we're thinking about historically what America has done to our bodies, how they've treated our bodies, how they wanted to pump us with all of the things back then because they wanted us to be better workers. Right now, because they don't want us to make any more babies. Let's talk about killing the Black body. Let's talk about sterilization. I want to know what is in all of this. I want to know, that the actual medicine, like the actual medicine that is cannabis in its natural form, that I'm getting what I want and what I need, and that it's our bodies are not the same. Our bodies are different. They are all beautiful machines, but mine is going to work differently than yours, Nia. Like you said, you have this beautiful machine that works your pancreas. I'm blessed enough to have my pancreas still working, but there needs to be a different way that we approach how we're going to partake in what cannabis is, which is medicine, and being able to, even for the people who just want to enjoy, they should be able to enjoy and know that, I'm going to have a nice chill high. No one wants to, you go into a kickback, sitting on the couch talking with your friends, but you had this, strand that is actually meant for you to be at a rave. Nobody wants that. Nobody wants that. It goes from the intellectual ivory tower of this is medicine and we should be able to treat and feed, going to what Pepper talks about, feed our bodies what it needs. But you should also, if you are just a practitioner who just wants to have, you should be able to say how your high comes. It's about autonomy, and thus saying that is how we get back to me saying being anti-legalization is being anti-Black, because white supremacy and the patriarchal, capitalistic society we live in does not want Black people to have autonomy. That was never what they wanted for us.
Right.
So.
And ultimately, the ways that we have allowed not just cannabis, the plant, but also Black women is where we find comfort for white people. The existence of the plant itself was not a problem until the jazz artists were, and this is real, it was not criminalized until the early 20th century. But before then, we were using it across the southern states we were growing in. And so when we look at fabrics and rope and all sorts of things, hemp was a thing that was not just possible, but it was also completely legal. Now, again, the plant that we grow for industrial hemp is very similar to the plant that we grow for mood altering qualities. The jazz artists and blues artists of the early 20th century were using it. And that was one of the first times that the Black buck was soiling, or had the possibility of soiling the virginal white woman by her attraction to this jazz music. It was the devil. And so the devil's lettuce that they were smoking at the time became a thing, became a source and a target of legislation and policy that would remove it from the poor fragile white woman's gaze. And over time, what we ended up with was a variation and an expansion of how it is that we attack not just the plant itself, but how it's being used. And so cannabis as a recreational item is not my jam, but that doesn't matter. For me, Joylyn knows, for me, it's not about me being able to use it. It is about being clear and understanding that in this moment where we are shifting the intentionality around growing the plant, and we've discovered that not only can we use it for medicinal purposes, as in to actually give relief to folks who need it in whatever way that they need it, that we can use it as a foundation for building materials. So think hempcrete that is real, that we can use it as an alternative to highly toxic cottons that we have bastardized in many ways in order to make these fancy materials, that this is a cleaner and less carcinogenic thing to put next to your skin. We have also put ourselves in a space where that being comfortable for white people has now retail shops that are filled with white people and prisons filled with Black and brown people who have been in the spaces for decades. And as Joylyn mentioned, Black women being, or our bodies being taken, it's not just, it is the things that come from our bodies.
That's
so
right.
our children who are ending up, and so and I say this now, and I want to say it before we get too far in and too far away. As a call to action, I need for any and everybody who has ever been, known, had somebody that they loved, who used, thought about using, was afraid to use in front of some other people, to start calling your Congress folks, calling state legislators, tell them that you want for this to be legalized, or at least the crushing and oppressive way that we deal with folks who do use and who are caught using to be changed. And the reason for it is that if we do not, in this moment, start shifting the way that we address and deal with cannabis as not just a plant that has medicinal qualities, but then creating spaces, supplemental spaces where it continues to be illegal and stigmatized, then what we're going to end up with is this same white supremacist patriarchal culture that sits atop this new multi-billion-dollar industry and allows us to continue to marginalize and further oppress these folks who have been in these disproportionately impacted areas because the stigma, or because, oh, well, I don't use, or because they don't have enough letters behind their names and they live in these cruddy neighborhoods by choice, and they work at jobs that they don't have the insurances that they need in order to go to a doctor and get these highly chemicalized drugs to treat things that are being caused by their environment. And now that I have said all of it, I'm going to put my soapbox away.
Pepper, always bring a word.
Every time.
I'm sitting with that. I'm sitting with all of that, and I will say, one thing that I know we are committed to, not just with Citizen She, but with Detangled and also 4910, is like really thinking about creative ways to support these efforts. And so just know we in this with you. We gonna make something happen. I am so grateful that I have got my friends are the two Black women experts. No. The two experts in legalization in Louisiana that happen to be Black women.
No qualifiers.
That just happen to be Black women, but y'all are experts doing this work. Thank y'all so much for being here. Thank you so much for being a part. Joylyn, thank you so much for being in our fellowship and bringing, the reason why, we have Joylyn was like this conversation, and this is how Black women move. Everyone wants to know how Black women move and how things happen. We have conversations that are real. We have friends that are dope, and then we put these conversations and stuff out. So just know that this is not the end of this. This is the beginning of what's to come. Thank you guys so much for being here, and I will see y'all soon.
Thank you for having us.
My name is Maranike Arinkatola. I am a law student at Loyola University New Orleans College of Law, and I currently serve as a law clerk for Citizen She. I love Black women for so many reasons, but mostly because they set the standard for greatness and excellence. I believe in dreaming. I believe in changing your career. The Bureau of Labor and Statistics says that the average career lasts a little over 13 years. But if you were to take a survey of all Americans right now, more than 50% would say they're ready to change their careers. And of that 50%, more than 44 would say they're trying to formulate a plan right now. I'm an early career changer. As a matter of fact, I'm on my third one. And it has been the most rewarding journey that I ever could have dreamed about taking. I had to sit down and decide what I wanted for my life, what would make me happy, what I would be passionate about. And naturally, as I've gotten older and experienced more, I've had to have that conversation again. The truth of the matter is that we often are forced to make decisions where we are unprepared and ill-equipped. At 15 and 16, we're trying to decide where to go to school without an understanding of student debt. At 18 and 19, we're picking college majors without an understanding of hiring trends in the workforce. At 22, we have this debt, we have this lack of understanding, and we, without entering a specialized field for most of us, are then forced to enter the job market. What will pay the bills? What do I need to survive? And this trend continues. We find or are pursuing people we want to spend the rest of our life with, and that becomes an expense. We decide we don't want to live with our parents, and that becomes an expense. Eventually, we decide that we need to make more money, so we move to a different job. And the things that made us really happy get put on the back shelf. We need to buy a house. We need to be able to pay for car improvements. And so, midlife, we usually have a crisis. What makes me happy? What do I want to be doing? And we aren't prepared to answer those questions because we've waited so long. We are nervous about going back to school when the truth is more than 30% of college students are over the age of 25. I've been in those classrooms. They're not that scary at all. Or we need additional training, but we don't know where to start. We want to make sure that the life that we are choosing for ourselves is going to be able to support the lifestyle that we already have, the financial responsibilities that we've already taken on. You have to have a conversation with yourself. What's really going to make me happy? What am I going to do? Is this sustainable? And so most people will say, I'm going to look at what can make me the most money. And so they enter fields like IT or nursing or a service-related role. But they end up leaving those in 3 or less years because they haven't really taken the time to have the conversation. What makes me happy? I want to emphasize that you don't have to wait until the crisis of your life to have that conversation. You could be doing it right now. The pandemic has really changed things for us. Employers are forced to have conversations surrounding diversity, equity, and inclusion. Employers are being forced to pay a more livable wage. Remote work is becoming more and more of a possibility so that moms are able to balance home and life. Dads are able to balance home and work. Our society is changing. So take this time to educate yourself on what you want to do, what's going to make you happy, and what do you want to do with the rest of your life. We saw the Great Resignation at the beginning of the year, and a lot of people are saying it won't last. This window of opportunity to find who you are, what you want to do, it's not getting shorter, but it won't last forever. The time is now. Let this be your call to action, to find your passion, what you want to do, where you want to go. Anything is possible.
One of the most incredible things as we're building a whole new paradigm, a whole new way of engaging with each other, building a coalition with each other, is the ability to consider our mental health and our wellness. Too often, Black women were considered to be resilient, and we'll talk about that word a little bit, but we're not. We're human beings. And so we're going to dismantle the myth of the strong Black woman and have an incredible conversation with, I have a ton of smart friends. This friend is just brilliant. Triple board certified physician, a child psychiatrist, adult psychiatrist, and a pediatrician, Lauren Taberbaum. Dr. Lauren Taberbaum. Let me interrupt myself.
This is what we're going to do. We're going to do this over again. That was a great try. It was a great first run. And 5.
Friends of my extremely brilliant friend, Dr. Lauren Taberbaum, triple board certified physician, child psychiatrist, adult psychiatrist, and pediatrician, is going to come and talk to us and help us dismantle the myth of the strong Black woman. Welcome, Lauren. I'm going to tell you, take it off mute, Lauren. I do that all the time.
Thank you.
It's part of being in this tech world. It's like figuring out all the pieces.
Yes.
How are you today, Lauren? So glad to have you and really blessed for you guys to give us some of your time.
Thank you for having me. It's always an honor when you asked for me to contribute to the amazing work that you are doing.
Oh, thank you. And I don't know if you realize, Lauren, how much of a steady hand you are in our friend group, in our community. You're always able to just offer up like these pieces of wisdom and these pieces of things that we don't normally think about when it comes to our health and well-being, and just doing it so expertly and calmly. And so I'm really grateful that you are one of my closest friends. And so thank you for your contribution to community in this world.
Thank you.
All right. So this myth of the strong Black woman, it's one of those things that grates on me a little bit every time I hear strong Black woman, because it dismisses the reality of the totality of what we navigate through. The clients that you see, the Black women clients that you see, what kind of turmoil are most Black women navigating with?
Oh, well, it's a combination of things. And, right, so Black women have a unique legacy, particularly African American women have a unique legacy here in America, as well as across the diaspora, right? So here in this region, we have like intergenerational struggles and trauma that a lot of Black women navigate, right? And I see children. So a lot of times in the capacity of seeing Black women, it is the mothers of young Black children, and then it's also young women becoming and growing into their womanhood, right? And so it spans. And so in that way, you often see, like, especially when you have that's one of the beautiful things about being a physician, is that relationship that you develop over time. And so one of the most rewarding relationships is like seeing a kid when they're young, right? So one particular clinic that I'm in right now, I started 5 years ago, right? So you
see someone when they're 10 and they're now 15, or started seeing them at 15 and now they're 20, right? And so you're seeing them grow up and become young people, and of course navigating the world, right? And so getting to see that transition is beautiful. And then of course, the moms, right? Seeing the moms and seeing them develop. And you often see like that it's a struggle, right? It's a struggle to juggle everything.
Juggle.
Right?
It's such a struggle to juggle. You know, especially with the when you bring up the moms, because especially in a state like Louisiana that deprioritizes mental health care, especially for those of us that are adults. Children have more access with Medicaid and like in those kind of resources. But as we become older, we just, a lot of us navigate without health insurance for our bodies, let alone insurance to take care of our mental well-being. Do you run into spaces where the moms are like, you can tell that they need this kind of support, but just don't have access to it?
Yeah, not only access, but the combination of access, but time and space, right? Because it's one thing to have access or not have access. It's another to just not have space, either emotionally or, again, time-wise. Feel that you do not have the time or space or ability to prioritize well-being, mental health, health care, just in general, for oneself, because we're caring for so many others, right? Caring for children, having to work, right? Maintain the finances, caring for maybe their older generation, their siblings, intergenerational, right? We're caregivers, right? So that's, I think, one of the biggest, right? Because truth be told, if we're persistent enough, often we can get that care. But sometimes we don't have the ability, right? Emotional bandwidth to do that.
That's right.
And then also, again, like just it's the prioritization of self, because often we're taught that that's selfish, right? And you don't do that when you have someone else who also has a competing need for your time and your energy.
That's so real. And, Lauren, I mean, we can get, personal because, I will say, you have navigated me through some really difficult spaces in my own life. And you've been right there. And there have been moments that you've shown up for me, even risking our friendship, to show up for me in times and like caring more about my mental health and well-being than even our friendship. How important is that? For when we recognize that someone we love, especially the Black women around us, are dealing with the heavy, how important is it for us that have the ability to show up for them in those spaces? And what can we do? What does that look like to show up like that?
Right. So it's a very varied ways. I'd say a varied ways because and as I shared with you, right, I was like, listen, if I consider you to be my real friend, you're like my sister, right? And my sister, I can be candid with, and I can tell the truth when I see it, especially in critical moments like, severe mental distress or emotional distress, right? This is what I see that would be helpful for you, or this is what I am going to ask and require of you to do in order for us to maintain friendship, because it's important to have someone who is healthy, right? And because we all influence each other's health, right? Iron sharpens iron, right? And so when we're walking in our optimal health, right? That it allows others and helps others to be in their optimal health as well. And the converse is true, right? When we have when we're not healthy and we are surrounding ourselves, or we have others in our circle who are really, really not doing well, like really not healthy, that affects our own mental health and space and emotional well-being. And so while, yes, in a number of regards, we are our sister's keeper. but it's also to remember part of the reason that we're our sister's keeper is because we have to maintain who we are as individual beings, right? As healthy beings, as spiritual beings, right? Like we can become the energy that we're surrounded with, and so we want to surround ourselves with those who are healthy or striving to be their healthiest, and we can help each other be healthy. And part of that is being honest with in spaces and identifying, okay, I see you're struggling, you are not doing well, we have got to get you help, please allow me to help you. And if you don't get help, maybe we need to like distance just a little bit, because I have to be healthy too, right? I still, like, again, we are caretakers, and we still have to care for others, right? And I want to help, but if I can't, or if you're, because we're all autonomous beings, right? So if you are not there yet, I believe in you, I love you, but I do have to love you from a little bit of a distance, because we have to be healthy, right? So it's kind of it's like that balancing act, right? Because you want to help, right? You want your sister to be well, right? But you also have to let your sister be your sister, right? Like, be who she is, right? Everyone has free choice.
That's right.
And not everybody's ready at the time where we think they should be ready, right?
That's right.
And everybody comes to their healing in their time. We can help and assist, but we can't do the work.
That's right.
Right. Yeah.
That's right. And even in that same space, Lauren, like talking about, we are each other's keeper, and iron sharpens iron. But, the reality is that Black women, we live at the intersection of race and gender, and we live at the intersection of all the bullshit that exists out there, right? And so many of us are equally tired, equally disbalanced, and we sit in circles of people that we love and we care about, but we're all disbalanced and all off kilter in some way. And not all of us have a Dr. Lauren that can guide us through, an Ajax that can, take us to yoga class, a Sunita that can, make us do this. Not everybody has, those gifts, and everyone is trying the best that they can. But what is that impact of having, like, just being surrounded by other Black women, and we're all just hurting, but trying to pretend like we're not, because the world tells us that we're too strong to be hurt.
Yeah, and the world tells us that we can't be vulnerable in that way, because if we are vulnerable in that way, that's going to lead to more hurt, right? Someone's going to take advantage of that, because that's been our experience in the larger world a lot of times. And so it's about finding that space, wherever space, even if it starts small, where you can say, listen, in this space, I'm going to try to be as authentic as I can. I'm going to try to share exactly how I'm feeling. And sometimes it means, like, listen, maybe I can't be my authentic self in that space. So let me find another space where I can be. Because if I can spend more time in that space, then I'm not spending as much time in this other space, but I'm also beginning to feel fulfilled in this other space, if that makes sense, right? It's finding that one person or that one space where you can feel a little bit more safe or vulnerable, and practicing, right? Sometimes it's practicing being vulnerable, because it is a lot safer to not share and to not be vulnerable, right? But if we can find that one space and practice it, then we can learn to open up that space more and more. And also, you'd be amazed, like, yes, it is important to find that safe person, because not everybody is safe. Some people haven't reached their healing, right? So they may tear us down when we share something about feeling scared, or feeling more anxious, or feeling overwhelmed, or feeling overburdened, right? and maybe just it's like sharing a little tidbit and we get that response. Okay, we know that person's not safe. Okay, well, let me try something, another space or another person. Because when we're vulnerable, we often get vulnerability back. Like if we're in space, right? And so we have that friend or that loved one or that coworker or that other person where, okay, I say, oh man, they ask me how I'm doing. Oh, I'm doing all right. I feel overwhelmed though, and they actually mirror that. Like, man,
Yes.
that's affirming, right?
Yeah.
And so it's about finding those small spaces, and the more small spaces we have, the more we feel like we can share and be our true authentic selves, right? Because our true authentic selves are, yes, you can be very strong and resilient in a number of ways, but we also be very vulnerable and maybe anxious or sad or just really struggling with something. All of those things are within one person, and it's okay. But like we said, like sometimes we're taught that we can acknowledge this one part of ourselves, but those other parts, nope.
That's right.
If we acknowledge those other parts,
And we talk about Black women that are like moving at the top of their game, and bad boss and all of that stuff. And so we attribute strength to the way they show up in public. As it's like, man, we're clear that all this stuff is happening, but they're showing up in full self. And so we're like, oh, okay, bad B. And then we have Black women that are navigating the top of the game in other ways, being caretaker in their home or trying to, even my clients that are homeless that are able to make it through the day. To me, they bad bees too, because what I'm saying, they're handling the things that they have. And we look at that and attribute the word strength. And we say those are strong Black women, the way they show up.
Yes.
But I believe that there's, like you said, there's greater strength in vulnerability. And I believe that attributing the word strength to being vulnerable and making that kind of the thematic space that we navigate, that we can be healthier and more whole. I mean, what do you think about my non-educated theory?
I love what you said about rest. Also, like, what do people look like when they're not in that limelight, when they're not on visible display at work or on a show, or like, what do they look like when they're sitting at home by themselves, right? What does that look like? Because a lot of times when we're depleted and we're not operating from a space of overflowing, where we fill back our cup, that bad boss woman can be that sad, lonely woman who may be surrounded by family but really depressed and isolated, right? And so has beautiful, tremendous accolades, like, outside of it, but in the core is not feeling good. That's right. That's a tragedy, right? We had that young woman, that beautiful bright star, who was Miss USA, right? Like, or was it Miss USA? Who died by suicide. That, and you look and you kind of look at her writings and you see how anxious she was and how she just really didn't feel enough. And so part of all of the accolades and all of the things that she achieved in life was to prove to herself that she was worthy, and she didn't feel worthy. So what did her space look like when she was alone?
That's right.
When you look at her, what she was writing, that's what that space looked like, right? So how do we get to a space when we're alone, like when or in the midst of like our home space? What is it? How are we feeling, right? Are we feeling strong in ourselves, and are we feeling a little more weak?
Yeah.
And acknowledging what it feels like to be like when we're in those spaces.
Yeah.
And that's the real work, right? For a number of people, especially like, women who, feel that they are constantly moving and outwardly seem to be okay. How do we feel when we're sitting at home with ourselves, right? You know.
That's real. You know, and I mean, it's so real too, Lauren, because, you know, when I came back home from Katrina, you know, it's Katrina. No one had a house. So, of course, I slept on the couch the entire time I was in law school. I was in law school, but me and my kids were sleeping on a friend's couch. You know, there were moments, you know, when we when we got a place, you know, we were sleeping on the floor, wasn't quite sure where food was coming from. I mean, there were spaces of difficulty. And now I'm moving in a little bit of a different stratosphere. But that doesn't dismiss the times when I'm feeling sad or lonely or scared or frustrated. And I've been trying to make those parts of myself just as visible as when I'm feeling like I'm just, you know, doing it out here. And I think it's important to encourage Black women to be able, especially when we're with each other, to show those spaces of vulnerability and those spaces of the reality of like both ends of the coin.
Right. And again, like, I think it really starts at that space, like, where, you know, when someone asks, like, especially someone who we're close to, like, how are you doing? You opened up that box. You did ask. I'm gonna tell you, right? I'm gonna share a little bit, like, how you doing?
That's real. That's real. And there's, you know, one thing that I had read, and you can tell me because I am not brilliant, Dr. Lauren Taberbone, but I read that, like, for when depression and shows up for Black women, oftentimes it manifests itself as anger or, you know, very aggressive spaces. Is that true? And why is that?
Yeah, so I will say in my clinical experience, yes, right? I don't think you'll see a lot of published studies on that, but it's just how we know things are, like, right? Our own experiences. You see it in the clinical arena too. So it has to do with how we are allowed to be, right? So if we are not acknowledged when we cry or when we're sad, you know, then how is it acknowledged? Sometimes it's a little bit more acknowledged when somebody yells at me, like, right? And then also understanding that it's that fight or flight response, like when we're scared, when we're anxious, right? I can either run away, or if I feel that there's something that's a danger, right? That's that fight response, right?
That's right.
I'm gonna get you before you get me, because I really fear that you're gonna get me. So I am going to yell at you. I'm going to be aggressive with you, right? Because I don't want you to get me.
That's right.
Right? So yeah. So I absolutely see depression and anxiety both, right? Manifest as irritable and aggressive, right? Like, and that irritability is like, that person seems like they're a sourpuss, or they're always so negative. They're like a Debbie Downer. They don't have anything good to say to me or about that or about any, like, the situation, right? Like, that's how that manifests too. And just kind of piggybacking on what we talked about, like finding a safe, vulnerable space. Sometimes that's a part of it too, is that sometimes our loved one, our beloved, is depressed or anxious. So they just are not in the space to allow me to be vulnerable, right? Because their outlook on life right now is slanted a little negatively, right? Because they are depressed.
That's right.
They are anxious. And so that may not be a safe space. And understanding that maybe our mothers, our caregivers, were going through that when they were raising us, right? Because when we're thinking about how we process, how we exhibit and display our emotions, most of the time it was what was modeled to us when we were younger.
True.
Right? So how was anxiety or depression modeled for us?
That's real.
Right? And maybe it was like that harsh word. Maybe it was that, like, you know, get out of my face. You know, I don't have time for that, right? And that's kind of how I learned that when I'm upset or I'm not feeling well, this is how I react, right? Yeah.
That's so real. And how do experiences that are centered and rooted in racism and sexism, right? Like, how does that impart on like our emotional and mental well-being? Because there's times I'm just sitting there like, I feel like getting froggy real quick. You know what I'm saying? I know I can't, but I feel like getting froggy in this moment. And I think sometimes it may manifest itself somewhere else at another time, in a place that is not deserving. But like, I was like, no, that made me feel froggy. And I wasn't allowed to express how I wasn't allowed to get froggy real quick.
Right. And so that's a power dynamic, right? So somebody has exerted their power on me. And I feel like, right, through racism, right, or sexism, and I didn't have the power to fully speak my mind or react back in a way that is most appropriate. And so maybe it gets diffused in another environment, in another situation, because it takes our toll on our loved ones, right? Because it will come out. It's gotta come out. It's gonna come out in some type of way, right? And often that's kind of how it comes out, right? And like just racism and sexism in and of itself, right? Those are abuses, those are traumas, right? And so when it, especially like you hear the term microaggressions, they are not micro. They like death by a 1,000 paper cuts, right? 1,000,000 paper cuts. Like it hurts and it cuts, right? And if we don't have a space to deal with and process that, and address it, right? That's why your space is so important, because it really gives an avenue for advocacy, right? So that we collectively are addressing it, right? And so we have to be a part of spaces like what you create in order to really feel that we have agency. And that goes a long way towards feeling like you can express yourself, and also really have that space to be vulnerable, how these things really affect us, because they do. And they're all wrapped up in what we experience on a day-to-day life, right?
That's so real. As always, Lauren, like this is just a gift, and appreciate it. All these thoughts and these conversations. I am going to ask you one last question though, before we leave. If you had some words of advice, love letter to Black women on how to think about when we're feeling overwhelmed, sad, anxious, frustrated, what would your words of comfort be? And I'm going to close my eyes while you say this so that I can take it all in.
Well, that's where affirmations come in, right? Because we speak power and life into the universe as we say it, right? And we can create whatever space that we envision emotionally, right? Even if we feel it doesn't exist in this moment, we can create it, right? So if we're feeling it, first of all, it starts by acknowledging and being able to feel what we're feeling, right? So acknowledging if I'm feeling angry, if I'm feeling scared, I'm feeling joyous and ecstatic, right? Because sometimes we're not allowed that space because we are like we're getting too big for our britches. If we're joyful and excited, right? But feeling, embracing it, acknowledging that, and speaking what we want, right? I am feeling down and I'm feeling sad and I'm depressed, but I have capacity for joy and I want joy and I can have joy and it will come for me, right? Because the universe brings us what we need, but it does start from acknowledging where we are and maybe having hope and acknowledging where we want to be, right? Yeah.
Yes. Lauren, thank you so much. I got what I need to get. I'm gonna, I got my therapy session in real quick. Thank you, Lauren. Appreciate it. And I hope everyone out there too recognizes that as we're building a new paradigm, as we're building a way of engaging in a system that was not created for us to be successful, that was created on the intersection of racism and sexism, and that we are going to hit that. We're going to encounter others similarly situated, that we have to be our sister's keeper, that we don't have to wear this mantle of being strong Black women all the time in order to navigate through, that we have incredible Black women as resources, and that are there to support us and guide us through. Lauren, thank you so much. I love you dearly.
Thank you, Nia, for the honor.
You. And I hope you guys enjoy the rest of the conference. I always love the opportunity to sit in community with my friends, especially my friends that are really close to me. And Dr. Lauren Tauerbaum is just at the top of that list. Okay, so speaking of mental health care, speaking of, we heard Pepper talk about, eating and food. We've got to eat. I got to eat. Keerson's got to eat. Damien's got to eat back there, as he's working all the switches. We're going to take a little bit of a break. So we're going to pause for a little bit, about 30 minutes, come back at 1:15. We'll be right back here with Pearl Ricks. We're going to talk about we can't win until everybody wins. I can't wait for you all to hear about what's going on with trans community and these bills this session, and how we can show up in ally support. So see you guys back at 1:15.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope everyone is nourished, full, stretched.
There I go. Here we go. My computer's warming up, trying to get back in gear. There I am. And it keeps going out.
Okay, I think we're back. I hear you. Okay.
You hear me?
There we go.
Yes. You hear me? You see me?
Yes.
Awesome. I'm talking about my Ethiopian food that I had. It was all good.
Ooh. I did not hear that, but oh my gosh. Oh.
It's comfort food. It's comfort food. All right. So welcome back. We had an incredible morning. We talked about everything. We talked about everything this morning. Radical lawyering and the legislative session and legalization. Education and school to prison pipeline. We got it. We lived at the intersection of all kinds of stuff this morning.
Yes, we were fed this morning. And I'm so excited about our next section.
Man, Keerson, so the one thing that, we talk about Black women and we're moving and like we use, and one thing that I am learning to do is really not just have an expansive ideology, or what I think is an expansive ideology, an inclusive ideology when it comes to every community that we're navigating with. But it's also like the willingness to be a student, the willingness to like be called out when you're like, you just don't have it right. If you're leaving people out, if people don't feel included, they don't see themselves. And the spaces that I sit in allyship of, the onus is on us to listen, hear, and then receive how those communities expect allies to show up in the same way that we expect allies to show up for us.
Yes, that is so, so, so true.
And, in this conversation, as with a dear friend, Pearl Ricks. I've known Pearl for quite some time, doing some reproductive justice work. I was at Women with a Vision. Pearl was, one of the main people moving policy work with me. And Pearl and I have been in a couple of spaces together. But Pearl is one of those people that is not afraid to hold my feet to the fire. Not afraid to really not just help me learn, but also call me out when I'm not applying what I'm learning. And so really excited because we had conversations on, there's quite a lot, and Representative Newell brought some of it up during her conversation on some of these crazy bills that are happening for our LGBTQIA community. A lot of big conversations that were happening around, they're bringing some of these trans bills back, and Louisiana, we're in the South, and they do some, just the country does craziness, but the South does even crazierness.
Yes.
And Louisiana decided they want to be at the helm of, some of the bullshit. And so, and these students, these young people, mostly young people, were at the Capitol, and when we talk about fighting against, bad policy, fighting against legislation that's harsh, the reality is that we had communities that were literally up in Baton Rouge fighting for their lives. And, when we're talking about, we hear trans bills, and when we're not a part of that community, it hits our ear. And then we have the ability sometimes to other it, dismiss it, recognize that it's crazy, but not do stuff about it. And then we have community members literally fighting for their lives by themselves. And that's wrong. That's unfair. And so Pearl and I were talking, and I asked them to be a part of this conversation from their perspective. And they told me that, Nia, I would like to lead this space in my own way. And I said, you know what? You're right. This is not my bag. I may be an expert in a bunch of other areas. I may know a bunch of other stuff. But this is not my space, this is yours. And so I'm really excited to be able to be also a participant, a pupil, a student, and really further my understanding. And I'm encouraging other similarly situated community members, right? If this is not your bag that you have knowledge of, if you are an ally, right? Part of the very first step in an ally is learn, and learn with an open heart, learn with an open mind, check yourself, be willing to take a little bit of critique, and let the community guide you and lead you. So really excited to bring up this panel, because the reality is we cannot win until everybody wins.
That's right.
And so I'm really excited for this panel coming up.
All right, can everyone see and hear me?
I can.
Excellent. Hello, everyone. Nia, thank you so much for that wonderful intro and for setting the context. I appreciate the space that you all have built today, and I'm very excited to be sharing this particular space with a dear friend, colleague, organizer, mover, shaker, Elliott Wade. So first I'll do an intro of myself, and then Elliott, I'll give you some space to share whatever you like. Once again, my name is Prorix. My pronouns are they, them. I live in Bobancha, or New Orleans, and I do a lot of mutual aid work. I work within reproductive justice. I sing. I love baking. I'm a full human being. And also I live my life in a way that isn't cis, or for folks that may not know what that means, the birth that I was assigned by someone else, or the sex that I was assigned by someone else, doesn't align with who I am, with who I feel that I personally am, as I've gotten a chance to grow and to be a person and to think. So it's been a fun and wild, and sometimes a horror movie-like journey of getting everyone on board to understand the fullness of who I am and the fullness of the communities that I serve and I protect and I live within. I'll provide more information as we go on, but for right now, Elliott, would you like to give yourself an intro?
Yeah, sure, I could do that. Hi, everyone. My name is Elliott Wade. My pronouns are he, him, and his. I also moved through the gender expansive trans experience, if you will. I've been doing organizing work since I was 17, and I've worked with Louisiana trans advocates in some capacity since then. That's been like 6 or 7 years. I don't know. I can't count. I also enjoy cooking. I am a crawfish connoisseur. I love seafood. I am growing gourmet mushrooms. That's kind of my hobby right now. So I have some oyster mushrooms in the works. I also started a name change fund with the help of Real Name Campaign. And my side of the fund is exclusively to fund name changes for Black trans people, which is a very integral part in one's transition. And just having that, legal documentation that affirms who you are is extremely helpful and minimizes dysphoria. So that's a little bit about me. I'm happy to be here, and I'm glad to be working with Pearl again.
Thank you. I'm working on 2 screens, just so everyone knows. So if I'm looking scattered, it's not that. I'm just checking something else out. Thank you, Elliott, for providing your introduction. Some of you may know me as the Executive Director of the Reproductive Justice Action Collective. Other folks may know me from coalition building spaces, or just, out having a nice time, healing, partying. And today I'm coming forth as myself. I'm giving myself the wiggle room to speak as a person and lend into my professional and personal information and experience. So Nia spoke on how they are, when I say they, folks in legislation, and we'll go over specifics later, are bringing up a lot of harmful bills, a lot of harmful legislation that not only prevents the rights, dignity, and privacy of trans folks, intersex people, and would impact some folks that are neither one of those groups, but also legislation that is long-term. It's laying a groundwork for further discrimination, retaliation, harassment, and that's something the Black community is not new to. So I think it's really important to create the context of, not to overhype the we ain't free until we all free, but when we look at wins for the Black community, if we're not thinking of each sub community within that, then it's not a win. And I want to make sure that in this space, we're inviting people to learn and to think about how the things they care about, the things that you hold dear, intersect with some of the work that Elliot and I do. I would like to create kind of like a framework of thinking of all this. Let's push legislation and policy words out the door, and let's just say hateful speech and dangerous rhetoric, because really that's what it boils down to. And when we look at dangerous speech and hateful rhetoric, it's all based off of a threat theory. It's tapping into your fear, it's tapping into your anger, it's wanting to create disgust in you, and create a group strategy. And those are all strategies that white supremacy, fascism, capitalism use to enforce their rules and their laws, and also to get the public to go along with it. So a lot of the harm that we see is really, socially sanctioned harm. So how can we get our society, how can we get our communities to not endorse this, to believe that no one deserves to be harmed, caged, prevented from being authentic? Elliot, you are a Louisiana native, and I want to provide space to that. And also you doing this work, I'd like to ask you a question of what has if there is a balance, if there is a separation, what has been the experience of seeing this harmful legislation happen in the space where your family comes from, where you were raised, in a space that you should feel like is home? What is that experience like?
Well, that's a great question, Pearl. I think the first feelings that initially come up are rage for me. I started a lot of my career as an activist. I don't know. I started a lot of my advocating work fueled by rage. It really just pissed me off. There was a sense of kind of like self-righteousness in the way that I was moving about the work, because I understand that this isn't just about like racism or trans misogyny. This is like white supremacy being deeply rooted in all of the systems that have control and power over us. And I think that fueled me for a couple of years. And then you sort of get to an acceptance, which sounds really terrible. But I'm at a point in my life where I'm protecting my energy, where I'm protecting my peace. So you kind of, it's the devil that you know. I don't like listening to folks talk down about the South. It really frustrates me. I think that there's a lot of white privilege and classism that comes along with degrading the folks in the South. It's always, why don't you just move? We hear that even after hurricanes happen here. And there's not really an acknowledgement of like, this is like my ancestral land. This is where I'm from. And for a long time, I wanted to run from that. I wanted to go somewhere else. And, it took my mom to sit me down and be like, there are horrible people everywhere. Like there are racist people up north too. And that really sort of clicked something in me and made me realize, well, there's a fight here and I'm ready to take on that fight. And I think I'm uniquely equipped, knowing the landscape and knowing the people, who else is going to fight if I won't, right? Not to say that I should just take all of these things on and feel the weight of the world on my shoulders. Like I'm not Atlas. I'm not going to have this albatross on my neck. It's not happening. I also, I'm an English major, so I'm like, these literary, but I look at the fight a little bit differently now. I think more about putting my community first and meeting community needs first. I'm much more interested in grassroots organizing, providing community aid, assistance. That's where I want to spend a lot of my time and energy. I want to divest as much as possible from a lot of these things. That doesn't mean that the fight isn't necessary or important, because it is. Policy affects people. That being said, I get so much more joy out of directly working with my community. So I don't know. I felt like that was a little bit of a tangent, but that's a little bit about where I'm at.
Thank you. And we need the tangent. So a lot of the spaces that we do this in, it's like structured and there's question, answer, question, answer. But as Nia said, like, I like to shake it up a bit. Let's create some fire, let's dig around. So I wanted to pull out some themes that you had mentioned and kind of extrapolate for your English mind on them. Yes, I got you. Just a little something. But they're attacking young people, but they also silence young people. So when we look at this like harmful rhetoric and this hate speech and dangerous rhetoric that's going forth at the Capitol, when you talk about divesting, that is going after a group that is hyper silenced, just as we are. And at the same time, every year I'm finding more platforms, more spaces to shout from the rooftops what is going on. So I appreciate you laying all of that out. And you talked about how it sits within white supremacy. And I think something that is important that you can apply through all of this legislation is that it's hinging on a social norm. It's hinging on a shared definition of the way people do or should behave. And, it powerfully influences that behavior. It's based on perceived norms of how femininity looks, how womanhood looks, how manhood looks. And the reality of it is none of it was made for Black bodies. So, I don't know if someone has mentioned this in one of the breaks that I took this morning from the conference, but it wasn't made for Black bodies. When we look at this harmful, fascist, white supremacy-based legislation, it is protecting or saving an idea of femininity that is meant to be light, fair, skinny, frail, needs savior, needs to provide, and also is strictly meant in like a nurturing service form. In my experience and the legacy of amazing Black women that I come from and the womanhood that I have earned, but I choose to put down sometimes, that is not my experience. No matter how hard we want to believe that this social norm is like a traditional norm, it's just not so. Our bodies manifest in many different ways, and we experience a mix of masculine, feminine, and then whatever may be in between. And when we apply that to the tactics used to diminish the rights of trans people, diminish the dignity, diminish the privacy of Black trans people, when we're applying all that, we see that separation. And what happens when Nia talks about this allyship, and we've had this talk a couple of times, is that you end up with a group of Black women and Black men that are ready to protect Black people, but have a spotty and a gap-filled definition of what Black people are, of who Black people are. It's kind of that kinfolk ain't skinfolk thing. Okay, great, fantastic. But can we at least acknowledge the skinfolk part, right? So me being a Black person, regardless of how my body sits, is important. It is important because that is what intersects with everything else. That's what intersects with work. That's what intersects with school, my ability to make money, to be vocal in spaces and call people in, call people out, or call it what it is. And I definitely wanted to lift that up. I also want to say that, social identity can cause people to protect, and social identity can cause people to strengthen. So when I told Nia, I'll come to this conference. Yes, I'll come to every Crown Act, whatever. Like, I switch up my hair. I was discriminated against in the workplace for locks, like, got you. And also when I'm seeing anti-trans legislation come up, I want to see some of those same people in the room because we have a shared identity. And I want you to broaden your idea of what that identity is so that you do feel the strength and need to protect this group. And once again, that strength needs to be lent to the entire trans group and Black trans group. And also there's a specific target on the backs of our young people. There's a specific target on the backs of young Black people, and they have enough to handle. They truly do. When we look at the attacks on trans folks and how it impacts Black people, and we look at the decision to parent or not to parent, how that applies. If police brutality will impact someone's decision on whether or not they want to parent, then why wouldn't the precise group targeted brutality that's happening with Black trans people? I want to pause and just see if there's anything you would like to add, Elliot.
I was about to jump in, Pearl. I have a couple of points. One, I literally had this conversation less than 24 hours ago. Like I'm not exaggerating. I was expressing how frustrated that I am with this like imagined dichotomy of like my blackness over here and my trans or queerness over here, and how that's been a source of strife for me in organizing work. And I see the difference. Like I've like, just for an example, there were some Alton Sterling protests in Baton Rouge a couple years back, and I know some amazing queer activists and queer organizers who were at the forefront of this. Well, not to say that like people need credit or whatever it is, but to just see how they were interacted with from the larger community, how they were treated, how folks didn't show up for them in the same way that they did these Black cis men. The same folks that, turned out in droves, even in Lafayette with the Trayford Pellerin case here. Like, we shut the interstate down. We shut, the ramp to get onto I-10 down. And it's just never that same energy for Black trans people. It's something that I have to recognize. And it also goes the same way for queer white and trans people. Like, it's sort of this, just to go back to the theme of it, we're not all free until we're all free. And thinking about the particular silencing of young people, I think about how the legislative session in of itself is just very inaccessible for most people, in the location, in the time frame. I thought to myself last session, I was like, I would love to see what the turnout would be of the public if this was on the weekend or if this was after 5 p.m. I would love to see the difference in how involved folks would be. But this is by design. This is inaccessible by design. And it's hard for young folks. I'm not going to say impossible, but they make it damn near impossible for young folks to really be meaningfully in charge of their own narrative. We tried, and we were successful in getting some young folks last legislative session to be able to tell their stories. But people are at school. They need to have a ride there to Baton Rouge if they're not from there. And if you are from Baton Rouge, do you have a car? Is the state capitol on the bus line? I don't know. How reliable is the public transportation system in Louisiana in general? It's really frustrating. I also know the feeling of being a young person and feeling like you don't have a voice or you don't have control over these big, large entities. I guess, I don't know. This is also a little bit of a tangent, but I think often about how do we empower young folks, or not empower, but how do we amplify the power that they already have to be involved in this process? Like, where do we begin? And I think just starting talking to the other adults in the room, and raising their consciousness around trans rights, trans issues, the intersections of Black, trans, and queer freedom fighting is where we start at.
Thank you for that. And the thing is, you don't have to agree with anything. You don't have to want that for yourself, but a central theme should be wanting folks to have, some of the buzzwords are like bodily autonomy, but really to have full control over their life's experience, to have access to the things that they need to parent, to not parent, to experience their gender in the ways that they choose, to experience sexual pleasure and health that is obstacle free. So in, taking everything that Elliot said and applying it to some of the individual experiences through conversation I've been able to have, you don't have to agree with it. You don't have to see yourself living this life. You don't even have to, you can be raising children that are not going to have a trans or an intersex experience. And for the side note, intersex experiences, let me define that. And there are folks that are born with, we all have different chromosomal makeup. So that XX, XY thing, it's BS. There's like XYX and there's XXY and there's like XXYX. Like, there's so many different variations. So biological sex is bullshit, and it's not a binary. So that's something that you should know. But there are people that are born with various different combinations of secondary, primary sex characteristics. So you may have testicles and breast. You may have a vagina and no breast, or whatever it may go. Our bodies are so vast that there's a need to uphold that intersex people also exist within this conversation, and that all of this has a impact on them. All of this has an impact on people who have PCOS, women that have PCOS, with hirsutism. So if you're growing a beard and someone wants to say, oh, you're trans, you need to go, you can't play sports, or you're trans, we can fire you, and that's not your experience, like that is a collateral damage that folks aren't considering. But this doesn't need to be your experience for you to stand up and want to protect folks and protect our right, your nieces, nephews, neighbors' right to make decisions about their lives. And also, like you said, the involvement level is by design meant to keep Black people out. How many city hall meetings happen and they only share it maybe online through a very specific listserv? Or how many times does something happen when you would be picking up your family from school or making dinner, or you're going to a second, third, fourth job, or you just want to be resting and healing your body because this life is hard enough? So I also want to elevate, we know it's not particularly convenient all the time to do what we're asking you to do. And also they find many conveniences to oppress Black folks. And then also I want to talk real quickly about the fact that this creates harm for cis folks too. Elliot, you specifically talked about cis Black men and the experience from that. And I think it's important to sit there, the expectation of hypermasculinity on the bodies of Black men that has just happened forever, like a hypermasculinity that is toxic and is violent sometimes, and is also expected almost. And I believe that these types of hate speech and dangerous rhetoric also push us to Black women. You have to look this to be feminine. You can't have short hair. Like, you can't have locks. What are you talking about? You can't be big, or if you're going to be big, you have to be a special type of big. So all of these definitions force us into pockets that are harmful, regardless of if you share this transgender, expansive, intersex experience. It forces you to embody a femininity instead of embodying your body. So I want to elevate that this is something that harms all of us. And this is also just a domino in the collapsing ones. This is a setup. All the legislation that I'm soon going to drop, it's model legislation. It's being picked up in Texas, it's being picked up in Florida, and then they're applying it to Louisiana. So I would now like to offer Elliot any opportunity to share anything else. I am going to afterwards share mechanisms that they use for justification of violence. And then I'm going to share the bills and who you can call to tell them to withdraw or to call and say good job, because we do have some good bills, which is great. And also, if they all pass, then what, right? So we're going to uplift both. Elliot, would you like to add anything?
Yeah, I guess building off of the points that you already so eloquently made, I want to reemphasize that this, gender expansive experience is ancestral. This is indigenous. And speaking about like white supremacy, I'm talking about like centuries of colonization, of imperialism. We didn't have that. Like we were all just vibing where we were at, doing our thing, and then they walked in and said all the things that we were doing were savage because we didn't have, we bathed, right? For starters. I'm sorry. But, yeah. These fucking, pardon my French, but these funky Europeans came and saw everybody being great and was just sipping on haterade. That's not what happened. This is not historically accurate. Let me wrap this up and just say that this is a long-standing tradition this is not something that's abnormal. This is the most natural expression of the human body, of the human experience. That's it. That's it.
And, you know, thank you for elevating this, that this is also based in like gender hate and gender dangerous speech. Like all of that is based in race science. And the binary comes in when white folks, and this is real, you'll have to find me at like at Pearl Still on Instagram or something like that to get all of the references. But when you look at the group in power needing to create order within society, you have to segment society and then you assign them roles. And those roles have to move the society forward, and then they have to be enforced so that it keeps going. And if they're not going to be enforced, then a new system needs to show up. So a quick example of that is childcare, right? So the mother gives the birth and raises the children, makes the food, and the father goes out and does all of that. But then wartime happens. We need you all to work. So childcare starts popping up. Schools are popping up. They're no longer working on the farm. So those are some examples of how you apply roles to different people. And side note, Adolf Hitler visited the United States to find out the framework for the discrimination and extreme violence that was over there. So this is also intersecting with religion. This is also intersecting with anti-Semitism. This is intersecting with so many different things. And I bring this up so we can just dig deeper in what Elliot said, that this is made up. This is something that was enforced, and it continues to be enforced for the continuation of a very harmful, dangerous society that we live within. So thank you very much for bringing that up. And also, like, I really recommend that folks go online and look up, you know, gender expansive Africa. Look up the roles that people who would not fall into either binary bucket, male nor female, that we use right now. Look at the roles that those people played in village. Look at those roles that people played in tribe, and not even within the African experience, the African diasporic experience, but also a Native Indigenous Turtle Island experience. And yeah, it is very important that we lift that up. Could I get a time check, if that's okay, in the chat? I have just a couple of other things that I want to give to y'all. Okay, cool. In terms of framing, I don't want Black people to be weaponized against each other. I don't want the empathy and the sympathy and the love and the valor of those that are not Black, are brown, are white, or whatever, to be weaponized. So right now, I want to take this space to offer some of the mechanisms that are used in terms of justification of hate. So when you're reading through, if you're able to, this harmful language, you can see through it, that you can see when when white supremacy, fascism, regardless of who is wielding it, because let's remember, white people are not the only people that can enforce white supremacy into spaces. So that regardless of who is wielding it, you're able to see through it, and you're able to make an informed decision about how you want to care about your community, about how you want to love and protect the entire community. And these are also things, if you apply it to police brutality, you'll see in why police brutality isn't seen as a reason to defund or to abolish police when it comes to a national conversation, because of the tactics held here. So we have the de-identification or dehumanization of people. So he was so strong, he was like the Hulk. He came at me like an animal is something how that's applied outside of this conversation. The way that it's applied here are derogatory terms for trans people. To see them as less than human because they don't embody the experience you believe that they should, because they are, whether they're binary or not, but it paints groups as less than human, and it stems in fear and it stems in disgust. Threat construction is the illusion of an entire group as a threat, and that is stemmed in fear and it's stemmed in panic. So threat construction would be like, what is it? The medical bill 570, SB 570. There is threat construction in there. The impacts of a surgery that is not happening can be fatal. This medication that has the same side effects as an inhaler, right? So we're looking at the side effects, but these are really bad. And then not only that, like this could spread to the rest. If we're looking at critical race theory and the threat construction there, it's going to teach white children to hate themselves and to hate their history and their heritage. So threat construction is a very large part in dangerous speech. In hateful speech and dangerous rhetoric. Guilt attribution, so painting a few folks in the group as bad, the deconstruction of alternatives, or the Black family will not rebound until, right? So if we're looking at in spaces that I've been in which Blackness has to belong in a binary, that in order to save the Black family, it has to look like this. So that's a deconstruction of alternative. When we know Black families, brown families, all our families are mostly non-traditional at this point and look expansive. Valorization, which is inflation that's backed by violence and community value. So a real man would want to do this. A real woman would want to act in these ways. And then also the fact that you should want to protect someone that you don't know from a threat that you don't know is real, and enforcing that valorization within you. And then futurization, that if we don't stop this now, there will be no children. Like I've heard that before. That doesn't make any sense. So I just wanted to drop those themes that predate that violence. And we have about 2 minutes. Elliot, if you don't mind, I'm just going to run down one action item that it would be fantastic, and then just talk about a couple of bills. One, thank you everyone for sticking with us in this conversation. And this contextualizer, it's meant to add texture to what we're going through. So thank you very much. I would like for folks to call their legislators. Specifically, you can call Ferment on House Bill 570, which is a very, it's harmful legislation in terms of, excuse me, dropped my notes. It prevents families from being able to make their own decisions about how they care for their young people, and it prevents young people from making their own decisions on how they speak about their bodies. It also weaponizes and criminalizes teachers that may speak or teach certain things, and it prevents medical doctors from providing their oath of no harm. So you can call Ferment about HB 570. You can call Dottie Horton, Rep. Dottie Horton, on HB 837. For Dottie, it's 318-949-2463. And tell her to withdraw. And then once again, last year we defeated all anti-trans legislation, but we're seeing the sports bill come back this year. We have the bill that they're calling Don't Say Gay, but I think that can kind of deflect the attention from what's in the bill material. So please take a look at Forum for Equality's IG for New Orleans. You can take a look at the ACLU's IG, REJAC, Louisiana Trans Advocates also, or LTA, and we will be keeping folks up to date on what's happening. And then you'll also get some information on some good bills that are happening, like Rep. Freeman and the Louisiana Housing Non-Discrimination Act, Rep. Boyd and Louisiana Employment Non-Discrimination Act, and also Rep. Landry and the conversion therapy ban. So those are some harmful, dangerous, violent pieces of policy that I would love for you to follow up on and tell, even if you don't live there, call them, because this is Louisiana. We protect each other. We love on each other. And regardless of if we are someone who is making a trip back to an ancestral land or someone who is a native of Louisiana, we deserve for it to be safe for all of us. African culture is Black American culture, and it's all connected. So I thank you all for this space. I thank you all for just opening your mind and thinking about this. And once again, find a way to reach out to me. I may be a little slow, but I love having these conversations, and I can do it in a way that, makes you feel held, unless you mess up and you're violent. And then, we'll talk about it that way. So thank you, everyone. Elliot, I don't know if you would like to add anything in closing.
That's it. thank you all for holding the space and welcoming us in it. Have a great rest of the conference.
Yeah, thank you all so much.
Yeah, that was an incredible conversation. I'm really grateful to Pearl and Elliot for giving us some contextual context, on how to be good allies and some demands on what we got to do to show the fuck up this session. You know what I'm saying? I mean, this session, that's the theme, is we got to show the fuck up. And so really excited that they were able to give us some context on how to show up in a very intentional way. Pay attention to the bills that Pearl brought up and pay attention to all the resources that were given.
Yes.
So, we're going to have one of our fellow TED Talks, and then we about to have another panel. I will say, you know what? I'm going to introduce that panel in just a second. We're going to go ahead with our TED Talk. I got to put some right words. When you talk about storytellers and storytelling, you know what I'm saying? They critique the stuff you say. You know what I'm saying? It's they shit, and you got to get they shit right. So let's go ahead to the TED Talk, and then we're going to have our next panel.
Hello, I am Dr. Nikel Lackings, the founder and visionary of Enhanced Symmetry LLC. Why I love Black women? We are magical. We have power that just exceeds imagination. When we band together, we can accomplish anything. The reason for Enhanced Symmetry, my purpose, is to incorporate the health and wellness of especially the Black community, but especially for women. I want to be able to help women see their fullest potential. For the past 30 years, as the founder and visionary of Enhanced Symmetry, my major focus has been to help people find their voice, help them to find their optimal selves, whatever that definition may be, and to be able to contribute to society. My focus especially now is with Black women, because for far too long we have not utilized our potential to our best efforts. We definitely need to be able to see what we can do, how we can contribute. That is the mission of Enhanced Symmetry at this time. I look forward to moving the needle for all women to contribute to society. In my 30 years as a career counselor, I have worked with many women. For example, one of my most prized counseling persons, I helped her. She was a victim of domestic violence. I helped her shed that victimhood to being a survivor. She's found her voice. She found her strength, was able to leave that situation and became a more independent person. She is now in private practice for herself, helping other persons who are with domestic violence. So she has become an advocate, and she always highlights the work that we have done together to make it better for her to proceed to help others.
So Keerson, storytelling. I love storytelling. I mean, like, it's how Black folks, this is how we communicate, it's how we move, it's how we build power. It's just dope. Actually went to a party last night, and someone introduced me to their friend, not as their friend the lawyer, but their friend the filmmaker. I was like, yes, that was probably, I was like, it's the first time anyone introduced me like that. And I was like, oh shit, is that how people see me? I'll take it, you know what I'm saying? That was incredible. And so this next panel are some incredible storytellers, incredible Black women that use storytelling as a strategy on multiple different fronts. The moderator of this panel, Milana Jackson. Let me tell y'all something a little special about Milana. I met Milana maybe about 2 years at the top of the pandemic. I was doing a project where we were teaching young Black girls how to be storytellers and create storytelling films. Damien and I run a project called Cyber Justice. It was our first iteration of Cyber Justice. And I asked him about friends of his that he knew that would be really great to inspire these young girls. And he introduced me to Milana. And Milana I did a cold email and a cold text to you just randomly do something, and immediately said yes. And then she came on and she dropped so many nuggets of wisdom and love to these girls that my daughter started calling. They said, "Can we call her Auntie Milana?" I said, yep. And so now they think they got a new TT that is an amazing, incredible, well-accomplished actress. Every time they see her on TV, they're like, "That's my auntie." And so, it's like, it's kind of dope. The other three women on this panel, Nafisa, Manolia, and Joelle. Let me tell y'all, these sisters are not just storytellers in professional, but they're also story holders in personal life. And I sat with them, each with them sharing pieces of my story. Joelle probably is scratching her head how she wound up being my friend, because the very first time we had drinks, I found out she was a spiritual connector, and I asked her to connect me to my mama, and she did. And I think she's like, "How do I get out of this?" And so Manolia and she has put me on so many panels when it comes to journalism and radical, doing something with press on me. And she found it a way for journalists to tell dope stories and Black journalists to be incredibly. And Nafisa, as soon as I met this woman, it was at my house a couple of weeks ago during Mardi Gras, and she sat here with her pink patch in her hair, and I was like, "I would like to hire you one day. We're gonna do some work together." So this is an incredible panel of some incredible women teaching us what it means to utilize storytelling as a strategy.
Hello, everybody. I'm so excited for today. My name is Milana. I was asked to moderate this panel. I looked up all of you, and I'm just so honored to be a part of sharing how to tell a story, how to incorporate yourself while telling the story, and how to protect the story that you tell. I'll start first, I guess, with allowing you to tell a little bit about yourself. And I have some questions. I would love to kind of construct this as like a discussion, so it's less formal and more like, we're just sitting around getting to know everybody and getting to impact others with the things that we have experienced, so that we feel like we're on this journey together. So I'll start with me. I'm from Chicago. I'm currently based in Los Angeles, and I've been in the entertainment industry for 20 years. I've actually been trying to figure out how to properly tell my story. And so I'm really also here to learn from you all. So please share and know that I am a part of the audience in figuring out the best way to share my journey with others so that we can all relate. So I'll start with Manolia. What do you feel like is the importance of storytelling in the Black community? I understand you have a company called Yes Media, and you're about building institutions in our images, or in the images of those who like to see themselves. There is an evolution that's happening in in digital media. And there is going to be an impact with the performing arts. And so I'm just curious as to what the importance of storytelling in our community is, considering our future.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm really glad to be here. First of all, can y'all hear me okay?
Yeah.
With sound check.
Yeah.
So my name is Manolia Charlotin. My people are from Haiti. And so I carry that with me in the work that I do. I carry that lineage of revolution and resistance, and naming our own humanity and claiming that. But I'm from Brooklyn. Y'all gonna hear it, so I can't front. And I moved to New Orleans 3 years ago to help co-found an organization that worked on expanding movement journalism and understanding the power that social movements and Black community have had in shaping how we tell our stories in the news media. And it was a way for us, and that framework, though it doesn't talk about something new, it was a framework to help people understand how social justice movements in the Black communities, particularly from the South, have been shaping the whole field of journalism, starting with Ida B. Wells as the first really mainstream investigative journalist in this country. You know what I'm saying? And also to redefine and reframe journalism as a political act. That's what it is. To tell our stories, to document the way we approach the world, and to document how we confront oppression is itself an important power that we hold. And we've been doing it for a long time. So that's a little bit about my work. Right now, I sit on 2 boards. I sit on Yes Media Board, which is a really powerful magazine and media platform that helps move forward solutions journalism that uplifts communities around the country that are actually making change. So it's not just about the problem of issues that we're confronting, but how we are already solving those problems and how we are approaching it from a community-centered approach. And then I also sit on the board of Kosamba, which is a scholarly association of Vodou scholars, teachers, practitioners, which is a great honor for me to be on because I'm the only spiritual leader on the group, in the group, and non-advanced degree holding person on the group, because I'm a storyteller. They understood the power of my media background and why it's important for us to reframe how we tell the stories of Black spirituality. And so I'm going to start. I wrote a little something because I want to make sure, I wanted to set up a frame because I was curious. I thought you might choose me first, so I want to be ready. So for me, for Black people, stories have power, okay? In a society driven by systems of oppression, which are well-coordinated, resourced methods of control, Black people, and specifically Black women, are supposed to be at the bottom, to have no means of power. Yet Black people, rooted in our African heritage and what we share with indigenous peoples of this land, developed a culture that stands in opposition to those brutal systems of control. And we heard folks from earlier panels talk about incarceration, talk about all these bills that are designed, oppression is designed to control us, okay? And Black culture affirms humanity. It makes space for us to hold other people, to help other people not only exist, but to live. Black culture affirms humanity to create, to persevere, to build community. And that is power. Black culture is power. So of course, when Black freedom movements of the 20th century proclaimed Black power, it was seen as a threat. But that's for another talk, for another day, okay? Back to stories. At the base and at the foundation of our culture is our stories. So what functions do our stories serve? Our stories harness the genius and power of Black culture. A story is designed to capture the attention, all right, of an audience in order to communicate something. And keeping with that theme of design, if we were to compare it to, say, architects, an architect is an inventor, an artist who designs and builds physical structures like a house, a school, a workplace, monuments. And in the building phase, the architect ensures that the foundation is well set, that it has the capacity to hold up the structure. So stories hold up the emotional structures that connect us, our values. And so when Black people lay the foundation to establish shared values, we're doing it from a place that affirms humanity, and that stands in direct contradiction to what this country was founded upon. So to me, that's why Black stories in particular have power and why they're important, because we build community by sharing our stories. And to close, stories help us arrive at a shared meeting. So we know where we at. We understand what we're doing together. And stories help us see ourselves in each other. The African philosophy of Ubuntu, I am because you are. That's what, to me, why Black culture and the stories that lay at the foundation of our culture is indeed power.
I love that. I love that. Joelle, do you? I would love to know what you have to add to the importance of storytelling in the community, and also the various ways that stories get told. that you know about, and how you tell your stories? Do you have multiple ways of telling a story? You have one specific kind of approach?
I'm still receiving what Manolia said. So powerful. There's a lot there. And so in sort of listening actively, responding actively, and then answering your question, I have yet to meet a human that's not complex. I'll wait till we find one, because they just don't exist, right? Mm-hmm. So they're in that mirroring. How can a story be so simplified, right? Your story is not simplified. My story is not simplified. Every individual on this panel's story is not simplified. And then we multiply that, and then we go back, and then we go forward, right? Lineage backwards and forwards. So there's no one way to tell a story, right? We see that in so many ways, right? When we played games, right? I will never forget when I first moved to the Midwest from Louisiana, going to college, and I had to start to understand how my Midwest brothers and sisters spoke and how they communicated and how they, right? And we started talking and we started using our slangs, and we're testing out our slangs on each other. And it's telling me a story of who they are. It's telling me a story of who their grandmama and their grandmama was, right? Whether she was from Mississippi, or she was from Natchez, or she was from, you know what I'm saying? Or she was from Brooklyn, right? But we're testing out the language via the stories that we keep holding, whether it's in our literal memory, or, as I would love to say, it's particularly in my background as a somatic psychologist, on top of being a TV and film producer, which is multiple ways of telling a story, right? There's one, I am the medium, but I am utilizing multiple avenues to help us remember and tell the story. So whether that's through a psychological approach, via the body, physically, how do we sit, how do we move? Why is it that you could be in a church in Fort Wayne, Indiana, you could be in church in New Orleans, and we'd be like, the same way. We move our body the same way. Why is that? How is that, right? I don't know your people explicitly, but I do know your people, right? So in that example alone, there's multiple ways in which we are relaying stories, connecting to each other's stories, connecting to each other personally, and telling of a new story. Because we aren't here just to be here. Our ancestors didn't come, or not really come. They weren't forced here just to be forced here, right? We are always, no matter if we're in Ghana, if we're in Ethiopia, if we're in Brussels, if we're in New Orleans, if we're in New York, if we're in San Francisco, we as Black people are always pushing the story to be of our future. So in that way in itself, there's multiple ways. How does that look? Whether is it writing? Is it talking? Is it moving the body? Is it imagery? Is it activism? Is it in the voting booth? Is it in just showing up at the Old People Center to make sure that you know the stories from when they were around in 1925 and what they're remembering, so that you don't forget that? So there's multiple ways to answer your question.
And Joelle, I want to address, because I saw a website called Flow in the Light. And as a medium, we discuss a lot about owning your image, which is in alignment with what Manolia was saying about creating the foundation. So considering that construct, it sounds like there is an alignment about as long as the foundation is set and you're standing in your power and you're owning that image, that within itself is a great launch pad to begin to be a storyteller. And it's really just about figuring out the journey of your life that you want to share with other people, right? I'm feeling as if that's kind of what is in association with you being from a part of the world that I may not be a part of, yet we're still connected.
Right, and at one point,
similar light and foundation.
And at one point we were always connected. There's just, to Manoli's point, there's all these different systems of oppression, systems of distraction, systems of retaliation, right? That don't want us to thrive, they let us survive because we've been doing that for a minimum of 400 years that we can recall.
Yeah.
So that's a story in and of itself. That's a story in which hip hop is born. That's a story in which that they call jazz is born. That's a story that has many different variations, right? But to your point, it's not just about the physical location, as it's also in the somatic way we say remembering through remembering, not just in the mind, remembering who we are collectively as one, and then as individuals and as communities and segues and variances and things like that.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Nafisa, I would love to know, how do you, so I first of all, where are you from?
I'm actually born and raised in Jersey City, but I live in New Orleans now. And I would say, like, I was born and raised in Jersey City. I was made in Atlanta, and then I'm thriving in New Orleans. So I've had like a lot of life in all those areas. So there's that.
Okay. So being from Jersey, you said being made in
Atlanta. Like I became an adult in Atlanta. Yeah.
Atlanta, and now you reside in NOLA. How do you find, because there's so many different infrastructures, right? This Atlanta is quite different from New Orleans. My family's from Louisiana, but it's like a small rural town, like 3 hours from New Orleans. They rarely ever go to New Orleans. They spend a lot of time in their community. And I was trying to figure out how to incorporate activism in those rural communities. So you're from Jersey City, you lived in Atlanta, and now in New Orleans. What do you feel, or how do you feel the best way to be an activist in storytelling or telling your story? How can you be proactive in terms of making a change as opposed to just sharing your experience just for profit?
Well, so first thing, I am a daughter of the Great Migration, right? So when you talk about me coming from, like, having lived in these 3 different places and had these different experiences, part of what unites those places is, like, one part of my family came from deep South, small town, Georgia, another part. And like, these are communities where, at least when my grandparents and great grandparents lived, folks sat around a table telling stories. Folks sat around a table to heal each other. Folks sat around a table, and community was so big and so important. And even me moving to New Orleans, I had to bring my remembrance of that type of community when I moved here, and then enact that to, like, join with my community and become a part of my community. And I live on a very micro level, right? So when you think in micro terms, stories, it comes in so many ways. I grew up as a child of dance. I danced. I was on stage telling stories with my body, like Joelle said, whether it was West African dance, whether it was Caribbean dance, whether it was, modern and jazz. So we have that. Then you have my grandmother, who was a Black Panther, and she was the secretary of her chapter. So she's telling stories right there as part of revolution. That's in my DNA. So I know that has to be part of me, right? My mother's a writer, and in her work, she's not only a poet, but she's a copywriter. But her being a copywriter, that means she's taking, and that's part of the work I do now, is taking fashion and distilling that into stories and helping people understand that everything you wear tells a story too. So when you look at micro levels of storytelling as activism, my walking out of the house and selecting an outfit that feels happy is telling the little children in my in my neighborhood, that it's great to be happy, that it's okay to be happy, that it's possible to be happy. Once you tell that story, that's revolution right there, because Black happiness is revolutionary. So when you go into these smaller rural communities, let's say if you're not from there and you come and you bring a different perspective, if you can make people feel comfortable, then they'll listen to what you say. And when people will listen to what you say and they absorb it, then you start a revolution right there. Every revolution starts with a ripple. So if you can cause a ripple, you can cause a wave.
And oh my God, that's so true. Because ripples make impacts as well. Like a small crack can bring down a whole foundation.
Exactly.
The foundation must be strong. Okay, I'm just going to pose this question, and I would love for whomever feels led to speak, do so. We talk a lot about the media talks a lot about, and we talk a lot about in our circles, justice. And being strategic with justice is how you make an impact. So how does storytelling fit into that inside of a justice strategy? How does storytelling, how does telling one story really fit into provoking change?
Well, I'll take that from a macro level. I'll go up. I know that Joel and Nafisa could get us down to the roots. So actually, this is part of my work. So I'm gonna try to be as hella brief as possible because I actually do a whole training on this. Like it's literally, a lot of my work is helping advocates, organizers understand how to build narrative strategy to support any of the policy advocacy they're doing, any of the organizing work they're doing on the ground, and also major institutions that are trying to shift their narrative to reach our people. So I have a whole training based on this, but I'm going to try to sort of distill it into some basic things. Storytelling is key to any justice strategy because in order to shift anyone's thinking and help them develop a new understanding of why this bill has to either pass or, as we saw in the last panel, be removed, right? You have to, in order to do that, you have to communicate a set of values, and there has to be clarity about what's the big narrative that justice strategy is trying to push in order to help the people who you're trying to move, in order to help them have a new understanding about why it's important for them to actually move. Okay. And so narratives are a collection of stories and messages that help define and shape a worldview or ideology. And what we're saying from this, as Black women particularly, and Black queer and femme folks, we're saying that we're affirming humanity in every aspect of what we do. Therefore, we stand in contradiction to anything that opposes that. Okay, so whether it be your policy, whether it be how you incarcerate folks, whether it be your police systems, your systems of control, all the systems of control, we stand in opposition to that. But we have to tell a narrative about why that's important. We have to help people have a different understanding about why it's important for them to be a part of affirming humanity. So that's why so to me, whenever I see a lot of folks move into tactics, so they start doing social media campaigns, or they put up a website without being clear about what is the narrative strategy, what is the big goal that you are trying to help move forward? What is a set of values that you want people to understand that by taking this specific move, right, that they are affirming those values, that they're affirming their own humanity. So that's why, to me, I think strategy is super important, but also strategy is a form of resistance because they're so good at creating ways for us to be exploited, to destroy our spirit, to keep us in survival mode, that when we pause to develop a strategy, we are responding instead of reacting. We're saying, oh, okay, so you over here doing this? Okay, fine. We're going to take our time. We're going to figure out what is the big goal, and then what are all the things we got to do in between that to get us there. So so for us, it's abolition. These systems need to no longer exist. So therefore, defund the police. Mm-hmm. So folks who don't understand the broader narrative, the broader goal is to abolish systems of control because they are inhumane and they are anti-earth. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. That's where that defund the police smaller narrative and campaign comes from. It's that larger understanding that systems of control should no longer exist. We have to abolish them. So therefore, we have to shift resources from people who uphold, from law enforcement, in going into resources where we educate our folks. We get community counseling. We support the holistic and the humane ways that folks need to rehabilitate their behavior, right? We move away from punishment to rehabilitation because we are affirming humanity. So for me, every time Black folks specifically, and Black women very particularly, take our time to set a strategy to say, what are we trying to say here? What are we trying to communicate here? It is a form of resistance because we're saying we're going to take our time to respond accordingly and affirm what we hold dear.
Yeah, it sounds like the planning element is crucial, So without the planning element, it's almost like you said, and someone else may have said it. It's not about reacting, but being proactive, and strategy is key. Strategy is key.
Yes, it is. But because we're doing two things at once, because we're being forced to do two things at once. We're trying to affirm who we are while we confront the real oppression happening to us all the time. That our physical bodies, our families, our communities, we're constantly being met with a barrage of oppressive things for us to confront. And that has an impact on us. What I'm saying is, I've noticed very specifically that Black women, we have been taking our time to heal, taking our time to not just react to what's happening to us, but in healing and coming together. And I mean, what Mia is doing, this gathering of bringing us together to think and to plan, is indeed an act of resistance. And to Nafisa's point, it is revolutionary, because we're not supposed to take our time to respond, right, to the system, and take our time to build something new. And so that, to me, that's why strategy is important, because in taking that time, we're saying, no, we're affirming our humanity and say, we deserve to take this time. We're going to come together. We're going to figure this out together. And we're going to put forth what we want to put forth while we hold space for people who are confronting the very violent oppression in the day-to-day.
Yeah, I love that.
And I just wanted to add, like, particularly what Manoli is saying, I'm going to draw out sort of the shadow side to that, which is, although we're utilizing the terms oppression and systems, right? Essentially, all of those things became what they became because someone outside of us is telling our story.
Yeah.
Okay. And saying who we are and the image of who we are. And so that pause is us being like, let's get this story together first. I ain't a hoe because you call me a hoe. I'm not actually Black just because you called me Black. If I say I'm Black, it's because I choose to say I'm Black. But how I identify myself is blah, 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 blah. That's what that pause is. That pause is for us to remember who we are.
Claiming, yeah.
Those images of who we are. That's why, you know, now everybody's like, oh, everybody's up into all these shots. Everybody's into waist beads now. Everybody, yeah, because we're remembering. We remembering. Oh, I am beautiful. I remember this. You have literally made your whole Greek mythology system based off of my religion. Based off of my hips, my afro, my dark skin, hello, my food, my nature, my spice, my swag, my rhythm, my tone. Y'all made your whole mythology based on me. And I'm just starting to remember that because I needed 2 more seconds to think about that.
Yeah.
Active, I'm responsive. So I've at least played, and we say I, meaning we, our ancestors, we have taken the time, we have utilized the time to get readjusted. And so now we, the new generation and the generations coming, can now tell the story, one, as we truly remember it, one, as we prefer to remember it, 2, as we prefer to remember it, and 3, how we want our 4 children, our ascendants, to then claim it. So this is a part that everything that Manolia is saying is also part of self-image. That question you were asking about, what is the image? It is a remembering and a reclamation of truly who we are.
Yeah. Speaking of images, it reflects also externally one's impression on us. And Nafisa, we can, I think we're coming to a close, so we can end with you. You have a company called Style Scribe Content Services, correct?
Correct.
And so in that, I would love for you to infuse your experience with the idea of what the value of owning our own stories is. When we don't tell our stories, others get to tell them in their version, in their way. And I think it's crucial that if it's a woman about a specific kind of experience, it's always best when it's told by that woman.
So I would love to hear what is the value of owning our own stories, and what does it look like when we're not the narrators of our stories?
Well, first of all, I think we know what it looks like when we're not the narrators. That's got us here, right? That's why we even have to have this conference. That's why we have to have this panel, because we have to reshape the story that we've already been told, and that we've been like, and when I say we, it doesn't necessarily mean the 4 women right here, right now, but I mean collectively, these stories we've been told and told to tell ourselves, right? And so I'll say one of the key things growing up for me in the house of this writer and this avid reader that is my mother is that we did story time. I got stories, bedtime stories, like every night.
You did?
Oh no, I'm dead serious.
I love that.
Or we read The People Could Fly. Those were my bedtime stories. So I grew up on folk tales that came out of my enslaved ancestors. And whereas even that story, if we are not the ones telling it, that story has become a yoke on us as opposed to one that empowers us. When you think about these ancestors and what they survived and what they endured and how they still found even the tiniest ways to thrive, the tiniest ways to enact passive resistance, the tiniest ways to outsmart somebody, or any of that stuff, the magic, the hoodoo, the everything that we have retained, you become proud. So whereas opposed to, I have a lot of, I come across a lot of people who, especially people in elite spaces, like I went to Spelman and just different elite spaces, have like this sense of shame for like coming from, like you said, these small rural communities, or the way people talk, or us talking in parables as opposed to absolutely enunciating every single word, as if the sing-song rhythm and the way we talk and the way we've shifted this language is not its own form of storytelling, right? So when we tell our own stories, we tell them in our rhythm, with our love, with our magic, and with our pride. And so you grow up as someone who feels proud of these things that have been done, as opposed to this story that you've shown that's tried to make you feel ashamed.
Yes.
And I think when you can come from that space, that shapes everything. Like you said, Joelle, like that shapes the story we tell those who come after us. So like at this point, we can say, this crazy way of telling this story can stop right now, right? We're taking a pause and we're going to look at it. And yes, it was hard and it was painful and all of that other stuff, right? But we have people like Maya Angelou and Still I Rise. We have Auntie Zora and the way she told our stories. And when you look at the way they told those stories, yeah, there is pain, but they don't have suffering porn, right? When other people tell our stories, there's this suffering porn, this trauma porn that we have to relive. Even if I wasn't there to experience, my DNA cringes. Whereas when you tell a story with a lens of love, even if it is hard to stomach, there's a little bit of honey in it somewhere. And I think that's the key. That's why we need to tell our stories. We already know what happens when we don't tell our stories. We're here for it. We're here because of it. But when we do tell our stories, we see the difference. And, I think that's a huge part of why, we have griots. You know what I mean? Like a lot of us, like us storytellers, I would not be surprised if you look back in our lineage and we are descendants of griots. Yeah. Because those are the people who held our stories, and only very specific and very special people were trusted to pass down those stories, right? Now we have social media and everybody's telling a story. We're not monolithic. There ain't no one way to be Black. There's a whole bunch of ways to be Black. Human, woman, everything that we are. So those stories are going to come from different lenses in different ways. But as long as we are at least controlling the way we tell those stories, we can connect with each other differently than if we're all sitting here trying to figure out how to fight this story that we've been like force fed.
Yeah. I found as an artist that the value of owning the stories that I tell is infusing humanity in it. And I feel like today you all have echoed that's where our power lies. Is many of us don't get the chance to see ourselves reflected in television, film, or we don't get to see our experience or hear our experience through music or through novels. So that's why we have to remember that we still have control over our experience, over our journey, over our family dynamic. And it's something that could be told while we're here or after we transition. So we don't if we don't kind of grab the reins and take ownership of our responsibility of steering the ship, then we can't be mad, or we can't ignore that others will try and they will be unsuccessful, and it'll support their mission, it'll support their objective, and it'll be for their audience. And our audience is different. Again, our ancestors I see as our foundation to give us strength and support to be able to stand in the power that we have, that because we made it, we're still here. We just experienced something that is catastrophic, that is historic, and yet we're still here to tell our side of our experience through that pandemic. And everyone isn't going to capitalize on that. And there'll be a whole litany of stories that'll come, and it'll exclude people of color. It'll exclude us in powerful positions. So we have to remember that dynamic is key to maintaining the power that we have today, yesterday, and tomorrow. I would love to ask more questions. I don't know how much time we have, but I want to say, Manolia, Joelle, Nafisa, this has encouraged me. I am in the process of constructing my story, and I feel like I'm leaving today with the real strategy. And I appreciate you all sincerely, and I hope to see you and speak to you again in the future. You having something to say, please? Yes. I just wanted to say, to your point, no matter how they co-opt our story, particularly Black women, Black femmes, we are the literal beginning of humanity, and we will be the end of humanity. They can never, if they try, they can never do it without us. And so whatever revolution, whatever organization, whatever strategy, they will always need us. And we actually are the beginning and the end. And once we remember that,
yeah.
No matter if we take political offices, it doesn't matter if we're teachers, it doesn't matter if we are garbage collectors. We are the ones who will truly, truly be the final storytellers of our story that will save humanity, because it is through the Black woman and the Black femmes that all of humanity is even a thing.
I receive that.
Okay.
That's word. Yes. Yeah. Thank you. Does anybody else have anything else to contribute?
Yes, but then we'd be here for hours.
hours. The last thing I'll just echo everything Joelle said, literally all the things. I want to also touch upon how Black people, how we, like our genius, like what Joelle is pointing to is us remembering our genius, so that because life did start with us, particularly Black women and femmes. And so every time we endeavor to weave a new story, we are endeavoring not only to remember and to claim that power, but we are harnessing that genius so that other folks can continue. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, and it's why the system they created, they have Black women at the very bottom. Like Black people are the bottom, but we down here. Like, you know what I'm saying? The more the more radical and the more divine feminine shows up, right? It might show up in a queer body, it might show up, you know what I'm saying, non-binary person. But the more that shows up, that's we're at the very bottom. And the reason why is because we hold the cradle of the genius, right? That is a source of literally human power. So in order to, if you're trying to control something, you gotta get to the source to control somebody. You know what I'm saying? And you have to choose who is the most dangerous, who is the most threat to your system of supremacy. It's Black women. And what's happening is we are remembering, we are coming together. There's a lot of Black women conferences, a lot of Black women gatherings. We do brunches, we brunch hard, okay? We come together. Sisterhood is a real thing because now we're in a point of remembering. We're in a point of l'assemblage, which is a Creole word for gathering, but a gathering to come home. We are coming home to ourselves. And there's a reason why this is happening in the South, very specifically, because Black people here in this part of this land created something that was so magical that it resonated around the rest of the world. And it always starts in this country. It always starts here. And so I just want to thank Nia and all her amazing collaborators for making this happen. And I look forward to us being able to do this in person next year. That's what I'm putting out into the universe.
I agree, Nia. I appreciate the encouragement to converse. I think that honestly, this is a part of where power lies. There's power in word, there's power in pen, but it begins with actually having a conversation. It begins with us being able to articulate how we feel or things that we might not clearly understand, and we need a greater understanding. One of them is telling our stories. We've been told to be silent about the things that we don't want to remember, we don't want to recall, we wish we hadn't experienced. We haven't quite figured out why we've experienced it. So we're still trying to reconcile, how do I share this and protect myself? And it was mentioned earlier that it's removing the shame and the victim and feeling victimized. Victimization is a real construct to keep us oppressed, as opposed to us having survived all of this. So we're surviving all of these experiences. If our ancestors passed them down through their method of storytelling, now we have the power to utilize that and bring forth that lineage. It can be powerful just from the beginning stages of conversation, and the construction of the story will happen later. We just got to write it down. We just have to talk about it. We just have to have the dialogue. And I think that comes with the support to be able to say, we can all really do it. Like, we really have a story to tell in a different way, all four of us. So I love that. Thank you so much, Nia, for inviting me, asking me to be a part of this. Thank you for introducing me to these educated, articulate, beautiful women. And I feel honored to share this with the world.
Thank you.
Yo, I told you. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead. You know what I'm saying? I know what I'm talking about. I know what I'm doing. I know who my people are. I knew that's going to be like. You know, I'm just going to tell the whole world, you're welcome. You know, just that was dope.
Yes.
That was beautiful, right?
Oh, that is amazing. Like, you don't realize how our stories, like, they impact everything, you know, like hearing the stories of what my grandmother talks about and what my mom talks about, and they tell things that happened before they were even born. And it's like, that is the yellow brick road for us to follow and to see change, you know, is amazing.
Yeah, you know, everybody can wear a little bit of comfort, you know what I'm saying? You know, our storytellers, our heroes are brilliant, you know, just, yes, you're welcome. Speaking of brilliance, you know, and one thing that I've appreciated with putting this conference together is Black women stepping up with a desire and the willingness to be vulnerable in their storytelling process. We've heard quite a few TED Talks from our fellowship cohort. We've heard some incredible things. One member of our fellowship is a dear, dear, dear close friend of mine. Michelle Craig is a fellow attorney. We also run in some similar circles that are you know, a little bit cray. But Michelle runs this program called Diversity Divas, where she brings Black girls and really talks to them about the reality of what it means to be a Black woman, navigating a workspace. And she brings all of us together from all various industries to talk to these Black girls. And the only thing she asks of us is for us to be honest. And that is a love act for Black girls. And Michelle is one of the most incredible people that I know. Grateful to be in her partnership. And her and I are going to have a little bit of conversation about what is it like to take care of Black children? And what is it like for Black women to consider what it means to care for Black children? So really excited to have Michelle in here. Michelle, where are you at, my love? Hey, boo, hey.
Hey.
How are you?
I'm good. I've been coming in and out of the conference, listening, doing things, coming back, getting inspired, leaving, coming back, getting even more inspired. It's been amazing. I'm just so proud of you and happy that I get to be a little bit of a part of the conference. So kudos to everybody. It's been great.
Thank you, Michelle. Well, you've been around with me since Citizenship was just, an idea in my head. And I will also say, if anyone wants to know, who's on my board, saying one of the first people to step up and actually probably my most active board member.
That's because I'll call you and be like, I have an idea.
That's right. People have these complaints about, nonprofit boards. I'm like, y'all ain't at my board, because my board be like, Nia, they know I'm crazy. And they just kind of go, Nia, just go. And so I'm grateful for that, Michelle. So grateful. Okay. So we are going to have a really, I'm going to set the stage a little bit, Michelle, because this is a very special conversation to me on a multitude of levels. I'm the mama of 4 kids. I raised 4 Black children, 1 boy, 3 girls. And navigating that space for the majority of their life, even though I was married to their father, for the majority of their life, I have been a single parent. And as it didn't matter that I was in law school, it didn't matter that, whatever degree I had, none of that shit mattered. What mattered to the world is that I was navigating with 4 children by myself. And I felt the shame that society wanted me to have of being a single Black woman with 4 kids. I felt it every single day. When I get on the bus, I would always have to yell that I'm in law school just so people wouldn't look at me as all of the things imparted. And I never thought about why I was doing that. I just did it because I knew I didn't want that feeling. And I was like, but I love being a mom. I love being their mom. And I wanted a whole 4 was small for me. What I wanted a huge family. I think I wrote a poem when I was younger about having 12 kids, and I realized, I ain't got that kind of coin. So I was like, I'll settle for 6. And so I really wanted 6 kids, but society told me I couldn't want 6 kids. I actually shouldn't have had 4. And I spent a lot of my life, I was like, okay, well, I want to make up for this somehow. And so I thought about fostering, and I actually even worked for the foster care agency in Florida. And there were actually 2 children, a brother and a sister, that came up that were very close to being child number 5 and 6. I have always instilled, I don't know if I ever will stop having a desire to have more children, but society tells me, you done, you had 4. Half of them grown, you almost done. And I was like, yeah, but I'm 43 and everything's still working. So, I would love to, and even if it wasn't, we're not even taught about what the options are. A lot of white women are taught, they're taught how to, save their eggs and do all kind of, stuff. But we haven't even mastered the inclusion of having conversation, of having the children. There I go. There's my Wi-Fi being funny. But you and I have talked about that on both of our ends. And I will center, and I'm just going to let people know, Michelle, that this is a personal conversation that we are sharing with other people. And so I'm grateful that you are willing to invite other people in as we have this conversation. Because this is just, I think it's a really special space. So thank you for being here, and thank you for bringing this up and wanting to have this conversation.
You are very welcome. I think there are lots of conversations in our community that we are just now having. And it may be this Zennial generation that's just knocking down the doors on everything and saying, I'm going to say it, what needs to be said, and we're going to deal with it. And quite frankly, I love it. In 2018, I took classes to become a foster parent. And I started the classes because I really wanted to be a parent. And I think that there are a lot of us, and we talked about earlier, owning our own stories and creating our own stories. And I think it's so important to own our stories. But I think a lot of us created our stories professionally and kind of let personally the story kind of create itself, believing that it would. And I'm not saying I don't believe that, I don't believe that, because I do. I just think in our personal lives, we may have pushed. And in our professional lives, we may have pushed. In our personal lives, maybe not as much. When I looked up and I realized I really wanted to have kids, and this was an option. And there were a lot of things, of course, that struck me as I did that. So I did the classes, and when I showed up with a 3-week-old a couple of months ago, everybody was like, "I'm sorry, what?" People said, "You took the classes in secret." It's like, I didn't take the classes in secret. I just neglected to talk about it. And I was really concerned a bit that organizations that I was in would be like, "Well, you're trying to be a single mom?" Because it's like, yeah, I am. It's what I want to do. And I got deeply involved because that's what happens when you take on a child from the system. And being a lawyer as well, I think that kind of was interesting for them because, there was an element of, well, the law says X. And I was like, actually, I'm looking at it and the law says Y. And I don't think that they, kind of knew what to do with that. But as I got deep in working with our people with the Department of Children and Family Services, I realized that there's a lot of us. There's a lot of Black and brown kids. And I don't think that that was something that was new to realize, that are in foster care that need us. And there are a lot of us that have love to give. And I just wanted to have the conversation about bridging that gap and why that might actually be an option. And you shouldn't, if it's in your heart to do, there's not one way to do it. And that's, kind of what I wanted to talk about. I knew that if somebody knew somebody who did it, then maybe it would let someone else feel comfortable enough to say, I'm gonna try it too. So
that's real. Michelle, and I think, one of the things that has come up when you and I were talking, it actually came up with some other Black women I was talking to, is this construct that they have taught us that we're supposed to be and supposed to live. There it goes. See?
Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi won't let us be great.
And Wi-Fi is like, nope, this is what you want. Exactly. We're gonna keep it. But it does. We so often we hear about, we got to do it right. But for Black women, there is no right. Because we can't win. So, right? I want to have kids. You can't want to have kids. You got to have a career. You got to have this. You got to have this. Okay.
Do this first. There's an X, there's a Y, there's a Z. That must be first. Right. And it's in all of our heads. It was in mine, right? So we need to get out of that construct if we are creating the lives that we really want. If being a mother is what you really want, it is okay to consider that construct. But I would submit that it's not okay not to consider others.
That's right. That's right. And, it's interesting because I've had this conversation with my white female colleagues and my white female friends that are lawyers, that were not mothers in a traditional sense, didn't hesitate to think about motherhood looking differently. Consideration was, can I afford it? Or, am I going to be able to find a babysitter? Like the actual things that people worry about, having children, and having a career, but never was it considered, is this not an option for me? I just got to think about the logistics. Why do you think it is that as Black women, we only think of, or mostly think of the traditional way that society has told us that we're supposed to be mothers and bring children in, but if we don't do it that way, like fostering, is such a beautiful gift.
It is. I think there's a lot of historic context, right? And I think that we have only really talked about one way forever. You know, it may be the neighbor or grandma or someone else who took on a child who didn't have mom and dad around. So that's what we saw, and that's what we thought is, you know, supposed to happen. But we have a whole system of kids where that's not happening for. And talking about that hasn't been a thing. And I think it has been more of something that was talked about in other societies with white women. Like alternatives for them look much different than alternatives for us. And I think it's not because they're not there, it's because we don't talk about them as possibilities. And sometimes, like, because of what could be considered shame associated with some of it, you know, some folks foster, but they don't say, this is how this happened for me. And I'm not suggesting that that any of us have a right to tell them, well, you have to tell us, because they don't, right? But I think in other cultures, they say it. And because they say it, they give other women permission to do it. And if we say it more, then we just give other people in our culture the knowledge that you're not alone in doing this. And it changes the game for our children. And that's really, you know, the point, I think.
You know, Michelle, I love how you talk about, you know, changing the game for the children, you know, because we talk about, you know, like the desire to parent, the desire to be a mother. You know, I will also say what's really interesting, and I don't know how many people really realize this, but I have a lot of male friends who have a desire to have children and want, you know, children brought into this world. And I think that, you know, a lot of times, you know, they're stuck in the same space sometimes, is that they've been taught that it has to look this way. And if it doesn't look this way, you know, then, you know, you haven't, you know, and, you know, so as a community, we actually have a desire to have children, to raise children, to love,
give love. Yes.
To love children. Like, you know, we love our children. We love these babies, but white supremacy has told us how we should love our babies. You know, when they're caught in that system, that's a government-controlled system that is not set up for the children involved to be successful. You know, our children to be successful, because it's a government-controlled system. And if we help take ownership, you know, of ensuring that the lives of these babies that would, for whatever reason, find themselves a part of this system, if we take ownership of them in the way that we naturally feel, not the way society has told us we should, but the way we naturally feel, we will have more children in our community that feel love. Like Touré was talking about earlier, is that our babies need to feel loved.
Yeah.
And fostering is a way of telling Black community and Black children, I love you.
Yes. And it's also a way, because fostering also isn't something that you're signed up and you're forever. If you take the classes and you foster, you may foster 1 or 2 children, and they may go back to their families when families are able to be at a point where they can have their children again. Because the point of fostering is reunification. I have to say that because, you know, some of my friends ask me, well, is it hard? I mean, you have to give a child back. And I would be remiss if I didn't say yes. Yeah, it is very, very, very hard. And the question has come up, well, would you do it again because it was so hard? And the answer is, if I could start over, would I do it again? The answer is yes, because I think that I have made the most difference that I can make in someone's life. I think that, you know, people need to remember that you could take the classes and never take a child on. Once you take the classes, you learn a lot. And you're going to learn enough to know whether this is something that you really can do. And if you don't know what learning in the classes, the first child you take, you will be exposed to a system that is somewhat broken, that has people in it working in it who will infuriate you, But if you try to put yourself in their shoes, you will learn how they became sometimes not the best, and how you understand how things happen, and there's more forgiveness and there's more understanding.
That's right.
And you're working in conjunction with the social workers to do what's best for the kids. So it's not a proposition that suggests that you have to be a foster parent forever if you decide that that's not what you want to do. But if you have love to give and you have room in your home to give it, it's certainly an option that I think that one should consider, because we have so many kids, and you don't know, exposing that child to your way of living just changes things, because you give children opportunities to see a different way. They may choose one way or the other. I'm not suggesting one way is better than the other. I'm suggesting that exposure is the game changer.
That's real. That's real. I will also, interject and say that, I don't know if a lot of people realize that my oldest sister is adopted. She was adopted from Calcutta, India.
Mhm.
She was actually living in Mother Teresa's orphanage when she was adopted. And growing up with a sister that was not biologically mine was a really interesting process, but it was even more so of an eye opener of my parents and understanding how they saw community, how they believed in community, how they believed that we are each other's keeper. One of the lessons that my mom really imparted in us growing up is if we so chose to be parents, that if we love our children even this much, that our job is to love every child in this world just as much. Like, not even like, I love you too. It's like, no. It's the same depth, because that child is going to interact and react and help create a world for your child. It's secular.
It's secular.
You have to believe that every child's life experience is valuable. It's precious. It's intentional for us to hype them up and make them believe that they can be anything, and grow it, because you're making a better world for your children too. That loving your children is loving every other child. Michelle, I am so grateful to you for having this conversation. I'm going to ask you one last question. You know the question that I always ask. But I'm going to ask you specifically to talk to other persons similarly situated to you, that have a desire to love children, love community in a very intentional way that society has not said that we should, or has given construct around it. I'm saying love in the way that they want to, before my Wi-Fi told me not to say that.
So I would just say, think about the life that you want. Like, if loving a child, being a mother, if that's something that, if tomorrow you closed your eyes and it was a regret, then there's time to do something about it and explore all the options. I think we get caught up in this is the only way. And I would just have them think about the fact that there's more than one way. I would also say, start talking about it, like verbalizing, I'm thinking about fostering. What do you think? You would be surprised how many people in your circle have a brother or a sister or a mom or cousin who's done that, who's gone through the process, and who would talk to you about the process. It's some people keep it secret, and some people just don't. They just do it. It's not that it's a secret. It's that this is what I do. Oh, you never asked me, so I never talked about it. But if you start verbalizing it and making it known, you will find a whole host of people who have been there and who've done that, who can give you the information you need, to make a decision that makes sense for you. You can go through the classes and then make any other decision you want. Just take the step. Because it is a beautiful thing. It's a hard thing sometimes. Dealing with the DCFS is a hard thing sometimes, but they do have the children's best interest. And when they know and can see that you do too, they work with you and they make sure, they look out for you. So don't give up on your dreams. And if the dream is to have a child naturally and you are, not in a relationship, or you don't know how you want to do it, or you definitely know you want this to be done, I mean, have the conversations about freezing eggs, have the conversations early on about making sure that you are doing the things so when you are ready, you have all the options in the world. That's what I would say. It's all about options.
All about options. It's all about options. Michelle, thank you so much. I love you dearly.
Love you too. Love you too.
So appreciate you. All right, we are going to get ready for our next TED Talk. I think we're getting ready for our next TED Talk.
In a moment now, huh?
I will say, it's like moving through all these pieces has been kind of an incredible experience. We have been, I'm looking at the live thing. We have been doing this for 6.5 hours today.
I was looking at that earlier. But it's that seamless and amazing production that's happening here, and so much good information.
Thank you. Thank you. And I do, what, I'm going to take this time, as he's navigating through other things, I'm shouting out Damien again. I tell y'all, there's a Black man in the background.
Doing all the things, all the great things that make this happen.
Right? I would say all the videos, all the editing, all of that, all of the pre-records, the TED Talks, all of these pieces, he has navigated through. So, appreciating all those pieces. All right, I am going to take over a little bit. I'm going to take us down from here, Michelle. But Thank you so much for this conversation, and look forward to talking to you again soon.
Absolutely. Take care.
You too. Oh, there it is. Yes. Whew. That was a conversation. I swear, I've been wanting to have that conversation with Michelle, and I was so grateful that her willingness to have it, because there were so many Black women that I had spoken with that wanted to talk about that wanted to bring up the alternative ways of pathways to motherhood and to parenting, and just, really, we were always talking about, tell the baby girls now. And how we feel is important. And Wi-Fi is trying to, just like the ancestors are protecting me. I know they fighting off the other ones that don't want to protect me. I know what y'all doing. I got you. But Keerson, we are going to go move into our next couple of TED Talks from our fellows. And then we're going to have an incredible conversation. I don't know if you know, during Mardi Gras, we have some Black women that dress up like the women of Wakanda.
No. Well, personally, I've never been to a New Orleans Mardi Gras in my entire life. I've done the Mobile, but I've never done New Orleans, and I've always wanted to. So
you might get kicked off this whole thing. You can't say that. I was talking to you for a second. First of all, I know what y'all think y'all do in Mobile is the first. I've heard that argument before. I'm just gonna hold that. I'm not gonna bash my sisters in Mobile. I'm just gonna say that the original Mardi Gras, the best Mardi Gras, if you want to experience Mardi Gras, come to New Orleans. And Keerson,
yes.
Fix that. You have an open invitation in 2023 to come experience the incredible, the best party in the world, Mardi Gras New Orleans. And then
I will take you up on that.
And you can compare Mardi Gras New Orleans to Mardi Gras. So we're going to have an incredible conversation about Afrofuturism with those women, and then we'll be back in a little bit.
Gotcha.
You know, one thing that really has been incredible as we've been building all this work is a knowledge and reality that there are incredible Black women in our city, in our state, that have been doing this work for a very long time and doing this work brilliantly in their own neighborhoods. And Miss Brenda Lomax Brown is one of them. Hi, Miss Brenda. How are you?
Fine. Good to see you.
Miss Brenda, you are the leader of the Holly Grove Neighborhood Association. Can you tell us what the Holly Grove Neighborhood Association is?
Yes, first, we are one of the smallest neighborhoods in the city of New Orleans. We are part of Holly Grove, but we are dissected from Holly Grove by Airline Highway. It is just, I think it's the best kept secret in the city. We are centrally located in the entire metropolitan area of the city. So we have convenience, mass convenience, we have schools, and a few businesses in our neighborhood.
I love it. And how long have you been organizing within your neighborhood, Miss Brenda?
Since 2009.
I love that.
You know, I had my portion of it. My role in the association was just to handle all of the blight. And of course, like every neighborhood after Katrina, there was a lot of blight. So that was my role in the association. And then as I became more involved in that, I moved up the chain, you know, from blight coordinator to now president.
I love that. And I know that they are so happy to have you. I'm excited to have you. And excited to have
I'm excited to be here too.
Now, Ms. Brenda, you and I have talked a little bit, and I know that you have some beautiful words to share. And so I would love to give you this space, and we would love to hear what you have to say, Ms. Brenda.
Okay. So my TED Talk is going to be on community roles in shaping our children's futures. So I believe that in order to make sure conditions for young people growing up in New Orleans improve, we need to face the data head on and develop a shared strategy that centers youth voice in the process. We need questions and answers. How much is my city investing in our youth per capita? How much is the city investing in prevention programs? You know, for instance, services focus on risk reduction and healthy development versus intervention programs that aim to reduce or reverse harmful behaviors. What areas of the city do we need to expand initiatives to help us reduce youth exposure to domestic violence? And what after-school programs for kids are available in our community? The data, Orleans Parish child population is very diverse. Black children, however, make up 71% of Orleans Parish's child population, followed by 22% of white children. Asian children make up 2%, and two or more races in other categories represent the remaining 5% of children. Now, my inferences in this is that the structured neighborhoods in which children live influence their future trajectories in intricate ways. Neighborhoods and zip codes can predict a children's likelihood of later success, and they are linked to the outcomes as broad as problem behaviors, risk for incarceration, and earning potential. Communities really matter, and they're especially important for low-income families and their children. The data reveals that effect that housing affordability can have on these incomes, and how it creates or doesn't create access for families to different types of neighborhoods. The negative consequences of this is that children are living in poverty. They often experience the negative conditions of substandard housing, homelessness, inadequate nutrition, food insecurity, inadequate child care, lack of access to health care, unsafe neighborhoods, and under-resourced schools. Consequently, they are at risk for negative outcomes such as low academic achievement, dropping out of high school, abuse and neglect, behavior and physical health problems, and developmental delays. The objective in all of this is that first, we recognize the challenges our children and our youth face. Second, we must review the city's youth master plan, which is a one-stop roadmap for all the citizens by neighborhood to see where the youth of our city are going and how they're going to get there. This plan covers the next 10 years from 2020 to 2030, and it will include all of the sectors of our community that have responsibility for improving the future of our children and youth from birth to 24 years across Orleans Parish. So as a community organizer, we must set goals to complete community outcomes of specific data points that are identified in the city's youth master plan. Thank you.
Whew. I'm just doing snaps and saying you just preached a word, Miss Brenda. You just preached a word.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah. You know, and this preparing that, Ted, I didn't realize how much neighborhoods define how the children are going to be.
Yes, ma'am.
So
Yes, ma'am.
put them in a good neighborhood 9 or 10 times, they're going to really come out well. You put them in a low income neighborhood, then they're not going to achieve what they could. Most will rise out of their situations, but on the average, so we really play an important role. We play an important role in everything, whether it's the voting, get the women to go out and vote, get the children, involved. That's our future, So.
Miss Brenda, we don't deserve you, and we are too lucky to have you. And I'm just so grateful. Well, Miss Brenda, we are going to wrap up, and we're going to move on to the comments. I do want to leave with one thing. If you had a love message to give to all the Black women and girls out there, what is your love message, Miss Brenda?
You can change any situation or condition. It can be changed.
Thank you for that. Whew. I hope you all have gotten what I've gotten out of this. I'm so grateful, Miss Brenda. Holly Grove Neighborhood Association, I'm telling y'all lucky. Y'all going to be on fleek. Thank you, Miss Brenda. And we're going to tune in to the conference. Have an amazing day.
All right, same to you. Bye.
Bye.
My name is Dr. Alicia Reed, and I'm the founder of Fly with Alicia Reed. Fly stands for First Love Yourself, and my mission is to inspire all women to put themselves first. Black women are superheroes. I believe that we possess a supernatural power that allows us to care for ourselves, our family, and our friends. In 2019, I became a widow at the age of 40. I believe that mothers and wives should not lose themselves in those roles. In 2019, I lost my husband at the age of, he was 43, and he died of a heart attack. I went from a social media influencer, sharing all of life's happy moments, family life, mom life, career life, to being a widow, wondering what would my life entail now? Who would I inspire? How would I be inspired? I realized that as a widow, life shouldn't be over. Most people thought that once you lose your husband or your significant other, that you cannot be happy and your life, in fact, ends. And it was my mission and my purpose to inspire other women to realize that your life is not over. Hence the acronym FLY, widow, which is what I became. I continue to first love myself and allow other women to realize that we are still here. We are still here. We need to love ourselves, embrace ourselves, and most importantly, practice self-care.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for tuning in to this conference. Thank you so much for listening to these incredible Black women. And we are not done. I have some even more incredible Black women thinking about Afro future. So all the things we talked about, past and present, we're going to roll it into the future. So welcome the lovely ladies of the Women of Wakanda. Hello, ladies.
Hello.
I am so excited to have you. I will first off saying I am a proud part of the Women of Wakanda. I get to dress up in costume with you on parade, this Black beauty across the streets every Mardi Gras. But what people,
You and your children.
me and the girls, and they get them costumes together. Trust me.
Yes. Yes.
But everyone sees the beauty and the ingenuity that we, as we're walking and all the different ways we're presenting Afrofuturism. But the reality is Women of Wakanda are so much more. And it's so much more forward thinking. So I want to start with founders. Tell us how you all came up with the concept of Women of Wakanda.
Yeah. So, we were right on the cusp, or like just the introduction to Black Panther to the world. And I think there are many pods of people that have gone out to the movies and dressed up and like really showed out with each other. I know, I was with a group of folks that did the same thing. And then afterwards, we were just kind of building on that momentum, like just the excitement of seeing something like that. And just in, one of our founding members' living room over a bottle of wine, we just thought of, well, we know of this crew, the sci-fi crew called Chewbacca's, and some of them already were part of subcrews that were centered on women, but there were no subcrews, centered on Blackness or centered on, Black women at that time, even though a couple have popped up since then. And so, we took the steps of, asking if we could be a subcrew under this big super crew activities, and bam, there we were. We set up a Facebook group, a secret group for a while, just because we were still in the midst of like the middle of a presidency that, we were just very, we wanted to keep some of the trolls away, until we figured out who we are and what we wanted to do and how we want to present to the world. And then we made it official. Sunita joined us and really blew up like this visual that we really wanted to have, and really got us in that direction of how to build, how to create costumes. So yeah, it was a long way to say, yeah, group of women wanting to get together and just show our talent and be creative together, and be imaginative, be in our imagination together.
I love
Which we've coined the term melanated dopeness.
Okay, tell people what melanated dopeness is, because I feel like I'm immersed in melanated dopeness all the time. But tell people what melanated dopeness is.
Well, how the Women of Wakanda identifies basically is like a self-identified group of Black women creatives, professionals, business owners, blurs. That's our term for Black nerds, people that are interested in technology, STEM. And we pretty much just came to the conclusion that all of that was super dope and super melanated. So we coined the term melanated dopeness.
I love that. And that's exactly what it is, melanated dopeness. I remember when we were going down, I got to bike as someone called it, the big booty bitch. They were like, we were waiting on y'all all day, and they brought her. Yes. And so, but there's so much ingenuity that went behind that. Sunita, like, I know you were part of the building process of actually constructing that, but what was it like to build that contraption and then to see how the world responded to it?
Oh, wow. The response, really, that's really incredible to think about. But on the building side, I think what was most important to me is on conception. And for us, conception was a blending of the Afrofuturism present in Black Panther, which, if we're thinking about it conceptually, is what do people of color look like if they've never been interfered with by colonialism, by white supremacy? And then you bring to it
that element of Afrofuturism that was represented in Lovecraft Country, which the 7th episode, I Am Hippolyta, was life-changing for many of us. You know, for many of us Black women, and it brought into bear not just these ideas of interdimensional being or travel, not just taking sci-fi to its limitlessness, but how would you do that as a Black woman? So then Beyonce, not big booty bitch, but the character of Beyonce in Lovecraft Country is this interdimensional evolved being, right? Who is urging the character to know herself and name herself and be centered in her, not just one-time identity, but the full scope of all myriads of her expression. And so we made the statue as a woman of Wakanda. And so here you're talking unlimitedness on top of unlimitedness. And that was what we wanted the women in the crew to center in. And so their costumes could be anything, but the idea was for them to center in total unlimitedness.
Yeah. Yeah.
That concept, Sunita, just like it hit me hard and it resonated deeply because, you know, the idea that Black women can live without limit. Oh man, that's a dream. That's an absolute dream. And I know that like even before and even, you know, and the parade and all the beauty, I know that there's a lot of interpersonal connection that happens amongst the group and conversations about what a limitless world looks like. Can y'all tell me, for you, what does a limitless world look like? What does an Afrofuture free world for Black women look like?
Yeah. And that is and one of the reasons why Women of Wakanda just blows my mind so much is just what Sunita said, just like the limitlessness of our imaginations, like, and what Afrofuturism is about, and how, you know, our imaginations are literally the windows to the future. And we can create that. We have created it. And while we do that, and while we have different pressures from the different systems that do oppress us being Black women, you know, we have a way to still sit in our joy. We can still imagine, we can still live and walk in the footsteps of, you know, our grandmothers, great-grandmothers, great-great-grandmothers, and folks beyond, you know, what happened, or, you know, our history of slavery, like before that. So for me, like, it is just opened up like a new paradigm, just a paradigm shift of thinking about how I exist as a Black woman with all these different identities, and still kind of pull it all together in creating the future that I know I want, and I know that I want for my children, my grandchildren, and whomever. Yeah, so before I start rambling, I'll just cut it there.
That's absolutely perfect. Lisa, I'm interested, like, to hear from you. Like, what does an Afrofuture society, you know, with Black women living free, look and feel like to you?
Well, to start, we always what Sunita said was basically, what do Black people look like if they didn't encounter the traditional forms of oppression that we always encountered? That resonates a lot with me, because while we're talking about the future, my whole thing I think about when I think about Women of Wakanda is that we're just actually like honing in on the talents and skills that we already have. Traditionally, Black women have been known to bear the burdens of society. We're always looked at as the mules, the fixers. You know, not only can that be overbearing, but I think that I think that everybody will agree that it's absolutely amazing what happens when Black women get together, and it's not for work, but it's a form of joy. So when I see all this manpower and all of this camaraderie and all of these skills and talents that we're just so eager to throw together, I ultimately think about just creating a shared resource network where we could pretty much create economic sustainability for ourselves outside of the traditionally oppressive systems. And for me, it's not something that has to be built. It's something that we already do. We're just honing in on it further.
I love that. Sunita, you are one of my dearest friends, and probably one of my friends that captures my heart the most. And part of it is because not only do you and I get to discuss these concepts, but you are my friend that pulls me to live out the reality of what's in my head and my heart and challenges me to do that consistently. For you, being a part of this, and I watch how brilliantly and joyously you do this project and do this work. I want to hear what the connecting with these women look like for you, but also how do you build out living in the concept of future free society as reality today?
Oh no. She opened the can of all of it's not even worms, it's pythons in my can. Wow. So I love the question for several reasons. And I love the introduction to the question because you are part of the answer, right? So let me breathe. Isn't that the point, right? Let's just breathe. I have and these women, all of us actually have this incredible passion for Black women. And it is above, as Jaleesa said, palliative. It's above and beyond, we need to heal and create a safe space for us. That is at a basement. It's a minimum of what we're working to achieve and what we dream of.
Absolutely.
And this idea then that this, what I use the term endogenous intelligence in Black women, because I've had the opportunity to travel quite a bit, I see it everywhere I go. In all of the formations you can dream of and not dream of. And so, as Wankita said, us being the backbone of society, the backbone of economies, the backbone of culture, there's a need for us just to hold that dear and to hold it precious and not, create a safe, when we use that term safe space all the time, but I really think of it almost from a physics perspective. Like, how can you create that ball where we're the only ones holding each other in our power and not just in our defense and protection? And so when I think about living that, I think about being, let me find the right word for it, centered in the planet, right? And wherever that leads, whatever that makes any woman who's listening to this think, you are not just, a householder, right? You are not just the head of a building with people in it and you go to work and whatever. You have a limitless element of your existence to explore. And I think it is through our self-love and that ability to self-love, because we've created the community love, creates that space for you to truly explore your passions. And that is what you're going to see from Women of Wakanda for the months that are not Carnival months, is us exploring our joy that has nothing to do with our oppression.
Ooh, Sunita, saying the joy has nothing to do with the oppression, that it just exists internally. That is and it's a foreign concept to Black women. I think for us, we always, the one word I can't stand is resilience. Right? Exactly.
I'm over it.
I just can't. I'm just done with it. I'm like, I wasn't put on this earth just simply to be resilient against a society that oppresses me.
That's exactly right. Exactly right. The joy that we see, or that people see, and I say we as if I'm a spectator, but the joy that people see, and there's so many people like, okay, I want to be a part of that. We get the influx of Black women when they see it, when they feel like, I want to be a part of that. How do other Black women, not just in New Orleans, but all over, become a part of this world that we're creating, where Black women get to live unapologetic, free, nerd out, dope costumes, you know what I'm saying? Beyonce with laser shooting, big afro, like, and the thing that warmed my heart when the girl said, big booty bitch, because she recognized that there was a being in this parade that looked like her. And she was like, and looked like people around her. And, may not be the most like correct term to use, but it was the correct term for her. She's like, oh, I know that. I know what that is. That's me. And y'all brought her too. And y'all built that. There was so much pride in that. How do other women feel the pride and the joy and become a part of this movement in this group?
Well, I would say the first thing is connect with us. Connect with us through our Facebook page, Women of Wakanda NOLA, or connect with us on our Instagram, which is wow_Wakanda. That's WOW_Wakanda on Instagram, or talk to us. Like, especially if you see us out in the street, we have no limit or criteria other than if you identify as being a Black woman existing on this earth. No professional associations that you have to be a part of, or other types of criteria. And so I also will open it up to Jaleesa and Sunita on what their ideas are too, of how other folks, especially around the world. And I just want to say it has just been mind-blowing seeing people from around the world like see this and see us, folks who are in the game and like are creators of Black universes. Like, it's just amazing to see that. But yeah, Jaleesa and Sunita, please add to what I'm saying.
I would say to start, sorry, hearing a little echo. I would say to start, Black women can understand and realize that they're already a part of this. They're already playing an influential role in building Wakanda by existing in this world. But secondly, there's plenty of entry points into Women of Wakanda. If you know any members, we have so many referrals where somebody was like, hey, I know this cool group, just join with me. And they joined. And then they've just been with us ever since. You can definitely email us at womenofwakanda19@gmail.com. And yeah, just like Keita said, it's low barrier. We love that this collective lacks elements of like elitism. And we're pretty much like, excited and grateful for any Black women to join. We know that there's a lot of people that consider themselves nerdy or, kind of into sci-fi, and they felt like they, traditionally didn't really have like a safe space for them as a Black woman. So a lot of our members are like that. We have social justice advocates that just see the importance of having a collective ran by Black women where we can just like have fun and have camaraderie. So yeah, pretty much it's open. Contact us any way that you can, and we'll be happy to, for you to be a part of the group.
These ladies said everything. I think the only worthwhile thing I have to add is the frame of a social aid and pleasure club. New Orleans is really good at that. And if you think about why they first came into being, outside of all of the reasons requisite in segregation, was to bury our dead and, all of our immediate needs. And so anyone in the Women of Wakanda right now know if they have a pressing need, that we would do the work to address that need. So it's not just, existential or spiritual or, hey, we're just going to have a good time. The support and the capacity to network is there. And so we are very keen every year. How do we bring the community in? How do we bring New Orleans in to the crew, and not just, and it's not a just, but, and the women who are, this, sometimes like Jaleesa said, if you see yourself outside of the group, it's hard to bring an entire community in. But the goal and the dream is for all of our communities to be in a space and express their internal needs.
I love this so much. I tell you, I love this so much. All right, I have one last question for you all, and this is going to be a little spotlight for each of you all. If you have a message for Black women and girls out there, what is it? That's it. It's that simple, but that deep at the same time. So I would like each of y'all to give just your message of love, or, you all have given so many messages of love and comfort. I will say, me sitting here in my room right now, just feeling warmed again. I feel like I'm back on the street with my people in crazy costume. But a message of love and care for Black women and girls.
I would just start off by saying, for one, you are beautiful. I say that because so many images have just been portrayed across media, across society that says otherwise. I will also say that we hope to be a mutual aid group where you can find support if you need it. And basically, you have the power. I mean, you have the power to create Wakanda and create this universe that we see.
Love that. I love that. Akita, Sunita?
All right. Wow, that's actually a heavy question to just sum up, right?
I forgot some things, but I'm
I was like, give me more time. This is the easy answer. The easy answer is watch episode 7 of Lovecraft Country. For me, it is an essay. Well, I mean, obviously you can't skip 1 through 6, but you kind of can. And I'll give you somebody's, whoever doesn't have HBO, I'll give you somebody else's login. But the deal is, in episode 7 of Lovecraft Country, just playing with the idea of unlimitedness. And I think that is our message. And certainly the one that I want people to spend any amount of time, 3 minutes before you get up out of bed, when you're making your plans for the future. How do you do that with an unlimited mindset? And I'm not just talking about unlimited from white supremacy. I'm talking about unlimited time, space, abundance, any of those things that you can not definitively intellectually handle, but let your spirit handle. Just ask yourself the question once a day, what would my life look like if I were unlimited? And then in a month, you'll have a very different vision for yourself than you do at this moment. That's it.
I love that so much. Akita, you get to bring us home.
And thank you for that question, Ania. And I would just say, as far as loving ourselves more, doing what we can to sustain our individual selves so that we can help sustain and grow this collective, and go through a process of this collective healing that we've been going through, but together. And I think, I guess my next message to Black women and girls is also use your imagination. Your imagination is literally a window to anything and everything that we've ever experienced. And, you know, just kind of quoting, or I guess thinking back to, let's just, you know, the women who were the focus of Hidden Figures, and how it was Black women that got a man to the moon. And Harriet Tubman had an imagination. She thought, and she could see where she wanted to be, and she got us there. So, you know, just think of those people, think of those women, and anything that we want to do, we can already do. We already have.
Can I add one thing?
You absolutely can.
I'm so sorry. It came back to me. What I really wanted to emphasize to Black women and make it a part of this collective is letting them know that it is okay to rest. I follow this real influential group called the Nap Ministry, and they use rest as a form of resistance, whereas we're using joy as a form of resistance. And I think we need to be using rest and joy as a form of resistance. I just really want to emphasize that we really can decondition ourselves from thinking that you have to be busy 24/7 to feel guilty for not working 24/7, taking all of these attributes of grind culture. And that's just something that's really, really important to me, because if we're not okay, if we're not rested, if we're not strong, if we're not healthy, we can't do anything. And rest is like the first thing to go whenever you're busy.
I love that.
I love that.
So take a nap.
I love it. I will say I have thoroughly enjoyed this conversation. I thoroughly love each of you, and you all know why I love each of you. And I'm just really proud of you and grateful to you for guiding us into a futuristic thought around imagination, around rest, around limitlessness, around connectivity and joy. And this is just a perfect way to meld all this together. So thank you all so much. Thank you, all y'all that got this magic. Just feel blessed with the magic that you got. So excited to have you continue to be a part of this conference, and we'll see you on the next segment. Have a great one.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Nia.
Yeah.
Shout out to the blurbs, as in Black nerds.
Black nerds, yes. Afrofuturism, it's a thing. You know, I will say, yeah, people building a metaverse, we build a metaverse too, but like, you know, through Afrofuturism. So exciting. Okay, Keerson, we have been here for 7 hours and 15 minutes, which is kind of dope, including our lunch break, because, you know, self-care. We've got one more segment left, which is probably, to me, all these segments have been, we did yoga, we did the legislature, we did, you know, storytelling. We had, you know, Pearl and Elliot give us, you know, the insight on, you know, what's going on with our trans community. We did, what else did we do? We talked about
legalization.
Legalization, yes, radical warrior. You see? Radical warrioring. We did everything today. And so, what is the best form of medicine, Keerson?
Laughter.
Laughter. We're about to laugh. So that is coming up next. Yo, we pre-recorded this the other day, and it was the best way to start my morning. It was so funny. The woman who is the MC for this, Marlena, Marlena is just, I remember someone called her the salt of the earth. And she really is. She's just an incredible woman, mother, and I've known her in that space for some time now. And I got to be introduced to her as a comedian. Mama funny. So this is going to be she put together a group of incredible comedians. Can't wait for you all to see. And just at the end of the day, we're just going to laugh our asses off. Reminding everybody, we are going to be here tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Woo-hoo.
Everybody getting your Sunday best. Wear your hats.
No, Keerson. No. Getting a Sunday ratchet. No, it's Super Sunday. I'm sorry. See, that's why y'all got Mobile Mardi Gras. We get in our Sunday ratchet, and which is, you know, it's how we bless. And we are going to be joined by the incredible Charm Taylor. Charm is a local artist. She has put together an incredible concert for us tomorrow morning. We're going to have our concert, fireside chat. Then we're going to have a conversation literally about the Crown Act, because we need to know how to get that passed. We're going to have a legislative guide that we put together. I'm going to walk y'all through it kind of quickly, just so y'all know how to use it. And we're going to drop that out to the world. And we're going to have an incredible ending to tomorrow. So that is tomorrow. But before we get to tomorrow, we got to end out today.
Yes.
And Keerson, are you ready to laugh?
I am. I love a good comedy show.
Okay, I don't think you're ready to laugh because you gonna laugh. Thank you so much, Keerson. So I'm gonna kick it off to the comedy show, and this is gonna be great. And then we're gonna end out today with the comedy show, and we will see everyone tomorrow for Charm Taylor, her beautiful vocals. But first, Arlena Marie and her bandit of ruffians. I'll also say, when we let our comments go, they go. So I'm just letting y'all know they gonna go.
So excited to be here. I'm excited to share these wonderful comedians with you, good people. Thank you all for joining us for this wonderful happy hour of joy, excitement, and most importantly, have fun, guys. Enjoy yourselves. It's very important at this point that you relax, relate, release, and just soak in the joy and the jokes. As I said before, I'm Marlena Marie. Just to give a little bit of information about myself. I'm a single mom of a 5-year-old, which is a cool way of me saying that 5 years ago I had sex with a guy with game. That's all it says. That's all it says. It also explains why I have so many snacks in my bag. I'm a walking convenience store. Have anything you need. Goldfish, Kinder Joy. I have to explain to people why I walk around with so much pirate booty in my bag. Okay? But I really love my daughter. She's an awesome kid, but I have to be honest. At one point, I was concerned she was becoming the B word. A bully, not a bitch. I just give her some Adderall if she's a bitch. No, a bully. And what happened was I was checking in with the lady who keeps her, Miss Jackie. So I was like, Miss Jackie, how did Isla do today? She said, oh, well, Isla had a little bit of an incident. So what happened? What happened? She said, well, Lauren was playing with a dog. Isla wanted it. So Isla walked up and she just took it. I said, she just took it. She just took it. I was like, oh, okay. So what happened next? She said, well, Lauren started crying. I was like, oh my gosh. Lauren started crying? Well, it sounds like that Lauren girl needs to toughen the fuck up. If she's crying now over someone taking her dog, what's she gonna do when someone takes her man? It's gonna happen. This is LA. If Halle Berry can't keep a man, what do you think this Lauren girl gonna do? Right? Am I And I gotta get the pushback about this stuff because my girl is preparing her for the real world. And they're giving us the crap about that. Now I know what you're thinking, Marlena, don't condone bullying. And I'm not condoning bullying at all. I'm championing it. Oh yeah. Didn't you hear me say I'm a single mother? These dolls are expensive. Every doll that my kid takes from your kid is one less doll I have to buy her. Have you ever heard of the American Girl doll? Oh yeah. She has the audacity to cost a near $100. Mm-hmm. She dresses in leggings and a t-shirt. The heifer dresses like me. And I'm gonna tell you, I put that outfit together many a time and it's never costed me $100. Mm-mm. At this point, I'm willing to buy her a Chucky doll because at least I can get somebody murdered with that thing. For real. And then lunches. Oh, man, I don't have time to be making lunches. I'm out here trying to get this baby a daddy. I don't have time to be making no bologna sandwiches. And I'm going to be honest, she goes to school with white kids, so she's eating way better than I would have ever fed her. Oh, yeah, like last week she was vegetarian. A couple of days ago, she was pescatarian. And then, well, yesterday she was on a keto diet. I don't know what a keto is, but it must be healthy because it's in a little white kid's lunchbox. Yeah. Has anybody ever had anything out of a little white kid's lunchbox? It's bland. Bland as hell. And I don't understand why they always got to have an honest juice box. If you never had an honest juice box, just imagine a box of water, a grape jumps in it, splashes around, hops out, and you didn't drink the water. That's how that shit tastes. It's bland, like no flavor at all. Speaking of white people, we got any white people in here? I know there's a couple white people out there. There's always at least one or two white people that sneak into some black people stuff. There's always at least one. You know, down with the people. You want to see what we're talking about. That's all it is. Y'all want to see what's talking about. Y'all not down. Y'all just want to know. Get nosy. That's all right. I know how to talk to you guys too. I'm from Florida. I know how to talk to white people. And when I say white people, I mean poor white people. And the thing is, like, growing up with them, I didn't know that they were poor. I was actually jealous of them. And they all lived in their little trailer parks. I didn't know that trailer parks were projects for white people. I didn't know that growing up. No, I didn't. And I was jealous. I'd be coming home to my family and being like, Mama, why we gotta have an address? Why can't we have a lot number like my friends? You know? Like, I was upset that I didn't live in Carefree Village with the rest of the white people. Like, I was really upset. And then I would go over and hang out with them. And they didn't have orange juice. All they had was Sunny Delight. So I would go home and be mad that we got Pope in the juice. I'd be like, Mama, why we got this Pope in the juice? And my folks would always like show out and get extra Pope. Like, I don't understand the purpose of extra Pope. It's like, why don't you just drink an orange juice? Just drink an orange. Just put a whole orange in your mouth. You don't have to have orange juice to do all that. But yeah, they would show out by getting extra Pope and stuff. And these kids were like the dirtiest white kids of that. They all would have like at least once a month a lice check. And for those who don't know what lice is, imagine having crabs just in your head. That's what lice is. It's crabs in your head, guys. That's all it is. And that's at that point is when I learned that lice are the racist bugs. Oh yeah. Because the teacher will go around, start checking all those little white kids' heads for lice, and they will always skip over me. Never check me because I was black. And I don't get mad. I mean, I could have lice too. I gotta be all upset. Like, don't you check my head for lice? Like, I didn't know, y'all. Didn't know. Didn't know because I was clean. I didn't know, guys. Didn't know that at all. Mm-mm. Found out recently from my job that I am the cruel boss at work. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I was fired. Yeah. But isn't that how it always happens? Isn't it always the cool people that get fired first? Yeah, and they always keep the asshole manager. And you know who your asshole manager is. The one who loves to see you in the email when you're like 2.4 seconds late. Can we have a touch base about your areas of opportunity? They just love having touch base. Can we have a touch base? Can we have a touch base? Like, they love having touch bases. They love talking about your areas of opportunity. Like, come on. I want to give you some feedback. Just say you need to talk. Just say, like, oh, why did I go back and forth? Just say we need to talk. That's how they talk to you. But I was a cool manager. I was so cool. Like I had this one girl, she was coming in late all the time. I was like, oh my gosh, we can't have you coming in late. What's going on? She's like, oh my gosh, Marlena, I have this dog that keeps me up all night. And it's because he's barking up all these fireworks in my neighborhood. I was like, no, we can't have that. Mm-mm. Sounds like your dog needs some weed. So I looked her up with my weed man, guys. I sure did. Got her dog some CBD. He was chilling. Now, I don't know if it was the CBD for the dog or maybe she might have been taking it. I don't know. But she was coming to work on time and being productive. And that's what a good manager does. They support their team. They give them the encouragement that they need. And that's what I used to do. I supported the hell out of my people. And they let me go. But that let me know I was a cool boss. Mm-hmm. Did anybody catch the Winter Olympics? Okay, I know y'all Black people, but I know somebody was watching the Winter Olympics. Somebody. Well, when I was watching it, it reminded me that condom wrappers are like Olympic medals. Everyone does not deserve a gold one. Mm-mm. We got some guys pulling out gold wrappers, and they really should be pulling out silver. In cases, aluminum foil. I'm gonna be honest, this aluminum foil would just do the job. Yeah. All right. Well, that's what I'm gonna give y'all to think about before I go. A little bit of a condom wrappers, but we're gonna keep it moving. All right. So I'm gonna bring up the next comedian. And this guy here is hilarious, okay? He's going to have me rolling. He's been performing all over LA, at the Laugh Factory Comedy Store. Like, you've seen him. He's hilarious. So I'm going to bring up Baleko. What's up, Baleko?
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Marlena.
You ready to do this thing?
Yeah, I'm ready. Hey,
All right.
thank you, is it Strengthening Roots? I want to thank you guys for having us. This is very wonderful to have this to be a part of this female conference, or Black woman conference. So I'm in full support. Thank you again. I'm sorry, I'm a little flustered. I'm here at work. It's ridiculous to be hosted by a comedian before we got in. This is ridiculous. So my name is Baleko Wiesa. Actually, my full name is Baleko Aziza Jean-Jacques Bill Wiesa Jr. I repeat, Baleko Aziza Jean-Jacques Bill Wiesa Jr. Well, my white friends, unfortunately, they just call me Tyrone for short. You know what I mean? Right? 7 names. I have 7 fucking names. So I'm from the Congo, that's in Central Africa. It's about above Angola. It's west of Carry the One. Wakanda, what the fuck you guys care? All right, you know what I mean? Right next to Zamunda, that's where I'm from. So my name, Baleko Aziza, means the coming of an ancestor's precious gift. A lot of pressure. I was raised by my uncle. So I'd go up to my uncle as a child and I'd be like, Uncle Patrick, my name, Baleko Aziza, means the coming of an ancestor's precious gift. What is my gift? My uncle's a traditional African man. He's like, aha, good, my boy. Your name, Baleko Aziza, means the coming of an ancestor's precious gift. I'm going to tell you your gift right now, my boy. Your gift is to listen to me and become a medical doctor, right? Because when you're the child of an African, you have 2 choices. Your first choice is become a medical doctor, right? Your second choice is become a child soldier. So I really had like one fucking choice, right? So I was raised as a kid to be a doctor. So I have a master's in biomedical sciences and a master's in public health. Marlena went to Howard. I went to another HBCU. I went to Charles Drew University of Medicine and Science. You know what I'm saying, right? So when I got my second master's, and I told my uncle I didn't want to go to medical school, he was a little disappointed. I said, hey, Uncle Patrick, yeah, I just finished school. Good, I know. You have your master's in biomedical sciences and the second one in public health. I'm not impressed. Now I want you to do the real whack and go to medical school and become a cardiologist. Right? I was like, well, I hate to break your heart, but I was thinking about doing stand-up comedy. Marlena has this show where I can like open up, is for like strengthening roots and helping out Black women. He said, what is this nonsense of you trying to do stand-up comedy. My boy, I want you to run back to that school and go become a doctor. Stop this nonsense. I say, hey, look, you're a lawyer. That makes you happy. Me seeing people sick in a hospital, that doesn't make me happy. I want to be happy. Happiness. You think we came to this country in order for you to be happy? Eh? We came to this country in order for you to survive. How am I going to tell our family back home in the Congo that you only have 2 masters? You know you're a failure, right? You know, when your mama, she was pregnant with you, I told her about the child. She refused to listen. Now you want to walk around here prancing and dancing around talking about, you know, I think I'm the next Eddie Murphy. You're not Eddie. You don't have the talent. So if you get married, you're going to provide for her and the child with jokes. Tell me a joke right now, Uncle Patrick, we're not in a comedy club. You see, you know you are a failure. I'm like, look, you have to maintain your faith. If I can work this hard in academia, I'll work this hard in entertainment. It's hard, but I'm going to work really hard. Maintain your faith. Faith, the roots, the strengthening roots, the Black women that are watching, the boy, he doesn't even go to church. If God can come down right now and allow me to kill one man, it would be him. I would kill him right now in this StreamYard or Zoom meeting, whatever this is. I would kill him right now. Uncle's a piece of work, man. Piece of work. Humble brag. Did a couple sketches on Jimmy Kimmel, right? But I still use the dress for bail. So I go to his house. Hey, Uncle Patrick, how you doing? But, yeah, what you? I don't. Where's my mail? It's in the kitchen. Go to the kitchen, grab the mail. I'm real excited. I'm like, oh man, this is great. Jimmy Kimmel Live. He comes behind me, grabs the mail, and says, what is this live? That is Kimmel Jimmy. I was like, oh, Uncle Patrick, that's Jimmy Kimmel Live. I did a sketch there. He said, the Kimmel that is live believes in you enough to pay you this large sum of money. I said, that's right. He said, the boy is going to be a star. You see, you know, he gets all of the talent from me. Back home in the Congo, you know, I was the Idris Alba. What a booty scratcher. That is great. It was like 11 o'clock in the morning. This is wonderful. Thanks for having me. I guess I just realized I'm in love with a woman that's in love with another man. And it really bothers me. Like, you know, Black women, we talk and we hear. I mean, we talk and we die. I can't believe she's like, really, Rihanna, ASAP Rocky? Really? You're going to do this to me? Because I'm like 2 years away from headlining it. You know what I'm saying? Really going to leave me for ASAP Rocky? You know what I mean? Because the reason why she's not with me, she just hasn't met me yet. You know what I'm saying? I would have been all up under that umbrella. Right? And do you see the pictures of ASAP Rocky and her with the pregnancy with the baby out? It's winter in New York. Come on, man, this fetus is freezing. So I'm 37, so now I think about my love mortality more and more. I mean, so I don't know who I'm going to marry, but I know when I'm going to get married. Doesn't matter the year. I figured out the date. It's going to be between June the 22nd and July the 1st. That's after the NBA Finals and before the NBA Summer League. I'm going to miss no fucking game. I don't give a fuck. I love the NBA. I grew up in LA. I'm a Laker fan, a huge Laker fan. Me and my ex-girlfriend, we used to get in arguments all the time. Oh my gosh, Palenko, whoop-de-whoop, whoop, whatever. You need to get over it. Kobe Bryant passed away. You don't need to be a basketball fan like that anymore. I'm like, what, bitch? The Mamba lives forever, right? Let me sit down and talk to you real quick. We've been together 3 years. This is great. But the Lakers drafted Kobe in 1996. That's over 20 years. I just can't give that up. Huh? When Kobe airballed against Utah's a rookie, I was there. When Kobe grew an afro and they called him Froby, I was there. I grew an afro. Look at the shape of my head and neck. I even look like, oh my gosh, like you need to choose either me or Kobe and the Lakers. You need to make a good decision. I'm like, yo, I sound crazy, right? Choose you or Kobe and the Lakers. You know what's the sexiest curve on your body? It's your smile. That's game, right? But the Lakers got 17 rings, and we just got Anthony Davis and Russell Westbrook, and we're trying to get this 18th ring. Oh, you're just gonna get up and leave? Oh, okay, that's fine. That's fine. Kobe died with 5 rings. You're still trying to get one. Probably would let her to cheating on me. But we won't talk about that. Hey, look, strengthening roots. Oh, Marlene gave me the 1 minute like. I guess I'll leave you guys on that. Thank you guys so much. I'm a full support of y'all. Thank Marlena Marie. Thank you so much for this opportunity to perform, and I hope to be back. God bless, and thank you guys so much.
All right, Vallejo. Give for Vallejo, guys.
Yeah.
Woo! Yeah, HBCUs in the house with his 2-degree self. Trying to show out over there, humble brag. Okay, we'll take the humble brag. Okay. All right, we're going to keep this moving. We got a phenomenal woman coming to the stage. She's performed at the Laugh Factory. She's performed at the Comedy Store. She actually does corporate gigs. So if you ever want to see her, reach out because she can also perform for your companies. So put your hands together. Put your hands together for my girl, Angel Gay.
Yay! Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Marlena. This is so much fun. I'm so happy to be here at a women's conference because, listen, girlfriends, we got to talk about something because I need somebody to really help me process my pain. I was one of those ones during quarantine that got caught being single. Okay, I already know. Some of you are nodding your head. Honey, wasn't it hard? I was like, I should have just swiped that last Tinder dude just to see what could happen. You know what I mean? And you know who was so disrespectful during quarantine to single people? Customer service representatives. Exactly. Like I had to live in my home now, so I had to like upgrade it. I had to call AT&T and upgrade my Wi-Fi. He gonna answer the phone like this. Thank you for calling AT&T. This is Derek. How may I assist you? I was like, hey, Derek. Okay. I was like, God won't fail me at all. I knew he was going to send me a man. It was so wonderful. I was like, so Derek, I need to upgrade my Wi-Fi. I'm having problems. And he was like, yeah, that's what happens when it's more than one device trying to access the system. I was like, you're trying to see if I'm single, Derek. It's just one device. Oh, I was like, okay, so what do I need to do? Y'all, I'm asking questions. I find out Derek is married and in Texas. Why y'all didn't tell me these people don't live in our area? I was so hurt. You know what I did? I stayed on that call and I did that survey because Derek ain't gonna catfish me and get away with it. I gave him the worst results I could think of. And I'm proud to say Derek worked for Walmart right now because you don't play with my heart. You hear what I'm saying? You don't play with my heart. That's just how that goes. And you're probably wondering, why does this lady need Wi-Fi so bad? What was the issue? During quarantine, I found out that I was an essential worker because I'm an elementary school teacher. And I was just like, how did they find us? And then they were like, you got to teach these kids on Zoom. Y'all, I'm not even going to lie. It took everyday prayer, scripture, everything to keep me from walking off my job. Because all I had to do was close the laptop and go sit on the sofa. You see what I'm saying? I just was like, keep me here, Lord. Keep me here. Rent is due. And one of the things I really missed about in-person teaching, I miss eating the kids' snacks. Yes, a grocery bill went up because I had to supply for myself. But parents, thank y'all for sending those wonderful snacks to school. You know, I read the little letters you put in the lunchbox. I love you too, Mom. You know, it's just, I feel so special and sweet. Because guys, come on, your kids don't like those snacks. They don't eat them. You know what I mean? And my favorite is, what they call it? The Lunchables. Yeah, the Lunchables. Because listen, I'm about to school you. You take a Lunchable and you pair it with a nice gas station wine, that thing become a charcuterie board. You see what I'm saying? Fancy. I know, right? You're going to be doing it. Listen, I'm trying to tell you. You go to Trader Joe's and get a $2 chuck? Y'all not ready. Y'all are not ready. And some of y'all are like questioning my teaching right now. I can feel it. I can feel the judgment. And I want to let you know, all my students did pass. Yes. They all passed. They all passed primarily because I didn't feel like filling out the paperwork to leave them back. Yeah, I ain't got that kind of time. Listen, y'all, that take too long. First of all, they 3rd grade, y'all. They got like what? 9 more grades? Somebody will catch them. You know, your kid don't have to read with me necessarily. You get what I mean? It's a learning community. Let's see what the 7th grade teacher can do. They might blossom in middle school, you know? I don't want to hinder what they're doing. I got things to do in my life. So I'm proud of that. And you know what's so interesting is I teach primarily in the hood. So we had to do these cultural relevant trainings. And any educators out there, I'm shouting you out, because if it's a Black women's conference, it's some credentials up in this place. So go on, give yourself a pat on the back, because we in here. But educators, parents, let me tell y'all what was amazing. Cultural relevant learning is about learning that African Americans, we have our own language. I did not know that, y'all, and you speak it fluently. Some of y'all are not believers. I can feel it in my spirit, so I'm gonna give you an example. You know, in standard English, you only need one negative to make the sentence negative, right? So we have a sentence like, you don't have money. Standard English, what it mean? You don't have money. But in African American home language, the more negatives you put in the sentence, the more you change the context and the meaning of what we're talking about. Take our sentence and add some more negatives. The sentence is, you don't have money. Add another negative. You don't have no money. See, that don't mean the same thing. That means that we're in the grocery store, you putting stuff in the cart, we get to the checkout stand, I'm looking at you, you looking at me, you don't have no money. See how that's different? Add another negative. You don't never have no money. See, that don't mean the same thing either. What that mean? That means that this is your second time doing this. You see what I mean? And you owe me $5 for braiding your baby hair. You get what I'm saying? Add another negative. You don't never have no money no more. Exactly. That's called unemployment. You see, we change it all the time. And then we thinking we don't have our own language. We communicate very differently. And you know what else is hard about teaching, you know, it with cultural learning is the kids' names. Because these millennials done got way too creative. Okay. Gen Z, whichever y'all are, X, Y, Q, whatever y'all are, y'all doing too much with the kids' names. First of all, I got a kid on my roster named Sapphire Moon. Exactly, because these are those parents, those ones who always ask you what your sign is. These astrological, esoteric people. His name's Sapphire Moon. He's gonna come up to me talking about, Miss Gaines, I don't have my homework because Mercury in retrograde. I was like, why do you know that, sir? You're 8 years old. And tell your mama you can't be burning this sage in my classroom. We can't be doing this. You know, you are not a wizard, okay? It's too much. It's too far. Then I got this one little girl in my class, Chandwella. Beautiful name, but it's because millennials think that they can just spell it any way they want to spell it. They just started capitalizing any letter, adding punctuation marks. Chandwella mama spell her name, capital S-H-A hyphen, capital D-W @ I-L apostrophe A-H. Exactly. Exactly. I know you like, what? I looked at the roster. I said, baby, is this your name or your mama computer password? You know what I mean? Because I feel like if I type this in, I'm going to log into something. You know, just something ain't right. And then these are the parents, y'all, that are complaining to my principal because I don't never pick their kid to be student of the month. Your kid is never be a student of the month, ma'am. You think I got that kind of time to fit all that on a certificate? No, I got a vision board. I told you I got things to do. So y'all, my student of the month looks just like this every single month. I'm like, hello, parents. Thank you for coming to Miss Gaines' Student of the Month ceremony. And I'm proud to say, for the 7th consecutive time, our Student of the Month, let's give it up for Tim. Yes. I don't have time to be playing with these names, y'all. And you know they're going to go off on me if I spell it wrong. So I'm trying to preserve myself. Y'all have been amazing. Enjoy yourselves. Enjoy this conference. I'm Angel Gaines. Have an amazing day.
All right, y'all. Give it up again for Angel Gaines. Yes. You give an opportunity to the 7th grade teacher. I hear that. Let the 7th grade teacher do the work. You know, she might do so good. She might become teacher of the year after working with that kid, right? We can't take that opportunity away from her. I appreciate that, Angel. We're going to go ahead and keep it moving, though. Keep this train moving. Coming on next, this brother right here. He over there performing at the Comedy Store on Crack 'em Up Thursday. He over there performing in Michigan, where he's from. He's going to give it to you straight. He's going to give it to you raw. Put your hands together. Put your hands together for my friend, my brother, Ron Taylor.
Yeah, right on. How's it going? I guess Detroit, we just raw and dirty like that.
Ron.
Well, I had a different experience throughout the quarantine. I did not get caught single. I got caught in a relationship. I had a roommate, and the world shut down. And at that point, jailhouse rules take over. It's like, yo, it is what it is. We got to survive. We together now. I guess luckily for me, it was a young lady. Otherwise, I probably had to change my lifestyle a little bit. But I lucked up, and it was just weird, man. Dating a girl throughout the quarantine, and she was asking about the status of our relationship every other day. Like, what are we? What are we doing? What are we? What are we doing? I'm like, we surviving, goddammit. That's what we doing. Do you not understand there is a pandemic? We are doing the best we can, scratching and surviving. Like, what are you trying to grow to? Like, there's problems out there. I don't know about next year, and you thinking about marriage, like you want to get married? Do you think that's closer than being quarantined in a studio apartment? Like, I inhale your farts. We are recycling air. It don't get closer. It don't get closer than this. But quarantine really messed me up. I think it messed up a lot of people, obviously. And who wants to hear about that right now? We all went through it, but this is what happened, man. And I don't get to talk to people in the comforts of my home often. I don't know if you all can tell, but I live in a van now. Yes, it's very, very, very nice. It's difficult when you wake up to a parking ticket on your house, but that's how I'm living now. But I went through it, man, throughout that quarantine. I was drinking all the time, and it was just boring. But I got in trouble with the police because of all the rules, and just all the rules around drinking is just ridiculous. You can't drink and drive. It's like, I get it, it's dangerous, but what the fuck is the cup holder for if you can't drink and drive? That's entrapment. Y'all put this here for me. You can't drink and drive. Why is there a parking lot at the liquor store? How do you think I got here? On horseback? I drove. Let me in this motherfucker, goddammit. Then you got to be 21 to drink. Why? What's magical about 21? Why not 22? Why not 20? 21? Why? What's going on? You know how many other dangerous things you can do before you 21? You can be a police officer. You can go to the war. Before you 21, you can drive a car. That's dangerous shit. Here's a better way to put it. You can do porn. Before you 21, legally, you out there taking it to the face, paying taxes. At 19, at 20, you can have 3 kids. You get off work. You done had a hard, long day at work. You just took 9 of them. Rock solid. You tired, you sticky. You crunchy. You come home, your kids is yelling, they ain't did their homework, and you got to drink a Capri Sun? What? Give that young lady some tequila. She deserves it. That yao is on fire. You can't put that out with no Hawaiian punch. You need beer to relax yourself after that. All the rules is just ridiculous to me. I don't get it. You're 21 years old, just drinking and driving and, whatever. They pulled me over. They said I was drinking and driving, sleep at the wheel. And I'm like, which one was it? You can't do both. I know which one I was doing. I was asleep at the wheel because I was drunk. I was driving. I was like, you know what? This is dangerous. I need to take a nap. I just went to sleep then. But it scared me. It scared me to deal with the police. All my interactions is just weird because the police, they always shooting people unarmed. And they always got the same lame excuse every time they shoot somebody. Every time the police shoot somebody unarmed, they always say the same thing. I fear for my life. Like, what you mean you fear for your life? Like, you got a scary job, motherfucker. You You can't be a bitch and the police. You got to pick one. Like, this is what you signed up for. You can't. What other profession is it okay to kill somebody because you were scared? Like, we won't accept that from no other profession. You can't be no firefighter. Like, oh, it's hot in there. Like, motherfucker, come save us. You can't be flipping burgers. Somebody scare you. Who? Ah, pow. The manager come out. What the fuck you do that for? Well, he scared me. Like, oh, well, go to Fry's. It don't work like that. And I know the police officers can't be that scared. At least not the white ones. And I tell you why I know. Because I have an Instagram. And I liked one puppy picture on Instagram one time. Now my timeline is filled with white people and wild animals. And it is the scariest shit in the world to me. But they ain't got no fear when it comes to wild animals. I saw a white lady petting a porcupine against the quills, hand bleeding. She don't give a fuck. I saw a white dude with a pet hyena. How you gonna be friends with the villain from Lion King? In Australia, there is a family. Mama, daddy, son, daughter, white family. All of them know how to wrangle snakes perfectly. Pow! Without harming the snake, without getting bit. Now that's some dangerous shit. You know how dangerous a snake is? A snake is an armless, legless dragon, dog, with poison in its mouth. Where did that sound like a Pokemon, not something that we walk among. And they didn't taught two little white babies how to handle these snakes perfectly without getting harmed. No fear. So you mean to tell me white people ain't got no fear when it comes to wild animals, but scared of black people and cell phones? What? No, I'm not going for it. That's why I say we take the wild white people of Instagram and make them the police. That's right. I want to see that same energy used on a deer in the woods, on a nigga in the hood. I want them to come up the same way, real nice and slow. There you go, buddy. All right. Don't be a fool. All right, little feisty there, buddy. Calm down. There you go, buddy. There you go. All right. Here's some hot Cheetos and Hennessy. There you go, buddy. Keep that same energy, goddammit. This is a very wonderful thing here. Women empowerment. I'm always down for that. But that's it, y'all. That's my time. I'm Ron Taylor. I thank you all for having me. This has been wonderful.
I hear that. Give it up again for Ron Taylor. I hear that. We all gotta know our roles. I'm out here trying to get my baby a daddy, and the main reason I need a baby daddy is to give this girl some piggyback rides. Okay, it's something about a man doing piggyback rides. Not as cool as women doing it. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. All right, we're gonna go ahead and keep moving. We're gonna bring up our final comedian. This woman is hilarious. This woman also used to live in New Orleans herself, so she's got some family love for you guys. I got love for you too. We all got love, but she got some real love for you. Coming from LA, straight to you. Put your hands together. Put your hands together. Dana, yeah!
Hey, Marlena. What's up?
Dana? You ready to do this, girl?
Yes, I'm ready to do this.
All right.
I'm ready. All right, you guys, ladies of Louisiana, let me do something first. I salute you, my queens, because I'm a queen too, and I wear this crown in honor of you. So let's get to it. Our brother Ron talked about the scary ass police. And here's the thing. We certainly, during the quarantine, we got a conviction with Derek Chauvin, got convicted of killing George Floyd. But that's the thing about the American justice system. Like, to me, it's a lot like the Bible. Like, it's a lot of good ideas on paper, but it just depends on who's explaining it, right? You ask Daniel Cameron, AG of Kentucky, and he can't even convict Cosgrove, Mattingly, and Banks of killing Breonna Taylor. So I'm just saying, I don't know about this American justice system for us, right? And as Black women, we have always had it tough because it's like we have to choose BLM or ERA. Like sometimes, y'all, the marches are even on the same day. Like, what am I supposed to do? I'm looking at my iCal like where I'm supposed to go. Where do I belong? Everywhere is where we belong. In two places at once, if you know what I mean. so often as Black women, you know, we're accused of being outspoken and all that, but we are not, ladies, a monolith, right? You know, some of us are like Sojourner Truth, and ain't I a woman? We loud and we in the streets, but then some of us are stealth. We like Susan Rice. We on Twitter giving Snoop Dogg the business, right? And then some of us, we just like Rosa Parks. We are sitting quietly and demanding justice. Y'all know what I'm saying? So I'm Dana Keel. They said that, and I am on this lineup. I may not be your only Gen Xer, but I am your only Gen Xer born before 1970, which makes me the Oracle from the Matrix, right? As Marlena mentioned, I actually grew up in Alabama and New Orleans. I'm a proud, like, St. Mary's Academy graduate, class of 85, Centennial class strong. You guys, but when I moved to New Orleans, it was like a culture shock coming from Alabama, because when you grow up in Alabama, and like I said, I'm a Gen Xer, which means my parents are the parents that marched with King. We were like missionary Baptist with a smattering of Black Panther. But when I got to New Orleans, like, I was like, I've never met so many Black Catholics in my whole life. Growing up in Huntsville, it was like, white people are Catholic, Black people are Baptist. And I'm like, did Catholicism colonize Black people too? Like all these imperial nations around the world? Anyway, y'all, I love growing up in New Orleans. But let me say this. When you do grow up in the South with parents who like march with King, it was like our household was critical race theory before critical race theory had a name. We were like the McDonald's slogan, 365 Black. Black History Month was all 12 months of the year, all 365 days. So in the second grade in Catholic school in Huntsville, Alabama, I wanted racism to end. And I thought, well, if white people knew that Garrett T. Morgan, a Black man, invented the traffic light, well, surely that would end racism. It stopped traffic. It didn't stop racism. And then I thought, what if they knew George Washington Carver, a Black man, developed peanut butter? Well, surely that would end racism. Not for the folks with peanut allergies. Y'all know what I'm saying? Not for them. Not for them at all. And I was like, but if they knew we developed open heart surgery, and if they knew that we discovered blood plasma, y'all, but it felt like if there was a red pill at that time, that's about the only thing that would end racism. But Jesus, as a kid, I learned about Rosa Parks, right? My Cape Crusader, my hero. And to this day, I don't want to be at the back of shit. I don't want to be at the back of the line, not the back of the class, not the back of the club, not the back of the plane. Like, I don't even let motherfuckers in front of me in traffic, because it means I will be behind something else, someone else. I don't even like to back up. Do you know what I'm saying? So when I go to the gym, I'm guessing, I know they got Planet Fitness there in Louisiana. Fuck the treadmills and them climbing steps. They're at the back. I go to the front where the sitting bikes are, where my civil rights, my freedom, the ellipticals, even the weights are at the front of the gym. I don't even lift weights, but at the gym, no justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. Do you know what I'm saying? So I think we're out of the pandemic because COVID didn't give a fuck about this booster. Y'all know what I'm saying? Like, Obama has COVID right now. Tested positive. They boosted. But, you know, in the pandemic, it meant a lot of change. Ron was talking about his situation. I wasn't in cuffing. I wasn't cuffed either. But what I did do is I felt as though a couple things happened. First, a lot of protests. You know, at one point, there were protests in all 50 states, and there were protests around the world for George Floyd. And here's the thing. When you protested in LA, y'all, they had snacks, and not just any kind of snacks. They had top shelf snacks. They had organic cookies, organic chips. Y'all, they had Fiji bottled water. You know what I'm saying? I don't even buy Fiji for the house. And I was marching. I was getting my my snack on. And all of a sudden, like, I heard a voice in my head. It was like, and what would the ancestors say? They'd probably be like, Snacks? Y'all need snacks to protest a buffet? Y'all need bottled water? Our only interaction with water was hoses, but y'all need bottled water and a buffet? And I'm just like, well, some of us have a low glycemic index, and we just need our snacks to make it in these streets. Please forgive us, Rosa. Please forgive us, Martin. Please forgive us, Malcolm. But I'm just telling y'all, we had to make it. We had to keep it up in these streets. Also, you guys, if you were at home like I was, there were some things that we lost in quarantine. We getting them back. But like, to the ladies, we lost bras. Like on all these Zooms, these StreamYards, who was wearing a bra? Like, we lost bras. In my house, we lost sleep. Like, I was rocking the club quarantine, TJD nights, all hours of the night. Just, I don't know, anybody else? Just me? I hope not. I can't imagine. What else did we lose? Okay, in my household, we lost daily hygiene. Not hygiene, just hygiene every day. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, who was showering every day? Was everybody brushing their teeth twice a day? Okay, not us, but we back. I got on a bra for y'all today, and as y'all see, I wore my t-shirt. The future is, in fact, female. Now, of the other things we lost 3 square meals. I'm just saying, like, it was just snacks, work snacks, protest snacks, Zoom snacks, like volunteer snacks. Like, it was just snacks all across the board. And like, I gained that quarantine 15. I gained it. And then, you guys, I saw an article. The article said avocado, chia seeds, like olives, foods that fight fat. I'm like, but are y'all winning? Are y'all winning the fight against fat? That's what I need to know. Like, because we're trying to drop these pounds. Are chia seeds like warriors in these streets like we all thought? I don't know. But one of the other things I did in quarantine, few things, I started a business, right? Like, because we're stuck in the house, like, you got to come up with all your best ideas. So I started a service, and it's a call service. And take this number down. If you listen, get your cell phone out, punch it in, like my phone right here, punch it out. So the service was called and is still called 1-800-CALL an Ancestor. That's 1-800-CALL an Ancestor. And here's why. Because I don't think that Susan B. Anthony lived and died for the way that Amy Cooper was acting in Central Park that day. And you know, I had to call Susan. I was like, Susan, girl. She was like, hey, girl. I was like, did you march for women's rights and die for the way that Amy Cooper was acting in Central Park? She was like, no, girl, I didn't. And I was like, well, can you gather her? She's a whole mood right now. She was like, yes, girl, I can. You guys, shortly after my call to Susan, that Amy Cooper was charged with making a false 911 call. Y'all, this year, the White House had one job, just one. Harriet on the 20. We love Maya. We love Barbara Jackson, but not Maya on the quarter. So I had to call Harriet. Harriet, girl. She was like, hey, girl. I was like, did you live and die? And did you march on the Underground Railroads to still not be on the 20? She's like, no, girl, I didn't. I was like, and they put Maya on the quarter. She's like, I know, girl. I was like, well, Harriet, can you gather the Federal Reserve? Can you gather the White House? She's like, I'm working on it, girl. So y'all know we still waiting for the good news to happen, right? We still waiting for Harriet on this 20. Now, right before the pandemic, I had to make a big call to Harriet. And let me tell you why. As women, Black women, we are to be revered, even if you disagree. Snoop, the rapper, we love him, was on Instagram Live calling Gayle King all kind of names. So I had to call Harriet again. Harriet, girl. She was like, hey, girl. I'm like, do you see the way Snoop is acting? Did you live and die? Like, did you serve as a spy in the Civil War for the way he is acting right now? Can you gather our brother? He is a whole mood. She's like, yes, girl, I can. Y'all, Snoop apologized to Gail. Snoop went on the Red Table Talk in reflection. Y'all, Snoop even voted for the first time in his life in the presidential election. Do y'all understand? We won because of Harriet. My service, 1-800 Call an Ancestor, we got every ancestor you need. We got Cesar Chavez, we got Anne Frank, we got Fannie Lou Hamer if you're sick and tired of being sick and tired. We got MLK, we got JFK, we got RFK. I'm just saying my service works and we got every ancestor you need and all calls are free and anonymous. Let me leave you with this. I only got a little minute left. So you guys, Ketanji Brown Jackson, I know y'all heard. It's about to be life imitating art on the Supreme Court. Y'all watch Black Lady Sketch Show, right? With the Black Lady courtroom. We about to imitate life in this thing. We better throw all our support behind Ketanji. And here's the thing, you can't get a name like that and not be a Supreme Court justice for us. She represents us. So in honor of her, it's Her Story Month. So here's the deal, you guys. Critical race theory, and I feel like we need a Black Supreme Court justice, just like for all these reasons, was big in the news. Everybody was mad. The GOP was calling it storytelling. They was calling it not fact-based. And I'm like, Christopher Columbus, y'all want to down the hill of fact-based right now? And y'all got a day for Christopher Columbus? Well, in Newark, New Jersey, they are taking down their statue of Christopher Columbus, and they are erecting a statue to Harriet Tubman, because at least she knew where she was going. You guys, I'm Dana Keel. That's my time. Thank you so much.
All right, give it up again for Dana Keel. All right. And girl, I need to get that phone. I need to get that phone and have him call for my baby daddy. All right, because he be late. He be late with some payments. I texted him the other day, like, hey, what's going on? I put my little customer service voice on. He said, everything okay? He's like, oh, Marlena, it's fine. But, I'm going through a transition. I was like, oh my gosh, are you dying? He's like, no, I'm transitioning. And I was like, this is LA. I was like, I don't care if you have a penis or a vagina. You still gonna pay this child support. And he texted back like, Lena, I'm getting a new job. I'm changing jobs. I was like, oh, you still gotta pay. You still gotta pay. All right, guys, that is it. Those are our comics for today. We're gonna go ahead and move on to our nice Q&A with Nia. Can we get Nia back on up here? All right, Nia, what you think of the show?
Oh my goodness. Sitting here just laughing my behind off. This was like everything. One of the things is like we submerge ourselves in the work daily. We're fighting daily. And to sit there and have this nice break where I get to laugh, everybody gets to laugh at the bullshit. I just thank you guys so much for giving us this piece of joy. We spent this whole day navigating the issues, understanding why our Louisiana legislative session, which is 60 days long and full of stuff. And so now, just having this break has been incredible. Thank you guys so much. How important is it to use comedy as a form of protest and activism? How important is that for us as a community?
Incredibly. I don't know, I guess if we could popcorn, incredibly, you know what I'm saying? Because we have, y'all know, I still had another 5 minutes. I wanted to drop more stuff on y'all. It's just, I wanted to keep going. All of us, we never want to stop. And I know for me specifically, someone gave me the big compliment. They were like, I like your, what do they call it? Your friendly race comedy, your comedy where that's an African-American guy who's he said, because I feel like people are listening when they're laughing, and that's across culture. That's, white folks, Black folks, Asian folks, and South Asian, everybody. I feel like we're listening when we're laughing. And if I can get you to listen and laugh, then we can make progress. I want to entertain. I want y'all to laugh. This is StreamYard is so hard because we can't hear the laughter. So we just have to trust this process. But I want to know that you're with me. And so for me, I love the topical stuff. I love all types of comedy, observational, everything. When I was reading your material, we were talking about the legalization of cannabis in Louisiana, the possibility, the things that it can do. And so I always had I always, one of my jokes to have this conversation is I was like, y'all, when is weed gonna smell legal? Do you know what I'm saying? Being a Gen Xer, whenever we smell it, it's just always what they doing in there? What's going on? But I feel like we have to have these conversations. We have to have these conversations. And like I literally am the kid that I talked about. Loved history, still love history, still want to talk about it, still want to talk about Daniel Cameron, because we need to, we need the DOJ to charge the, you know what I'm saying? I feel like we have to have these conversations and keep information in front of people and keep people listening. So that's it for me.
That's right. That's right. I love that. Gentlemen, how important is it for you guys? Because when Black men show up, Black men show up. And how important is it for you guys to show up for Black women in this room? Like, giving us a little bit of joy, what I'm saying? Black men giving Black women joy as we're navigating.
Obviously, well, I mean, to some people it might not be obvious, but it is very important to, show support and to be there, especially using a platform like comedy to do that type of thing and raise those different types of questions. Comedy is very disarming, and when you can disarm someone, it kind of opens up realms for them to receive different information, even in some of the silly stuff that I was saying. It's just like, I think it's a dangerous thing for us to go along with narratives for the sake of what's happening right now. And I see a lot of that, and a lot of things. It's just like, it's hot now, so let's go with it. And it's like, slavery was hot. It was hot. It was legal. That was the norm. So if we're just prisoners of the moment, I don't think that we can really take a step or take a moment to realize what's going on, which is why I think it's extremely important for men, Black men in particular, to be there so that we can give an open and honest opinion, and we can hear both of them, and we can get to a place that it's, that makes sense for all of us. I mean, this is a world with, different moving parts. It doesn't make sense for us to not support a whole nother half of, the world. And now there's things in the middle, but even still, it doesn't make sense. So, we're all one. So I think it's very important, and I appreciate you all for having us.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yeah.
Can I just add to everything Ron, Taylor, and Dana said? I agree, but I think one thing that comedy does is comedy is the last industry where truth is allowed. There's a lot of fields and careers where people are lying and they can hide behind lies and bullshit, where in comedy, it is actually our job to speak truth through funny.
That's right. That's real. That's real. I appreciate that. Marlena, just one question for you. Ron talked about capturing the moment. How important is it for you, especially raising that beautiful daughter of yours, to capture these moments to improve the world that she's going to inherit?
Oh, it's very important. It's very important for us to record what's going on, because I remember like when she was first born, and that first 6 months, it was just a blur. But now, since I took so many pictures and things are slowing down, I can look back at it like, oh, it wasn't that bad. It was, I love her. I just have those moments like, oh, she's okay. Oh my gosh. You have those moments. But because you're in it so heavily and you're living it, you miss it. You miss it. And that's a great thing about comedy, us having that perspective of sitting on our perch and watching and seeing and then giving our perspective and being honest and being truthful about that. That's the most important thing, is being honest and truthful. Because if you're thinking and feeling it, there's somebody out there who's thinking and feeling it too. And by you saying it and talking about it, it's making them be like, okay, I'm not losing my mind. I'm not crazy. And I think that's what's happening now with cancel culture. It's not allowing all voices to be heard. And I think that's very dangerous. And it's very important to have multiple voices heard. And, a joke may not resonate with you. A joke may just go right over your head. But there's somebody who got that joke in the back who's like, yes, brother. Yes. Like they're really feeling it. But once you start having all this cancel culture, you're blocking out perspectives, you're blocking out thought processes, and people start getting angry, and people start lashing out, and it gets very dangerous just to walk down the street and interact with people.
That's real. That's real. But I got one last statement question for you guys, right? This is a love fest for Black women. I love loving on Black women. If you all could leave the Black women in this audience with one word or one sentence for them to resonate with and go to bed with, Ron, go to sleep in the van. But what would it be? I'm gonna start with you, Dana.
Oh my gosh, it's hard to just literally use one word, but I'm just gonna make a bold statement. Black women, we run this. We are the foundation and the bedrock of this. So we are the change. We are what we seek. So keep going, keep going, keep going. And anything I can do, call me, holler at your girl. I will do more comedy. I will do whatever it is, but we are the bedrock of this. Democracy fails without us, and we need to make it work and progress, build it, elevate it higher and better than whatever these old founding folks, because they're not my fathers, whatever they thought it was, we can make it better.
That's real. Malika, what you got for us?
I would say truth, honesty, love yourself, and pay attention and know who your enemy is.
Mm-hmm.
Use your third eye. See who's around you. See who your enemy is. Pay attention.
That's real. Ron from the band, what you got?
Well, first, I'd like to say that I like how all the women in this thing, you all's hair matches the icon in the what's it, Roots up there. That's wonderful. I would say, you know, I give you a Spider-Man line. With great power comes great responsibility. I think Black women are the most powerful creatures on the planet Earth. I don't know what you're supposed to be responsible for, but you know, Spider-Man and up, dog. I love you. You're powerful.
I love that. I love that. And Mama Marlena, what you got for us?
Always trust your gut. Your gut tells you a lot. I think society is always constantly going against what we're thinking and feeling within ourselves, and you have to trust it. Your gut is your intuition. It tells you so much about what's going on, and we get so scared about using that part of ourselves. We get so scared and thinking that it's wrong, but majority of the times, and just not all the time, your gut is right, and it's some of everything. From being a mother, from being a wife, from being a sister, it really should help you and guide you to be like your highest form and the best person you could be.
That's real. I love that. I Marlena, guys, I love that so much. I love you all so much. When I see y'all, we gonna party it up. I'm waiting for the jokes. I got some myself. Y'all hear me up. Thank you, everybody that has joined us yesterday and today for the second day of this conference. I'm so excited. Tomorrow, we're going to have a wonderful performance by New Orleans' very own Charm Taylor, have a conversation about the Crown Act. We're going to get y'all ready with this legislative guide for this session. And it's Super Sunday tomorrow. So we're going to get you all ready so you can go and celebrate Super Sunday this weekend. Thank you all so much, and we'll see you guys tomorrow morning.